too awake. I was just started looking at fucking shit on YouTube and I'm just awake. Might go and try and lie down. I don't know. Okay, might just flip this off for a sec. 404. Yeah. You've seen 404 twice. Which of you are like 4 people? Legends? No, it says 3 years, but it was actually 4. I can't even look at that. That's so weird. Okay, now I can do it. The millennial reign of Jesus, Tatari, and Savage. A year ago.
Salute, folks. Today I want to talk about the theory of the millennial reign. Already.
That was a year ago. Can't sleep. What have we done? I should have bought coals. I'm an idiot. Yes, I am an idiot. Well, that helps. I think it's kind of better with one thing. Sometimes I like the one thing. I should just use one thing. I don't care. It's just fucking bumpers everywhere. I need help. Like I said, I need help. I need some help. I really need to like a proper toilet spray. And I need help with it. That's like a month or proper month off of it. Maybe people will come and stay and chat and everything. Got the fucking camera on them. I think that's why people go. They come and they go, don't say hi. even if they're awake, and they can't sleep. Sometimes I wonder. More takes. Cheers. It's kind of weird how everything happens. Certain people don't even do lives anymore. I don't know. Outcomes and the invisible prison, the Gnostic warning they buried. What's that here? What's that little bit of this?
They told you that freedom is your birthright, that your thoughts are your own, that the choices you make each day come from you. But what if the story you've been given was never the truth? What if the reality you live in, the beliefs you hold, the desires you chase, even the doubts that haunt you, aren't yours at all, but carefully planted? The Gnostics, ancient seekers of hidden wisdom, spoke of powerful beings called archons, not fallen angels and demons we read about in the Bible, but something far more insidious. They warned the archons weave illusions so subtle, so seductive, that you rarely even notice the trap closing around you, until it is too late. And here's something they've kept from you for thousands of years, a secret so carefully buried that most will never find it. This prison has no bars, no walls, no chains. It's an invisible cage, constructed inside your own mind, using your own power against you. The very ability you were given to shape reality has been hijacked, turned into the mechanism that keeps you trapped. For millennia, humanity has walked inside it, unaware, believing we are free, while our very thoughts are quietly harvested, redirected, and fed upon. The Gnostics warned us about this. They hid these teachings in fragments, scrolls, and secret initiations, waiting for the day when humanity's consciousness would finally rise, when a few would begin to remember what was once forgotten. But you are here, right now, watching this video, and that means you are not like the countless others still trapped in the illusion. You are part of a growing network of awakened souls, seekers who feel the quiet pull to know, to remember, to reclaim what was taken. Prepare yourself, because once you learn what the archons truly are, and the hidden forces behind their deception, you'll never see reality the same way again. And soon, you'll discover the forgotten Gnostic method designed to break their hold on your mind. You're going to see why most people remain trapped in cycles of fear, distraction, and forgetfulness, and why you were never meant to live this way. Because once you understand how the archons manipulate human perception, it won't just change how you see your thoughts, it could change the way you see reality itself. Long before modern religions shaped the story of creation, there were whispers of a deeper truth, a truth hidden, suppressed, and almost lost to time.
I'm gonna cut off. It's one of them. Just goes a bunch of stuff. Doesn't get to the point. Really. 21 minutes. Could be worth watching. I used to watch a lot of stuff like that. Now I just get bored of it. Similar stuff over and over again. large for Australia, 500,000 Aussies say head in the press. Immigration 2 days ago. It was a dusty bogan. I don't think that many people actually went. Oh, guess there's no one around. I'm still awake. Maybe they were going to bed as well. Maybe I was the last person they clicked on. I don't really look at my subs for the week channel that much anymore. Future Cannabis Project by someone called Jeremy. Yes, man. Finished 3 hours ago. At 1 AM. Can't remember when I went to bed. Honestly can't remember. Well, maybe I'm sleepy enough to go to bed again. Well, I'm doing myself. That was fun. Burn some hairs. Give it a beard trim. Yeah, so I'm just gonna be stuck in this fucking psychosis now, I guess, for a bit. No friend, no, just that whole thing. Fucking 4 minutes, fucking with me. 4 minute groups. Really interesting timing. Yeah, really big some water. Yeah. So she's done the cold water. You know, that ice cream. It would be good if I just done it on Friday. $4.20 in 3 minutes. Does anyone care about me or what? Happy 4:20 AM. You. Jezza Chronic. There's a new one. Mess with the man. Like that.
I am aware of it. I think I need a therapist. Emotions pile up in my shovel so I can bury them. Maybe it's bipolar anxiety or hysteria, some clinical depression, or maybe some other variant. Somebody call the nurses. All my demons have surfaced. Better restrain my ass fast. I'm a dangerous person. I kill the competition while I body my verses and leave you 6 feet.
Happy 420. Right on it. Happy 420 AM. Cheers. This is gonna be. We're going. Right, 421.
But all these conspiracies about NASA and their influence with Nazi scientists, because plenty of Nazi scientists, in order not to be killed, their benefit, but also benefit of the United States and other countries to have the best scientists on their team were, taken, not killed, and taken into the USA. Plenty of Nazi scientists. And it turned out that during, as I mentioned, 4 or 5 years of their isolation, their science was like a sci-fi one. That's why they were, all these hidden projects like UFO, Die Glocke. These were here in Poland. Plenty of these projects were created here in Poland, actually. Die Glocke, they're kind of UFO, this Hornet kind of craft that later inspired the American stealth, these fighters, which are like out of sci-fi movies. So Nazi science was really out of this world because they were also heavily influenced before that by occultism. Because before even the NSDAP, so the party nationalists of Hitler, nationalist party became a power in Germany, even before that, at the end of 1800s, at the beginning of the 1900s, they had their roots in occultism, because plenty of their members were into that. Later, when the Nazis came into power in Germany, they even started projects, as I mentioned, of this physics, but also projects on non-material stuff. Projects about uncovering hidden history. Even, Himmler, so one of the biggest guys when it comes to Nazis after Hitler, was trying to search for Atlantis. And now you see, for instance, I don't know if you know Flint Dibble and other skeptics who are saying, oh, Graham Hancock is bad because of his Asian apocalypse series and so on. They are telling that this idea of trying to search for lost civilizations is racist, is fascist, is Nazi. Even some of the people, maybe not this one that I mentioned, but other in this kind of field are telling us, because throughout the history, people were using that for bad things. But why they are telling us, no, we cannot search for Atlantis because we would be racist, Nazi, and so on. Because we are, no, I think it shouldn't be like that. And I think it's a bad thinking, illogical thinking, even in my opinion, that, we take these people into this, like, oh, this Atlantis hunters or lost civilizations hunters, they are racist, or these methods are racist. No, just racists, fascists, Nazis were using this knowledge for their purposes, because Nazis wanted to show that their Aryan race, so the Germans, true Germans, were coming from some kind of lost civilization like Atlantis. They wanted to improve because they really were racist, and they thought that their Aryan race is superior in comparison to others. But they were using this Atlantis knowledge that we may talk about for bad purposes. But it doesn't mean that Atlantis hunting is Nazi in itself. No, it isn't. But plenty of people interpret it like that. So Nazis, there are crazy stories. They even wanted to recreate some kind of UFO, interdimensional UFO, like a physical one for space travels outside of the space-time reality after the channeling. There were some kind of medium, it was before the war for sure, and they were, channeling some kind of papers, like blueprints of this UFO craft. There are plenty of stories like that about the Nazis, and they were trying to replicate it. And because of the routine occultism and channelings, they were much more open for different ideas. That's why Die Glocke, which was meant to be some kind of anti-gravity thing, according to them, maybe it doesn't exist, the thing like anti-gravity, maybe, but they were thinking, and okay, let's experiment, and they came to plenty of new things. They invented new true things in physics because they were very open about all of that. They wanted to create UFOs, they wanted to harness the psychic powers. Yes?
Right. Well, Alexander, in terms of their moral rejection of Western physics, it really came down to this Einstein idea, right? Because they really rejected Einstein hard. He was very big in the West, and they're like, we want nothing to do with that Swedish guy or the Swiss guy.
Jewish.
Western physics. It really came down to this Einstein idea, right? Because they really rejected Einstein hard. He was very big in the West, and they're like, we want nothing to do with that Swedish guy or the Swiss guy.
Jewish.
Western physics.
That's pretty
It
fucking
really
wild.
came down to this Einstein idea, right? Because they really rejected Einstein
That is pretty loud.
Very
What's
big in the
that?
West.
Oops, sorry about that. That was the fan. And then it will probably overheat though. Turn it off.
I don't want this podcast to be taken. I'm sorry. They sometimes during events that they were not doing well were taking back this religion when they needed to, but they were anti-religious. They thought that spirituality is, stupid,
something to
doesn't
eat.
exist. They were materialists, hard materialists and atheists. And because of that, when they found out about psychic, remote viewing, and all of the psychic phenomena like channelings, they were heavily researching it. Western world was a little bit back in that because they thought, okay, Western world was like, oh, this doesn't exist, but actually Soviet scientists were thinking that spiritual phenomena and all the mediumship psychic stuff is a material phenomenon. So they got it into their paradigm. As I mentioned, that spirituality is outside of the scientific paradigm, and that's why science is not like saying that mediumship and psychic capabilities are real, because these are outside of the physical realm. But Soviet scientists were thinking that maybe they're physical. I do not agree with them at all, but because of that, they implemented it into their scientific community, and psychic stuff was so heavily researched in USSR. Like, they were really, really into it because they thought it is some kind of material stuff, and that's why then later USA was, wait, they are investigating it, so maybe we should too, and that's how the Ingos one, the famous remote viewer, and other later were involved into that. So I think that Soviet Union was the first in that, and then later USA was that we should investigate it too, like if our enemies are doing that, we should too. So there are plenty of interesting cases showing us different kinds of science in the Soviet era, in the Nazi stuff. I think it is not only the rejection of Einstein was a part of that. Like they even say, I was in my high school, I had major, but in high school, like extended version of history, like different subjects, and history was extended and it was focused on the times from 1900s up until the end of the World War II. So it was heavily focused on this period. And I remember there were even some quotes that from people, from scientists back then during the Nazi time, that we won't accept this Jewish thing that Einstein is propagating. They were, so racist that no, it's Jewish thing, it's not true, it's propaganda and so on. They were telling like that. It was a part of rejecting Einstein's gravity and so on, but part of that was also that when the war started, they were completely isolated. It wasn't like nowadays they can browse the internet and check what scientific advancements are. Back then, the scientific research was not that big like nowadays. So in 4 or 5 years, Nazis were actually not informed on everything that was happening all over the world when it comes to science. And this was the part isolation and part rejection of the Western one. In the USSR, similar. That part was the rejection. There is nothing beyond matter. There is only matter. We are atheists. We are socialists. We are materialists. And also part of the isolation of the Western. The Western is bad. Here even in Poland, it was up until the 1890s, so 1989. So like 30 plus years ago, we were under the communist regime, and all the Western stuff was bad. Trust me, even I was born in 2003, so long ago that, and I remember, some kind of artifacts, like things from before we were integrated into the Western world, that, everything on the West is bad. Everything from Russia, from Soviet Union is good. And we should, reject everything, the Western depravity, and so on. So, yes, these are shown as different kinds of worldviews.
What's interesting is the artifacts that are left over from this era that I think still don't get a lot of attention. So, for instance, in the West, we have Western science calling certain obscure kind of effects cavitation effects. Cavitation effects. Now, they don't go into any detail of what these cavitation effects are, But this is a very clear example of them sort of relegating these different facts within science as a thing that they don't fully explain, but they point at it and they're like, well, we can explain this. It's the cavitation effect. Let's move on to the next thing. Kind of funny. So they're describing the same things in different ways with varying amounts of focus being placed on them. And usually what we end up seeing is that they don't really do a good job of explaining it to you.
Yes, there are plenty of examples. Any kind of comment? Or...
I'll
was
throw in.
actually.
Oh, sorry, Julia. I'll go really quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I think that everything you said, I totally agree with. I think one tool that I like to say for people to take sort of agency, be agential in and of themselves, take full ownership of their own will, maybe, is to quoting Andrew McLuhan, grandson of Marshall McLuhan, where he says, "Seize the means of perception." So I think a lot of magic starts in perception, like you were talking about, Alexander. The Nazi phenomena, I call it Buddhist tangs. All occultists do this. They always project themselves into the primordial past as the lineage progenitors. It's every occult group. There's zero that don't do this. So it is what it is. And I think the last thing I wanted to comment on is. Well, I forgot. So, but anyways, yeah, I totally agree with you, and I think that people, occultism as a source of wisdom or knowledge. I'm 100% there. I think Nick's 100% there. I think we're all 100% there, and I think it's not about the dualism of materialism versus spiritualism. I like to take a non-dual approach. That's just obviously because I'm not a Buddhist. So, but I think we have to go beyond the paradigms, exactly what you're saying. It's about pushing the ideas outward, and it doesn't matter. Maybe an idea is bad, maybe it's good. We have to see, and we shouldn't be viewed as canons because not all of their ideas are good. But we don't have to discard everything that came before. Just kind of see where things go.
Soviets wanted to discard almost anything that was of the Russian or Eastern history. They wanted to start with a blank page, finish this imaginary war of classes, the conflict between classes, and start anew with a perfect socialistic society. So it's another lesson that we shouldn't also be too much attached to, of course, the past stuff, but we shouldn't try to eliminate it at all. Just as you mentioned, old idea isn't a bad idea at all.
Lysenkoism. Lysenkoism is the word I was looking for before. So that's the sort of Soviet response to agriculture, is this Lysenkoism, which end up killing fields all over the place. So that's always been used as this example of pseudoscience too.
Yes, it's a kind of example of pseudoscience, yes. I think it's in Polish Lysenko or something like that, yes.
Didn't Hitler send a whole brigade of motherfuckers to Tibet too?
Yes.
He
to Kumapulku even.
Yeah, because he was looking for some. What is the place in Tibet, the spiritual place that's
Well, they say it's
lost?
Shambhala, right?
Yes.
They say Shambhala. Shambhala is a real place, but I'll tell you where that place is. That place is in your mind. The mind palace is in your mind, obviously. And so it's not a real place. So let me just be very clear about that. Set the record straight, straight up. So it's a place that you construct actually in your mind during visualization when you recite mantras. So it's it's a ritual. It has a ritual kind of. Maybe it's the higher place. Maybe you're going to a hyperspace kingdom. Maybe you're teleporting in your mind. But in reality, it really takes place in your consciousness. I know Alexander doesn't love that when I use that word last time, but I think it's fair.
No, actually, I'm not into Shambhala as searching for a physical place now, only a mantis, the moon and stuff like that. So I would agree that probably if you have the knowledge or experience about that yes, Shambhala could be like that, but it can be also what you're telling about as the best example of, I think that in the previous conversation I was talking about of esoteric and exoteric meaning. It's understanding the Bible. What people going to church are mostly understanding is the exo, the outer part of the meaning. Okay, Jesus died on the cross. There were 12 apostles, etc., etc. But the esoteric meaning, the hidden occult inside of it is that okay, this may be interpreted as a real story, but it's also a second meaning of metaphorical story. Jesus being born at the same time as there is this sun is in this lowest point on the sky, etc. So I think it's a good example of how Nazis were foolish about the Shambhala, probably that the Shambhala story
they missed the memo.
interpreted, yes, exoterically. It's okay, you lost civilization and so on, but esoterically, it's something different, just as you mentioned before.
They brought back some artifacts, though. That's where the swastika came from. But if you really think about it, it's like rules for thee, but not for me. We're allowed to have occultism, spirituality, looking for lost civilizations. We're into all this shit. We're channeling gods. We're doing all this, but you guys shouldn't have spirituality. Fuck you. You need to be completely cut off from all of this shit that we got going on, because if you knew what we knew, then we couldn't control you.
Yes, it's a great point. I always think it's a hypocrisy of plenty of elites. I think it was even during the reign of Elizabeth I that Elizabeth said, okay, we destroy all the occult, all the esoteric stuff in our country, but at the same time as she was saying that to public and persecuting any kind of heresies, she was having a personal occultist, and she was using him for her own purposes. So the same example as you said.
That's what I'm talking about. They don't want us to know what they know.
Yes,
Well, I was gonna say, even if you look like Abraham Lincoln was having like seances in the White House. All of them know this stuff. They're all into it, but they want to cut us off from that. It's like,
Yes.
oh, okay, only you guys can know
You will
all
be
this.
slaves.
Right.
Yes, I agree.
I just want to shout out that Hegel is actually Kabbalah. If you really understand Hegel, it's also Kabbalah. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying it is Kabbalah. And Lysenko is the father of modern epigenetics. I'm not saying I agree with Lysenko. I don't agree with Lysenko. But I think that you, just like what we're saying, is that you can look at wisdom science for specific seeds of knowledge. And so in that case, the seed of epigenetics comes from Lysenko. So I don't agree with him, but again, you don't have to agree with everybody to be able to sort of look at their work and see, what is going to be generative. And I think that that's a lot of like the new aeon is like it's going to be like what is actually generative, what is going to produce fruits, and what is going to take humanity. Maybe it's just all about taming your consciousness, like I think. But maybe it's maybe it is finding Atlantis. Like who knows? I think that that's an interesting way to frame it. Like, we don't really know, but I think there's something fresh about being like optimistic instead of being like too.
Well, you're approaching the monopolistic angle there, so there might be elements of Lysenko that carry over, but in the wholesale rejection of anything, you always end up throwing the baby out with the bathwater, and you don't see anything of value. So that's the big problem with monopolistic science, is that you can never take the elements and reformat them and use them in other ways.
Yes.
I believe I don't know if it was Lysenko, but in the same mode of agriculture, but Stalin infamously grew in Marxist theory, everyone coming together is equal. He put forth that idea into agriculture and would grow many different types of wheat in the same fields, and they all failed. Or one would do well, right? Because each different wheat had its own needs that were slightly different than the others. And so, of course, the Marxist theory, which is very subjective, it did not work on very objective agricultural processes, which they thought it would.
Any more comments or something else?
Yeah, I do think. Sorry, Mike.
No, go for it, please.
I thought it was interesting, Alexander, that you spoke about the Soviet kind of marriage of so their psychical research was even way more than the Americans. Like we talk about obviously MK and all of that stuff, but the Soviets had like hundreds of programs running that were identical or similar or even worse. And so I just want to say that, like, yeah, the Soviets did reject the supernaturalist elements, but they definitely embraced the cyclical ones. And but there is something useful even in that framework, right? Like that's also what's interesting is like if you take away the supernatural sort of elements in the layer of story, then you're actually talking about sort of our own cosmogenesis, like our own like story of humanity, rather than a story of like the deities or whatever. You're talking about like fundamentally about us. So I applaud them for that, but I agree that you have to have the spiritual. You have to have like I think there's a metaphysical layer. Like ontology is everything, right? I think we
Yes.
all agree on that. Like,
Yes, it's just that Soviets, labeled the psychic part as a material one because they thought that, the psychic would turn out to be something like gravity or like force of electromagnetism. But maybe right at their time they did not understand it, but maybe in the future they will be able to measure it physically, but they couldn't do that, and there were plenty even of prototypes of some kind of machines that could see the auras, etc. And some of them allegedly work, some of them were a complete crap because it turned out that it wasn't within this realm that they were thinking this psychic capabilities are within.
Thank you. Did anybody else want to ask or add anything before we wrap up?
Finally jump in. Okay, so
Yeah,
when
go
y'all was
for it.
talking about when y'all was talking about science earlier, I look at it like this. I think science is trying to catch up with what our theories and ideas are, and because they don't have the ability to do so, they push it to the side until something finally comes up, and somebody in that typical in that field, like at modern academia and so on and so forth, they don't want to lose their tenure or their seats in their, wherever they're at. So they decide not to say anything. So a lot of times, a lot of them just keep it hush hush. But they be in their houses practicing the same shit that we be practicing: tarots, Ouija boards, astral projection, lucid dreaming. They do that, but they don't want to put their name on it because they don't want to run the risk of somebody talking about them. And a good example of that right now is Avi Loeb, right? He keeps thinking that thing is an extraterrestrial, right? But people are saying that the facts are saying that it's an asteroid. So now it's up to when it finally shows up, how are we able to prove it otherwise, right? Because we got a person from Harvard, from modern academia, who's actually putting their name out there on the line and so on and so forth. And people are looking at him like he's crazy, but this dude has a degree in this field, right? You know what I'm saying? So, unless you have a degree in that field, what can you really say to, counter that? And that's when it comes up to how do they prove their facts? What can they give to us, the lamest people out the group, the non-Harvards and, all these other individuals? What can you give us that proves what you say and backs up what you say with, clear-cut evidence, right? Like the gun is at the scene with the fingerprints type thing. I can see that. That's clear evidence. What evidence do you have that portrays that? And I think science. A lot of people are very timid. They don't want to. They don't want to be the roaring wolf that goes out there and says, "Hey, you guys are fucking." They want to say, "Hey, you guys are misinterpreting." And being sweet and nice about it. Before we even launched this show, Nick, we was talking about how many times have you went to somebody said, "Excuse me," and then the second, third time you had to say, "Excuse me, motherfucker," just to get their attention. And if that's what we need, is we need a moment like that to get everybody's attention. And it's not going to help by being the sweet, nice little people that we used to be. It's about time we start, roaring with the microphones, tearing the walls off to Jerusalem, and this, that, and the third type stuff.
May I add to the idea of the powerful people, even stately people, using these occult or metaphysical or alchemical ideas? Just recently, Putin and Xi and what is the North Korean guy met and were walking around and on a hot mic. They were talking about how at 70 you're just a baby nowadays, and that they could live to be 150. And so they were very much interested in these alchemical ideas, but they were talking about very physical, surgical things, I believe. But interesting longevity and immortality, always a search for humanity, and even just randomly they're walking along and spoke about it.
And that's funny you say that, and I'll say this last thing. The Gnostics believe in eternal life. You just had to have knowledge within to achieve that. That's why they were so dangerous, and that's why they were looked at as evil, because if you can live long, you can make a lot of different changes, right? Whether it's for the good or the bad. A good person lives long enough, they can make some changes. A bad person lives long enough to make some changes. I mean, it's been shown throughout historical events, right? But the problem is, most of the time, the nice ones usually don't be able to make the changes that they want to, because they're being too nice at times. And they're not roaring and letting people know, hey, this has got to be done the right way, and this is how it's going to be. Excuse me, motherfucker. That type of stuff.
Love it. Thank you, Tony. Anybody else have anything they want to add? I just want to say this is a great discussion. I think once we go back to the philosophy of science and start to deconstruct it where it starts at instead of where everything is ended up, that's when we can start to really make the changes, because a lot of scientific people hear these kind of things and they apply it to their own lives, and they look at what they're doing, and it creates a sense of self-awareness. And I think that's at the fundamental level of the understanding of science is self-awareness. That's one of the first things you go into objective states, by understanding yourself and seeing yourself and understanding where your biases are and everything else, and being able to identify that is the first goal in producing good science, being able to identify the pre-existing biases. And all the problems with separation and all the rest of these things like you were talking about, once these different facets of different countries and geographies that break off from one another, if they had that self-awareness, they could not only take those elements that they've developed independently, but integrate them in a much more, rationalist framework that opens other people up to new ideas. As long as it's all being dictated by war and death and killing, we're not going to get that, and the biases are going to get worse.
I have just one thing to add to that, actually, Headless. You inspired me. I think, like, the concept of, like, science as we know it right now is like, it's like Fiskar scissors and, like, preschool shit, like, fucking putting blocks together and stuff. But if you go back, like, ancient Egypt, and they had fucking the 7 sacred sciences, okay? That's what they had. They were way more advanced than us. What we have now is dog shit compared to what they knew. And the 7 sacred sciences, they had like arithmetic and whatever, but they also incorporated spirituality and extra dimensional type of shit into their 7 sacred sciences. So when we think of science now, it's like fucking Bill Nye in some, you know, school program, stupid bullshit. But what they had, they could, like, the architecture, everything. It was a mixture of spirituality and science, and it was actually a really amazing thing. I honestly think that the Egyptians are like just a remnant of these civilizations that Alexander was talking about, Atlantis, all of these places. So, um, yeah, I mean, I think that they target us on a biological level. You know, if you guys have heard about the God gene or whatever, they're trying to basically inject us to death so that we're not able to use that part of our brain and part of our body. So, yeah, yay for science, shutting down our God gene and calcifying our brain. Um, I think it's turned into almost like a dystopian nightmare science. It's not anything like what it used to be.
Well, the institutions are sort of crumbling. I think we're seeing a sort of, deconstruction, or maybe like an incoherence of the Saturnian institutions, because institutions are both Saturnian and solar in some ways, because they have an outward presenting face and a more occulted layer. So I think definitely we're seeing an icing out of like people's perceptions of the institutions are kind of ignoring it. And I think a lot more people are interested in like metaphysics and the things that Alexander talks about and that we all talk about. So I think that's I'm very optimistic. I have to say, like I feel like people are really hungry for it, want to hear it, are like interested in like a totally new way. It's not so dogmatic as it was during COVID times, and we can all be a lot more open-minded and try and like figure it out for ourselves.
What's up, both of us? Before we wrap it up, we'll let everybody put their shows in. Real quick. Go ahead, Julia. Let everybody know they can find you.
Thanks for having me, Nick. I love this conversation. I could talk about it all day. I have Cosmic Peach Podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. Occult Reject Part-Time. You can find me on Cult of Conspiracy podcast every Saturday. I'm everywhere and nowhere. So thank you for having me though. Love being an Occult Reject.
Thank you very much for coming on, man. She's like an angry girl.
Right.
Yeah, Shin the Ninja is going on. So.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you to the panel, and of course, Alexander. This was a great part 2, and I always really enjoy hearing you, and I can probably listen to it, not speak so much, but appreciate it. And yeah, if you want to check me out, Jin the Ninja at Wukong Reborn, WKONG Reborn. That's my personal account on X, Twitter, at Threshold Saints, which is for both IG and also X, Twitter. That's just the show account, and then the Grey Lodge. You can follow us on YouTube and as well on X live a Friday night Gnostic Mass every Friday night, speculative Gnosticism. So come expand your mind.
There you go. Very nice. And Headless John.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Alexander. This has been a great little interview. I think a lot of people are hungry for this kind of knowledge so that they can have, some sort of ammunition to fight back against the people trying to fill them up with all sorts of science fluids. And, we got to have that ammunition. So you can find me on X and on YouTube. Look for the Headless Giant. And, on Thursday nights and on Sunday mornings, we have a show. Tomorrow it's going to be the Trilogues, and on Thursday we take your emails, and if you send me an email with your occult/paranormal/ interesting dream experience, Nick will send you some free stickers. So go ahead and send that to the Headless Giant at gmail.com or Headless Giant Podcast at gmail.com, and we'll hear from you later. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much for joining us. Yes, we'll send those stories over to Headless. And Ethan, I'm ready.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Alexander. That was awesome. Check us out tomorrow. Headless and Ricardo and I will be discussing contemporary ideas and different ideas every week. And I'm on all the usual social media, and we got a couple books out there actually exploring non-physical topics. So a lot of them. So again, Alexander, that was awesome. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you for joining us, Ethan. And Tyrone.
I appreciate it, Nick. Alexander, that was a great presentation, man. Like I said, man, you always come with the good stuff, the fire, the good information, the knowledge that we need. I really do appreciate that. Everything you can find on me is on my website, rebirthoftheword.com. I just created a Rumble account where I'm actually going to actual historical places. I appreciate that, Alexander. I'm going to actual historical places. The last one I went to was just Fort George Historic Site in Georgia. I was representing Cult Rejects with the shirt, so I was out there representing. I got to say, he doesn't promote his book, so I do. The geometry, get his book, the geometry of how to meditate, and then I got Alexander's book, his book also. Actually, I have a couple of Ethan's books. I'm just going to, the next time he's on with me, I'm going to promote the other one. So, I'm just going to keep it going for him since he forgets a lot. But I appreciate it, y'all.
Yeah, no, thank you. And finally, Alexander, please let everybody know about the books and stuff that you have.
Yes, you can find me on the social media like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. Just the best way is copy-paste my name and surname, Alexander Czeszkiewicz. Sometimes the English one is with global, so Alexander Czeszkiewicz Global, because I have also a Polish one. But you will see which one is which one by the language, so don't worry. And my book is Deja Vu, has something already been, just as Tyrone is showing us. It's on Amazon in plenty of English-speaking regions like USA, Canada, Australia. Just, again, copy-paste the title, Deja Vu, has something already been, or my name and surname, and you will find it in English. thank you once again. Thank you for all the good things you were talking about. I really am happy that you liked. I see the comments also. People liked that everyone here liked what I had to say, and I can't wait for the talk about Atlantis. That will be good too. Thank you once again.
Yeah, of course. No, thank you for bringing that up. I was going to leave the listeners with that. If you enjoyed this show, hopefully in a few weeks we'll have this one back up again, and we'll be talking about Atlantis. I'm looking very much forward to it. Again, Alexander, thank you so much for coming on. It's always a great chat. Always a great discussion. And you know, the chat loved it, and I appreciate everybody that was in the chat on all channels that it was streaming out. So that's what's up. A lot of you are there from beginning to end. We all have great stuff to say. That's why we go live. And until the next one, everybody be well.
Anyone else, Laura? No. Fucking hell, no, they sleep. Doesn't matter. What else? That's a perfect time. How about that?
They're just kind of like turning these kids into a harp antenna grid.
Search for fun and games at the cartoon cabal. Beyond what's just in the name of the cartoon cabal. See just at what cost comes fame at the cartoon cabal. So much for the fun and games at the cartoon cabal.
Hello, welcome to the Cartoon Cabal. Both of us are dancing like we want a podcast. That's right, we're looking at both of you dance like you want to win. Episode 9 of Neon Genesis Evangelion. This is Matt here. It's Paranoid American over there. How's it hanging?
I feel like we should also mention that the original, or at least the title that this went by was Moment and Heart Together, but then it got retranslated into both of you dance like you want to win. And the latter is infinitely better.
It is, and I always I guess I'm always coming to you weirdly with the English titles, because when I watch these on my player, it always gives me the English titles. And then the episodes itself, it gives you the English title, and then it blasts the Japanese one like halfway through. So, I never really know. Yeah, you get a pick. So this time we know which one to pick. We're dancing like we want to win. This is, interestingly, a very highly rated episode as I was looking through. And I liked it, to be sure. It didn't strike me. The tone changes here intentionally. Like, they kind of we got too heavy in the first 6 episodes. So 7, 8, 9, 10 are kind of intentionally trying to be somewhat goofy.
This one and the next one are a little bit goofy. This one too, my note right out of the gate was, this is the horniest episode so far without nosebleeds.
Yes, and I wrote that too. This one is starting off horny, whereas the next one I write, this is the horniest. So the next one, we watched both, and we're doing them back to back, but the next one's even hornier.
I'm watching these, and the first thing I was like, okay, anime nerds, now I get why this one is so evergreen in the catalog. I get it.
But Japanese and casual horniness, before we got on, I was telling you about getting my dual citizen daughter's passport woes, right? So I had to go digging for documents and stuff, and I found this pouch of passports and documents that has been mostly untouched for 15 years. And when I went in there, I had to put it in my daughter's room because they're going to start doing the paperwork tonight. I made sure to take these out first, which have been sitting in there for 15 years.
What are you holding up?
These are Japanese expired condoms. Why are there condoms in the freaking official paperwork pouch?
That came from the state?
I think, no, these are Japanese ones. No.
Okay.
I don't know why they're there. I mean, hey, we've been married for a long time. Haven't been doing this for a while. So I know. I'm like, why are those there? In the official, I don't know, red tape makes you horny.
Aren't those illegal now in Japan because of the population issue? You're not allowed to even get condoms.
That's right. If there's a man and woman walking opposite ways on the street, a police officer will pull out their billy club and threaten to bash them if they don't start doing it. Honestly, some of the Japanese initiatives, they're always like, everyone should start having more children. Then that's the response, right?
Give me some cash. What's the reward?
There are
They-
cash-ins, but they're
they-
lame ones. It's like, we'll give you, no, they're like, we'll give you $50 extra a month if you have kids. Like, yeah, that, you know, pay hasn't particularly increased in the past 20 years, so that's not really much of a bump.
Let's talk like 3K, and then we can dance a little bit. We can dance like we're trying to win.
That's right. So yeah, I should mention also, because now we were getting Naz with I guess that's her Japanese name. What would her Anya? What would her actual German name be? Have they said that? You do feel a little bit careful sometimes. This is jumping ahead to the next episode. So we watch both. It's not a spoiler, but they have the phrase I like when Uska's complaining about her schoolwork. You know, when in Rome, do like the Romans do, right? Which is our version. In Japanese, it is when in the village, follow the village, which is from an ancient Japanese book, Dojikyo. So a Japanese person would be like, you're quoting the Bible, where we're like, oh, that's just some phrase, which is a little different. I mean, not the Bible, but we're quoting a big old book, you know?
When in the village, follow the village. That's the saying.
Right, so Japanese person would keep, like, again, not take out the religious connotation, but it would, okay, it would sound like Shakespeare to us, to them, right? Whereas when in Rome, it's just kind of like, you know, pop culture slang.
They mean the same thing, though, no?
They mean the same thing, but the Japanese one has more cultural weight to it, where I don't think ours does, you know?
Yeah, so when in the village, follow the village, that almost feels like it comes from a place of respect. And when in Rome, at least every time I've ever been introduced to that, I understand the historical significance of it, but the modern version of it, it's almost an excuse for hedonistic behavior. They're like, well, when in Rome, it's like, okay, we're just
right. Whereas when the village, follow the village suggests like you need to become part of this community and be a responsible part of the community, right? Whereas
it's
you
so
know,
Japanese.
Yes, but that's my whole point. Like, if I were the translator, yes, I would translate that to when Rome do as the Romans do. That makes perfect sense, but you do lose a shade of meaning doing that. And I'm just mentioning that when you mentioned they're living in sin. No one's going to think that in Japan. Sink, okay, they might do that. Sorry, they said sin first, but that wouldn't be...
Because that's what one of the friends says to them. It says, oh, you guys are living in sin, because it's just a girl and a boy living by themselves, like sleeping in the same bed and everything.
Yeah. So, but what I'm saying is what we heard is probably slightly different than how it came across in Japanese. So,
are we combining episode 9 and 10 for this?
We're not. I just when we're doing 10, that specific point might not come up again, and that was like I said, it's not really a spoiler. We already can tell Asuka's not really into doing schoolwork, so.
There's a really fun part of this episode, which is, I think, one of the most action-packed, even if it's not all fighting. There's so much action and color and like vibrant scenes in this episode that make up for at least 3 or 4. We're only on episode 9, right? At least like a third of this series so far did have like a somber, rainy kind of attitude, and I think this one makes up for a lot of that. And this girl is truly a badass.
Yeah, this one is actually meant to be a bit of a parody, like not like a not like a Mel Brooks, Zucker sort of thing, but just it's light parody. The fight scene at the end, if you notice, where they're in sync and how the shots are actually meant to look like Gorilla, like the 70s Japanese sci-fi. It's not even Godzilla level. It's a little cheesier than that because it's for TV. It's basically Godzilla stuff for TV from the 70s. So the shots are very simple. It's got like exciting music on, and that's what they were actually trying to like kind of parody at the end of this.
That subtlety was definitely lost on me.
Right. So even someone watching it now might not. A Japanese person watching it now might get it. Let me see. I want to look at the specific thing they say about
I'm
that.
going for this. It's only 70 minutes.
The most explicit comic parody of the mecha genre, or Evangelion's most explicit. And looking for the show they mentioned. There was some term. Now I'm vamping too hard. I'll bring it up if I get it. So we haven't actually done a story for this, have we? So you seem to have more of a thing about that than I do, if you want to throw it out there.
Yeah, just in case anyone wants to follow along or be reminded if they've already seen it or they have no intention of seeing it. So the story on this one, it's kind of meandering, right? Because this is an ongoing series, but new girl shows up at school. She's clearly this German 14-year-old girl
that is ready to pilot an Ava. She's been kind of singled out for it. She's basically like a super smart. She's graduated from college and all this stuff, but she shows up and she is ready to kind of compete with everyone. She sees being the best Ava pilot almost as a competition, and this causes a little bit of rift between her and Shinji. So when they go off to fight, instead of working together, she's trying to kind of outdo him, and it all goes wrong. Although it looks badass, because she takes this big sword out, she like slices this fallen angel right down the middle, and it splits open in half, but then it reforms itself into these three other little like mech alien things. It was hard to describe, but the original one was, it looked like she destroyed an organic thing, but then the organic remnants of this body of the angel turned into something else and then like multiplied. Did I miss what was actually happening there?
I think that's generally it. I mean, angel stuff is weird. That's the whole point. And, from what I understand, it's only going to get more important here, which I'm looking forward to.
I'm the same. So after they go and they fight, they lose. There's this shot that
makes perfect sense, but you do lose
point of the main parody. But
and I'm just mentioning when you mentioned they're living in sin.
The toy is shoved into the dirt. So it shows that. What I really liked about that is it cuts directly to this weird MK Ultra flash. They're in the middle of a fight, and then all of a sudden the frame goes white with like a weird lens flare effect around it, or almost like a rainbow pattern you see on an old TV when the signal was lost. And then we zoom out, and then we see that they're actually reviewing these slides. They're doing a military debriefing of how everything went wrong from that point afterwards. I thought it was like a really clever shift, and whenever something cuts right in the middle of the action, and then it goes to like a very simple thing, like a jump into the future, it's always such a jarring experience. I just wrote down MK Ultra transition.
Okay, I found this is jumping into the next episode. It's not a spoiler, but particularly increased in the past 20 years, so that's not really much of a bump.
Let's talk like 3K, and then we can dance a little bit. We can dance like we're trying to win.
That's right. So yeah, I should mention also, because now we're getting us with I guess that's her Japanese name. What were Anya? What were her actual German name? They said that. You feel a little bit careful sometimes. This is jumping ahead to the next episode. It's not a spoiler, but they have the phrase I like when. What were Anya?
Whatever.
That tokusatsu shows. Ultraman was a much better example than me trying to talk about gorilla for some reason. I guess I like monkeys.
This question, like when they realized that everything had kind of gone wrong, I thought it was telling because Asuka, she shouts out the pilot Ava's, and she's immediately corrected, and they're like, wrong. This is to defeat the angels, and I just like how they keep reinforcing what they're doing here and how important it is, and not to get sidetracked into all the weird mech and sort of like romance storylines that ultimately the point of Nerve and the point of the show and the reason that you're watching it is to see them and learn how to defeat angels.
Yeah, as the show goes on, it's definitely doing more and more of a juggling act. Because I remember in the first 6, I was like, oh, we're doing this genre, now we're doing this genre. Now it's like, let's do like 8 things at once, which is kind of working. I guess that's why the show is well regarded, you know?
I also feel like this is peak anime. Even when I was thinking of like a hyperbole simplified version, just a bunch of kids screaming in mech suits, I didn't realize how close to the real truth I was when I was dismissing it. Now that I'm in the thick of it, I feel like I was still right. Maybe not to dismiss it, but I was on point with what I was missing out on.
But that was kind of the point of the show. So they probably had the same thought as you, like, we like mech stuff, but it's just kids screaming. So at the end of this one, it's a parody. So let's just have the kids screaming, you know?
Okay, fair point. It's also hard for me to get a tell on something that's self-aware when I'm still just learning about it myself. So I can't tell when they're being self-aware.
Here's what I think the battle, especially in this episode, is a good comparison to that. The fight at the end of the first Ant-Man. We're like, haha, that's a giant Thomas the Tank Engine. It's that, is it? It's been a little while since I watched it. Stuff like that. So for us, it's like it's still kind of like it's kind of serious. It's a Marvel movie. It goes in with the other stuff. At the same time, it's kind of goofy. It's kind of a parody because we're getting like these really ridiculous references that the Japanese audience in 1996 or whatever, they're getting it. You know, you and I have to look at the, you know, do the research and then be like, oh, it's citing this movie and this movie. How interesting. I've never seen those movies, you know? I mean, I've only seen like 5 episodes of Ultraman.
It's like explaining a joke to someone. I get it.
Yeah. You have to say Ultraman in Japan, by the way, or they won't. If you say if you say Ultraman, they will not understand what you're saying. It has to be Ultraman.
So I've also kind of been actively looking for any sort of biblical references that come up in this show, just because, again, I'm maybe at this point I'm on a mission to prove the VO guy wrong, that there is like a deeper Kabbalistic take on all this. And I don't know if this was just said out of like a humor line or maybe if it was mistranslated, but when his friends all find out that Shenji is living with Asuka alone in this house, and they're like, oh my god, you're living in sin or sink or whatever, one of them gets really specific, and he's like, or maybe it was the girl, I think it's actually Asuka, and she screams, she says, a boy and a girl should not live under the same roof after the age of 7. So that was a very specific rule. And there's actually...
I can tell you where it's from if you want. It is a Confucian proverb from the Book of Rites.
Really? Do they cite the number 7 specifically?
I don't know about 7. I just know that's what the reference is from. But I imagine it does say 7. They like the number 7. You know?
Because there's also a Talmudic reference to this one.
Here we go. That is the age where that fits actually well with Japanese society, because before that, the hot springs, which we'll see more of in the next episode, if you're like, my daughter would come with me into the hot spring until actually probably about 6, because, you know, she's coming in with an American. But yeah, until it's generally considered in Japan up to 7, kids can go into the other gender's hot spring and nobody cares.
Interesting. Okay, so that's like a Confucius-based thing.
Yes. So I think 7 actually is
kind of bored of this.
Correct. I don't have this.
Skelegram's live. No shit. It's good to catch him live. Is that? Oh yeah, no. Bored of that. It wasn't really a show that I really knew what the fuck they were even talking about, really. Falling asleep. What else is live?
I've heard that these VR avatars can be quite pricey.
The Last Transmission.
Okay.
Milky
No idea.
of Terror in the Night.
I've never seen a quote for that.
Andreas, Critical Mass, Neuropia.
Political tool to move momentum forward and let the pendulum swing in a certain direction. Something similar and related to that, which actually Andreas has brought up to me recently, is there have been some apparent, well, for lack of a better term, I'm allowed to say this, assassinations of so-called AFD politicians. Maybe briefly want to bring this up, Andreas. That's also something quite interesting, which may be along the same vein. Here, I really can't say because I haven't researched it deeper, but this also, here we should take note.
What? Something happened there.
And understand what's really happening and why would they be attacked in that way, because both in Germany and in Austria it very much seems like the so-called very much right-wing parties, which interestingly enough are very much pro-Zionist usually, or pro-Israel, however you want to say it, they are being persecuted in a certain way. For example, in Austria, even though they had the most votes, as I brought up before, the Freedom Party, they were not allowed into the government. And even now, everyone else, all the other parties appear to be completely retarded and detached from whatever the public consensus may be. So it really seems as if energy is being built up deliberately to be released at some point, and who knows to what end. So it's always good to take a step back and not take sides. Because even recently, and again, unfortunately, this reminds me of naming conventions. Andreas said in the 1800s it was still called like that. Apparently the DOD, which is a pretty cool term, was renamed to the DOW. Exactly. So the Department of Defense now is the Department of War. And I really wonder, why would you want to do that? The official explanation by Trump is because it's just the most goddamn awesome arsenal of the world, making me think of the movie The Network from 1976. Anyone who hasn't checked it out, highly recommend it. Or another movie we watched actually yesterday, Dinner with Andre. And I wasn't sure if I was going to like it because it's just two people sitting across the table and talking. But it is quite amazing that these apparently New York Jews-inspired method actors sit across the table and have the most interesting conversation you will ever hear, almost like the primordial idea of a podcast, introducing all kinds of incredibly interesting ideas, including the idea that basically society is within a downfall, and certain school of thoughts believe that there is nothing to be done, but others believe that actually certain centers will form, and I'm sure you heard this of from various teachers, New Age, whatever it is, healing centers, wellness centers, modern monasteries. We recently interviewed Michelle Bowens, who I know is also quite interested in that idea. How do you preserve and further civilization in a world where it appears that public morality and ethics and anything else is going down the hill? Is there a way to still keep moving forward? And I guess even only for practical terms, we should better believe there is. And as much as possible, stay away from unnecessary drama, conflict, and faked up stage debates, and really focus on our own lives and focus on the communal scale, the positive things that each and every one of you, your viewers also, can contribute to. I think that is the way forward, because that is ultimately really the thing that you can have some semblance of control over. And if we are to believe either from the spiritual side or even from a practical psychological systems theory side, every drop in the bucket does make a difference and does make waves. And of course, it very much depends how you use that energy and what kind of drop, what kind of wave you yourself create. And that, of course, collectively then shapes our reality. So as always, it is not up to us. It is up to you. It is up to me. It is up to each and every one individually, I would say. I have a nice cat. Cats are always great. One of the great things here in Montenegro is that you have so many, quite a few street dogs, and even quite a lot more street cats, or they seem somewhat maybe related to certain areas. As we know, cats can be quite territorial, and sometimes at night you can hear them screaming and fighting. But usually, some are quite shy, but quite a few others, they are quite nice and cozy, and they come up to you whether you give them food or not. They are nice with you, which is cool if you like cats, or like me, you have cats as pets, and then you're traveling somewhere, and you can still be nice to a cat if it comes across your presence. And also, of course, cats are amazing because they're very much non-conformist, but still somehow are completely accepted by society. So that's definitely a role model, at least for me as well.
I like Nassim Akdam holding the rabbit, and that's pretty cute. Also, Greg sent us a super chat already in that chat. I wanted to thank you, Greg. And Greg asked a question I think we're going to have to focus on soon, which is, did Joseph Smith's family descend from the Iona? My Finnish friend is coming over, and apparently we're going to Harris, the Christian giant and thinnest, oldest places to exist is meant to be Iona and Susquehanna Habe. You came across Michael Wan. So yeah, I think we're going to do something soon talking a little bit about the Iona. I think that's a pretty interesting subject. So thank you for bringing that up. That's something to definitely to do like a bigger show on. But I wanted to make sure everyone conspiracy theory, all this stuff about the AFD. Like, look at what Snopes has to say, right? Because we like to really, we're mainstream. And we just do what we're told. We're good people that don't think for ourselves. And Snopes tells us what's true or false, right? So Snopes says that this. Oh, never mind. Yeah, sorry. Snopes says it's true that 7 candidates from the far-right AFD party died in the weeks leading up to local German elections. So I don't really know what to do about that. Sorry, guys. But it's interesting because when you look into the AFD murders, assassinations, whatever you want to call it, the accidental tragic deaths of these people, it's 7 in the last couple of weeks, but it's actually something like 17 that have happened in the last 6 weeks, last like 2 months or so, the list just gets crazier and crazier. Now, granted, some of these dudes are in their 70s, and I think Hans Kind was 80. So, like, you know, hey, maybe just a bunch of old Germans are just dying all the time. But, you know, our friend Martin, who will show you, we just made a video with Martin. His dad's 93 and does push-ups every day. You know, Germans are built a little different. I'm just saying, I know that there are some Westies out there that eat a lot of cake and they're not necessarily as healthy as everybody else, but the idea that just all of these party officials are dying all the time is it's a little suspicious, right? So there's been some talk about that, and one of the things that kind of worries people is the, like Raph was just saying, the association with Israel, because Germany has what's often called, where's it on my screen, an obsession with defending Israel, right? And this is something that goes back historically to the Havara Agreement, where Havara was where the Reich actually helped design and facilitate the creation of Israel with the help of the Rothschild family in Britain. The British Zionists and German Zionists worked with the German Nazis in order to bring, wow, they've made this into a concentration camp Holocaust thing. But anyway, Havara Agreement literally transferred Nazis and German Zionist organizations signed in 1933. The agreement was finalized after 3 months of talk with the Zionist Federation of Germany and the Anglo-Palestine Bank under the directive of the Jewish Agency, again connected to Mayor Rothschild, and the economic authority of the German Nazi government. It was a major factor making possible migration of originally 60,000 German Jews to Palestine between 1933 and 1939. And this was one of the first things that set up the capacity for Israel to exist. So historically, you could say there's an effort by the Germans to defend and create Israel. And now, because there's so many immigrants that are from adjacent countries, let's say, Palestine, Saudi Arabia, Syria, there's a lot of Muslims in Germany. And what's interesting about Muslims is they don't seem to like the Jews very much, which doesn't really fit ideologically with Germany or the AfD. The AfD, which seems to be very much against immigration, particularly refugee immigration from Muslim countries, and they've been known to be extremely supportive of Israel, right? Like to a, again, obsessive degree. So it's actually, I would say, in Israel's best interest. I would just say this, Israel's made this point themselves, that it's in Israel's best interest for the AfD to succeed in Germany, because they are the most allied with the Zionists of any group in Germany, right? Like, generally speaking, the leftists are supporters of Palestine, not just in America, but in Germany particularly, they're supporters of Palestine. So there's a confliction going on there, and there's just been a number of deaths that really will change and pivot the election. I don't think it will end the AfD by any chance, but it might change the zeitgeist. It might bring in new blood, new energy, new kinds of thinking to the AfD. And it's already a quarter of the population, arguably. I mean, of voters, of the voter population, 1 in 4 Germans is a supporter of the AfD, Alternative for Deutschland Party. And it's very likely to continue to grow. I think this will provoke further growth, because if more Germans start to realize this, then there's usually a reaction. Of course, Germans can be rather dense and unlikely to be reactionary to this kind of propaganda. They actually prefer a different strain of propaganda, Dancing with the Stars and Pepsi kind of propaganda. So you never know exactly what Germany's going to do. But I doubt that the AfD will just go quietly into the dark just because of a few assassination attempts. I mean, that just seems par for the course.
Thank you for explaining that. I also have something interesting here to share. Right? Here we go. So what some of you may or may not know, I had heard about this a few years back and I was quite surprised. Maybe I shouldn't be. But there is a very big tabloid in Germany, the most popular tabloid literally, which is called Bild, which simply means picture. Similar to Austria, where you have also one very much dominating tabloid called Krone, which means crown. We brought this up before on the Austrian comedian show Die Vier Da. There's a whole episode about the post-war media landscape and the
joke is that it's simply run by 4 individuals, which even to this day, or their successors, basically run the media landscape in Austria. You have Bild. Bild is part of the publisher Axel Springer, which is very big and popular and has all kinds of branches in Germany. And what's interesting is they have a so-called house constitution, and they have quite a few guidelines there, which are not just mission statements, but contractual obligations for editorial staff. And these principles include, in a summarized fashion, support of the transatlantic alliance between Germany and the USA. Big surprise, who has military bases in Germany? Hint, it's not, which country should I choose? North Korea or Japan or something like that. The support of the democratic constitutional order, liberal democracy, of the free social market economy, of the reunification of Germany, and, which is technically historical now because East and West Germany are officially united now, even though there's still quite some economic disparity, even 40 years later, 35 years later, between these two sides of the country, you could say, and also AfD, this Alternative for Germany, so-called right-wing party, which is brought up, is particularly popular in the East, interestingly enough. And also, of course, support of the reconciliation of Jews and German, and support for the existence of the State of Israel. And this includes then, or translates to recognizing Israel's right to exist, rejecting anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, and take an editorial line that is sympathetic to Israel's security concerns. There is also a legal and contractual aspect. So violation is breach of contract, and this is unusual in global media. Most publishers have editorial lines, but Springer uniquely codifies them as binding corporate law and employment contract clauses. So of course, anyone can, set up any guidelines or contracts they want for their own company. However, this idea is not necessarily widely publicized by themselves or known. You may have these guidelines buried somewhere, just like having a party program. Who's really going to read that? No one. It is the most popular newspaper, and shouldn't journalists technically be, as they always say in the modern types of Western democracy, be the fourth pillar or the fourth power in the state, at least in German-speaking countries? That's what they always talk about. The independent journalism, and that independent journalists can make up their own minds and have their own views, and then have maybe debates within the newspapers and with other newspapers and all of that. But here, you don't really have that, because you literally have a contractual obligation as an employee of Bild, and maybe even Axel Springer at large. I'd have to research that further, where you are bound to adhere to a certain ideology, which is somewhat strange, and which maybe does not ultimately then allow to find the very best arrangements and the best ideas to actually allow everyone to live in peace, but more or less would force them to support the Zionist program, which then again, of course, most oftentimes gets subsumed by the so-called Israeli government. And then I'd ask the question, how well represented are the people living in Israel, and also those individuals identified as Jewish worldwide, how well are they actually represented by what is called the Israeli government? But here you usually have a bottleneck in terms of media, and then people can say, oh, it's the Israelis, not to use another term, or even the Jews, they want this or they want that. But as so often, it's only the government. Does this really have anything to do with all the different sects that exist within Judaism, or all the people that live within the modern state of Israel? Very big question mark.
F-chat. Killing it right now. Ooh, I like it. Nice. Okay, so then Destroying Hope, this is a continuance of the Epstein case conversation from earlier, is a demoralization operation by Mossad and KGB.
Yes, so this is one of my favorite German researchers who generally does pretty good work and tries to look as far behind the curtain as it is possible without oneself being behind the curtain. And to my mind, oftentimes asking the relevant questions. He initially became famous by analyzing all kinds of rap videos, like strange symbolism, strange background connections, up to different types of potential trafficking going on and all of that. He did great work there and basically showed that both in terms of symbolism and potentially also in terms of individuals, I brought this up on the previous show, there big surprise, are connections between what you have in the American rap game.
Good boy, that.
Gentlemen, what is up? My brothers from another mother. I'm bringing you another video on the dating side of things. I did a video that I titled The 3 Types of Women That You Want to Avoid Dating. Well, in today's video, I've got 3 more for you. Let's dive right into it so we can get down this rabbit hole quickly. The first one, I'm going to call them the bar stars and the dancing queens. Really the same thing. These are the women that are always out, going clubbing and partying and salsa dancing and dancing with their girlfriends on a consistent basis. I'm not talking about the ones that go out for somebody's birthday every few months or something. I'm talking about on a regular basis. They're out with their girlfriends, dancing on tables, or picking up dudes, whatever it might be. And a lot of them will dismiss it and just say, oh, you know, it's what we like to do, it's fun, da-da-da-da. That's fine, I get it. But the truth of the matter is, when you break down what going out and clubbing is all about.
More of that, I don't know why I click on things, man. Like, fucking autistic, ADHD mind. Just can't stay focused. I'm a different person. Casper side, 31 Atlas odds increased to almost 50% of being alien. And he's taking, like, what the fuck, dude? This is vibrating like all fuck, you know. Does anyone else's venti do that? Is that the screen or something? No, it's not doing any vibrating. There's something in between the screen and something. Come on, man. It's not easy yapping about that movement. This is Alexander, whatever.
Welcome to the Cult Rejects. This episode, we got a bunch of rejects with us.
That's so annoying.
Returning guest, Alexander. He was an awesome guest the last time we had him on, and I really wanted to get him on again. We already got other topics for him to talk about, so this should be fun, and get used to it. You know, again. But before we introduce him, let me introduce the rejects. We got Julia back with us today. What is going on, Julia? It's great to see you.
It's finished, actually. Gotta refresh. No, guess that one's vibrating now. Fuck it. I wonder if anyone else does that and then just stuck with it like that.
Very interesting. And as always, of course, with any substance, you know, don't become dependent on anything. Ideally, but it is very interesting to me that they may tune the body in various ways, and some of them may be more conducive to, not sure how to say, giving your power away, and others may be more conducive to centering yourself if used correctly, if high quality is available, and all of these things. I know, for example, in America by now, you have somewhat of a legalization, even in Germany, although also here we have to be very careful, I think, because if something is made publicly available, which was suppressed for such a long time, and suddenly, for example, in Germany, from what I hear, you can get a gram of weed for like $4, and it's literally delivered to your doorstep the next day. These systems do exist in other countries as well, for example, in Belgium. European Union, where they can deliver all kinds of things. But there it's basically somewhat of a black market, even though that works through Instagram or whatever. But in Germany, it really is an official thing. But then, of course, just like in America, we have to ask the question, is this really the quality and the type of substance then, the way that they deliver it, that really helps you to be healthy, or all these supposed positive effects that they may have? Or could it be that the strains and the variants that you're given may not actually be the most ideal? One big issue, of course, with weed in particular is very highly increased THC content. And if the THC and CBD is out of balance, it can much more easily cause varying types of psychosis and issues. So these are all things to be looked at and considered. This is a great interview. I think it's about 2 hours. Nachiketa talks with both Sherry, who's also involved in this, and particularly the guy on the top right. I believe his name is Jerry Marchinsky. Everyone can take a look at Nachiketa's channel and check it out, and you get a good idea of what he's talking about. And that would be a maybe somewhat opposing view to the perspective that any and all kinds of psychosis are only based on a type of chemical imbalance in the brain. But maybe there's actually more to it, or these things that allow each other, something along those lines, something worth looking into.
So then we go to Richard Bruce.
Since it's some time that I bookmarked these alright reptilians, maybe just go on videos and see what he's saying. Maybe I thought of this because of the recent David Icke interview that we did. The reptilians walk among us. So anyone who's interested in going deeper into this whole idea, just like Princess Diana supposedly said that she's like with reptiles, however that could be interpreted exactly. This guy has been along for quite some time on YouTube, I believe, uploading all these types of videos related to that topic. I think there's nothing too particular I want to say about it right now, but here you would say, for example, various of these ideas collated even with Project Camelot, Carrie Cassidy, you have the Health Ranger, you have Jordan Maxwell, different people talking about the topic, so you can make up your own mind whether or not there's something to it, if this is purely a symbolic, allegorical idea, or even as we recently discussed, Water Giant on a show a few days ago, you do have the Vincha culture, and they do have these strange statuettes. Even I saw one of them close to Vienna, that do look reptilian. And even the tour guide basically said, the guy who made this excavation, that yeah, they look reptiloid. What that means exactly, how old they are exactly, I don't dare to say. But it is interesting that these things exist. Who knows what the real story is? Again, there may be all these obfuscations and diversions from the true story, but it does seem that there are somewhat old artifacts in existence that have a reptilioid appearance.
Oh, this is going to be fun. Every secret Nazi group explained by a German.
Yeah, because I know that Andreas loves talking about this, and also here we always have to look at the groups behind the supposed individuals that are executing any kind of plan or following any kind of ideology. It usually does not appear in a vacuum. The one that's more famous, of course, is the Thule Society, which many of you may be familiar with. And here there's all kinds of more societies, which honestly I didn't even have a clue about that they existed. So that's also something that's worth looking into. Maybe at some point we can do more of a deep dive or more research into that. I just found it kind of hilarious that, you know, we have this explained by a German, and there's all kinds of societies and esoteric groups that I didn't even know existed, yet they may have had an influence in all those things that happened in the last century.
32
Yeah,
bucks.
I wonder about these because a lot of esoteric groups, this is something that came up in my dinner with Andre. They was seen talking about the emotional reaction to oppression that led to, you know, the woke movement or the civil rights movement in the 60s, early 70s. And he compares it to the fascistic movement in the 30s and 20s as sort of reactionary to the cabaret or to the social justice or social economic theory at the time. And I think a lot of these groups might be a little different when you think of the word, you know, like Nazi and like some of these white supremacist groups that are in like the Aryan Brotherhood in American prisons or something like that. A lot of these are a bit more esoteric
Coffee and
and
muffins.
focused on kind of creating a new history
And some
for
bread.
a non-existent country, because Germany is only 100 years old. There's other countries in history.
This is an interesting chat.
Even here, the one popular group I think is called Ahnenerbe, so ancestors' inheritance, where especially if we consider the whole ideas with Fomenko and also many things that David Hume Jr. talks about, it may well be that the history of the nation states is constructed post facto, so after the establishment of a nation state at some point, usually within the past 200 years, if even that long, you then of course have to make up a story that makes everyone feel good, part of the nation, because whatever empire, Tartarian, Trade Federation, whatever there may have been at some point, Starford City, royal families, whatever it is, whenever that broke apart, everyone was looking to herd their own sheep. And how do you do that? Of course, you give them their own identity, you make up a language for them, whether it's English, the modern version, whether it's German, the modern version, whether it's Hebrew, the modern version, whether it's Hungarian, the modern version with the Roja send, whether it's, we have recently looked at the, what was it, Vienna Literary Agreement, where even Wikipedia tells you, yeah, a few people met in Vienna and they made up the Slovenian language, the Croatian language, or whatever else it is. So it is worth investigating these things and seeing that things may not be, the modern things, many of them may not be as ancient and have as much a tradition as it is made to appear. And I'm not saying that there weren't people and that there weren't things happening and some sort of culture, at the very least within the Starford cities, but certainly it does seem as if many of the myths and ideas that are given to the modern nation-state populations to make them feel good about themselves may not have existed for such a long time as it is being presented, but are made to be perceived as such, yeah, basically to allow for modern nationalism up to the point of identity politics, which I'm sure all you guys are very fond of, right? Divide and conquer.
I think it's pretty interesting when you look at the folk movement, because you see the Germans as, let's see, the folk movement in Germany was a pan-German ethno-nationalist movement, but there's two schools of thought. One was that Germans were an extension of the Holy Roman Empire, and the other was that they were barbarians who rejected the Holy Roman Empire. So one is this continuance of European civility, and the other is rejection of the created, you know, like the French and Hellenic created European civility, which is what they teach you in school in America, right? That we all descend from Greek mythology. You're in your 5th and 6th grade, they have you learn about Greek mythology. The Germans in the folk movement were saying, well, really, that's not real, and what is real? So they start to try to reclaim, in the same way English people sort of reinvented Druidism. The Germans start saying, well, we were beekeepers, you know, like we lived.
Do you want to know what I'm watching? I'll put the link.
Yeah. And big red flag here, because the Druids also appear in the writings of Julius Caesar. And anyone who doesn't know my spiel yet about Julius Caesar, check out Joseph Justus Scaliger, who is responsible for the modern timeline, and his own father literally was called even Julius Caesar, I think, like basically exactly the same name. If you can believe that, go ahead. I have a hard time believing that. And so it may similarly be with this whole Druidism idea, that this was also somehow backdated, recently invented, whatever. All I'm thinking of right now is that there is this one image, I think, with the Queen of England when she was quite young, where she's being anointed by some Druidic symbols. So that may equally be a story and a lore that is somehow invented. Again, does not mean there is not nature shamans, that there is not natural medicine and all of that. But again, it may be some type of obfuscation or diversion of what was really there.
The CBD is good.
All right, so like, for instance, here the German faith movement, a huge group of Germans that did not associate themselves with the Indo-Aryan ideology or the theology, mythology that the Germans were somehow descended from North India, but they believed that they were indigenous people, like the Neander's Valley of evolution of man, and that they were associated with ancient paganism, but they didn't equate ancient paganism with Indo-Aryanism or like the Satana Dharma, like Odin, the Shiva, for instance, and a certain amount of racial mysticism. I think it's interesting mainly because a lot of people associate the Germans with the right,
There's
but
some
there were
legend
so
that's
many
just
other
gonna
groups in the
get
same
it
way
done
that,
quick.
some people win out in a war or win out in an election. There were always other groups, like when the Democrats and the Republicans are fighting, we forget about Ralph Nader and the Green Party, right? Like everyone remembers Gore and Bush, but they don't remember Ralph Nader. And that, if you think that every group is led by their
I'll just talk to
leaders,
myself.
I think you gotta understand that that's not actually the case, right? Like there's similar to the Jews that reject Zionism. There are tons of Jews that reject Zionism, and it wouldn't be fair, I think, to just pretend that all Germans are the same or all Israelis are the same or all Americans are the same. Would you like that? Would you like that if everyone thought all Americans supported Kamala Harris or Trump? Or, would you?
Choose Jezza Jester.
Okay, so then here's the hyper-allergenic.
Yeah, and just one more word about the whole party system, which is, as you may find on a roulette table, which colors do you have? Well, usually, if you want to have some chance, you bet on black or on red, and it's not exactly the same in America because you have the red party and the blue party.
CBD?
However, in Austria it fits perfectly because the red party is the Socialist Party, now called Social Democratic Party, of course, they renamed themselves, and the black party is the so-called People's Party, which was a traditional conservative, at least more right-wing than the red party, right? These are the two main colors that you have. And then which party color and ideology recently sprung up? It's the Green Party, which is a 0-0 on the roulette board. So ask yourself the question why this seems to be very much related to each other, and you have how do you call it, a confluence, an overlap between these ideas. I find that highly curious. Oh, yeah, we're on the 26th
CBD, I think.
next to the 0.
And a 32.
Let's get another trumpet. Just a little trumpet.
That's good. I like it.
Because 32 plus 0 is 33, because 32 has a value of 33 numbers if you include from 0 to 32. If you were to count from 0 to 32, there are 33 numbers.
None of this.
This is a major oversight of the esoteric schools that people forget. Hope you guys are in an uncensored chat. I was looking at some of that stuff. I don't think I can share what you're talking about. But that's cool. I like that you guys are talking about things you're not otherwise allowed to talk about. And that's great.
That's it.
Okay, so odd symbol that appears everywhere.
That mountain.
The rabbit, I believe, correct? Referring back to Nassim Aghdad. Watership Down.
Yeah, so it is interesting that this symbol appears to be quite ancient. Of course, also here there's open questions. What it exactly represents may have to do with fertility, may have to do with some sort of ancient cults. I mainly wanted to include this here because this is literally the logo of the Deep Rabbit Hole podcast, which I'm doing with my co-host Jim Kincaid, of which quite a few episodes by now are also available on the service channel. Quite a few cool ones, and actually I want to bring up one which maybe was the most recent one before our summer break, just because it was a really interesting conversation. Even though, of course, again, we have to filter out what is real, what is fake history, but I think the conversation itself was pretty amazing and very high energy and very interesting with Arabella. Maybe if you scroll down a bit, you can read one of the comments. I think it was a very nice comment, quite apt by, I believe, Exopolitics. If YouTube allows you to see the comments at all, what a joke. Other recommendations are more important.
I like fucking coffee shops. I like takeaway.
Yeah, it's a simple fact of life that this, and now it's gone again.
It's an
conversation is
expensive
very high vibe,
life.
goes along those lines. But yeah, it's both an interesting conversation with good energy and also with quite some interesting information. And again, of course, even if we talk about things that now we may consider like ancient Greece not to be exactly accurate, does not mean that the abstract ideas that are being delivered through that are not still relevant to discuss and to contemplate.
And this is doing some weird shit again. Everything's like going weird.
I'm recommending everyone to shut down unnecessary social media tabs while they're watching it. That's a good idea, always.
Melissa says I support Israel. Great. I support Israel. Raf supports Israel. We're all supportive. We're very supportive. Yep. Like,
why? It's a curse, man. I'm cursed.
Thank you, advertisement money.
I'm cursed.
Thank you. Okay. So then, the GCCatholic.org.
This is something I randomly came across, which I found incredibly interesting. anybody who, like me, is a big fan of the modern
Look at all
Catholic
that.
Church, on this website, what you can do and what you can find is a very organized layout of what they're actually up to. Because who would know if you're not,
Might
I
just
don't know,
reload
friends
again with
with
those two
the
strips.
Secretary of the Vatican or the friends with your local high-level bishop, what actually happens, and maybe they don't even have the
There's
overview of
200
that.
bucks or
But
whatever.
here you can see, if we can scroll down a
I
bit,
can't
there is
spend
not
money
only
like how I
news,
want to, you
but
know?
there is
I just
also
have to
listed
maintain
audiences with the Pope
my shitty life
and
with my
well,
shitty
necrology,
shit that I do.
meaning which of those individuals recently deceased.
Some
As I
people have a
mentioned, the
car.
papal audiences, and I
Like,
think you
I
even
don't
have
have a car.
something like the list for promotions or
There's
something
like 40
similar,
bucks a day
something
just
along those
driving
lines.
a car.
So that's, I guess, pretty cool if someone wants to keep up with that and maybe check out some of these individuals and see what they're actually up to and who actually is
You
allowed
do
to have
still
an
need to
audience
be
with
at
the
home.
Pope,
You need to be
during what timing.
in
Maybe
a
there
share
is some
house
interesting either
or something
mysticism buried there, and or maybe
to even have a
politics.
car
Honestly,
these
I
days.
don't know most of these
Or
guys.
you've
I
got
have very
kids and
little
you get
clue
extra
about the
money
inner
or
workings
some
of the
shit. I don't
Catholic
know.
Church. I can only see it from the outside, but here you have
You're
a
a single
cool
parent
overview,
on
and if you look
settling
at all
with
these
like
people,
a
and it
bunch of
seems
kids.
quite well organized.
Probably do it.
And if you care, you can look up their names and
Please.
yeah, there's a
Maybe
bunch
how
of
to
pictures
get
of
like
them, of course. So
smokes and
a lot of
weed.
these guys are, they don't have
That's
kids
pretty much it.
officially.
Smokes, weed, and car.
So there's a lot of
I've got
pictures of
smokes,
them,
weed,
and
and
they
Uber.
have a lot of things to say on their free time. We can call it that. I mean, I guess this is their day job. So
Good if it was a real
check out the
person.
archbishops
Good
of
if it
the
was like a
Catholic
real
Church.
girlfriend and I could just actually just pay for her shit.
Yeah.
Give her like
Okay,
$50
and we
a
continue
day.
on to more Catholic GeoHub. This
She
is
just
the
is the
Goodlands
Uber.
Sea Act,
as
just
well.
Sea and Act. I think this is one of their like
Two-
U.S. aid
two things
equivalents from the
one
Vatican,
thing.
right?
Yeah, this is also just another related site.
Just have a girlfriend and give her
$50
$50 pocket money every day. Make sure you get fed at least once out of that.
and ideas about
It's all good.
what's going on with the Catholic Church. If anyone is interested, since at least economically they are not completely irrelevant, dare I say.
Why is there
I
got a
believe in
dent on it?
Austria officially
I
they
don't know.
own. I don't want to say anything wrong now, but
This will be good.
several dozens of percentage of the
CBD.
land, even
Hopefully the
officially.
snacks rock up
Even in the
soon.
regions I know, for example,
Fucking
close to
Uber.
Neuburg, which is actually not irrelevant because you have this Windsor culture underground access site there.
We've
And
got some
all that the
2-for-1s
local
though.
church and government
yeah.
are trying to do is still to this day find excuses
Right.
so they can bury it. And you have to imagine this was an excavation or
Cheers.
is
Yeah, I need to
was
cut some more
basically
meat off for you,
funded
don't
and followed through by a single individual
Should
with
got
the
you some
assistance of
caffeine.
a few
Totally forgot. Can I
helpers
add it?
and a few
Oh, no, it might
scientists.
be too late.
Afterwards, usually got shunned by the European Union and received no more funding and were
I
burned
just cut
out
some more
of
meat off for you.
academia for daring to mention the terms
Totally
Windsor
forgot about
culture
that.
or
Cheers.
Danube civilization. And this, of course, makes me think
Could have
if
got a
the
can.
Catholic Church power and the local state power want to
It's
cover it
packing
up instead
completed
of making
anyway.
it
He's
into a
like on his
museum,
way.
because everything else is about to be
So,
turned into a museum.
next one. I'll get you
There
some more
is
meat.
some type of
You
interesting
like that
relevant
anyway.
history there, which the current power structure does not necessarily want you to investigate or research.
He's doing to it
Similar
once.
potentially
The legend.
to the Boston pyramids, which we recently visited, where quite soon we're going to release
Sorry, that's
a
probably
whole
too
host
loud.
of amazing videos with,
Background.
I think, one of the most amazing guides called Eldar, who explains what's going on in the
Yes,
Boston
I know
pyramids
you ate that.
according to their research. But also here, of course, the best thing as always is don't
I gotta
believe what
gotta
anyone's
feed the
telling
cat.
you. If
Give
a
her
tour
some
guide,
meat.
if you can,
She's been
go there,
treated
do
pretty
your
good
own
lately. She's eating
research, check
steak.
it out for yourself.
And I eat no
Just
breed.
like close to Neuburg, which I saw myself, and all these artifacts, all the stone masonry, there's even a planetarium type room. There are certain spots, a friend recently visited as well, where you feel as if you're levitating. There's a different spot in close to Neuburg where you just hug a stone, and then you feel, if you have some weakness in a particular organ, you feel it in your heart. And as you know me, I'm not a very great fan of being overly irradiated with X-rays or what is it called, electromagnetic resonance machines. What do they call it again? CT scans and all of that, which are so popular. And it seems to me that if you have any issue, especially if you're older, they want to send you there every month, which honestly I cannot exactly believe is healthy. And I know these machines cost millions and millions. If you ever wondered what your social security payments go to for Europe or your privatized insurance payments for America, these machines are incredibly expensive. And I just think it'd be great if we have access to more necrolithic sites or whatever it is underground, where you just hug a stone and you can just equally feel when it is going on in your body. For whatever reason that is exactly, but these spots do exist and everyone can check them out by themselves. Just like with the Boston pyramids, as we mentioned on other shows, the ionized air, everyone can to speculate about it. We can, of course, try to research it scientifically as much as possible, but it's a real experiential thing, which is certainly not just a placebo, because in Martin's case, for example, with the Boston pyramids, as we mentioned before, only when I told him to take note of it, he actually was
She
like,
goes
oh,
to like
yeah,
right where I went to step.
Actually, my nose
Fucking
is,
annoying.
I can breathe a lot better right
This is
now.
nice.
So there is something there.
It's like a
which everyone
2/3
can
or 50. I don't know
verify
what
for
that was.
themselves. No need to believe any talking heads on the screen.
Man, I really like, like the communist liberation theology plan of the.
I can really taste the CBD in there. It's like 50-50. Close to 50-50.
Global level, many of the essential conditions for human life our relationship with the planet. Just going into what the Catholic Church promotes in liberation theology, not be super deep into it, is the kind of socialist Christ theology of the Catholic Church from the 60s, socioeconomic analysis. Jesus was a communist, he's a great one for
No, I can't hear.
Good for you, Catholicism. Okay, Ghost in the Machine video from Fourth Psyop.
This is a very interesting video I stumbled across randomly, I think, which basically is, I would almost say InfoWars. No,
that's a good comment.
Which is made to appear in the style of, well, there is a war for your mind, basically, and all these psychological operations going on. But then, interestingly enough, at the end of the whole thing, it is simply an ad to join the US military psychological operations group, which I find hilarious because after seeing such a video, would you really want to necessarily take a
It's
side
not
in
the
this
seed,
game?
it's the soil.
Would you not consider that in itself is a psyop in some
Pastor
sense, the
on
whole
deathbed.
division and wars between the countries, even though on some level, of course, there are
Louis
two
Pastor,
ideological
he even
differences.
admitted
There
it
are
on,
people that really are
on the deathbed.
nationalists. I heard people exist that really are racist and all of that, but isn't that just a layer of the whole thing?
But you
And
believe
isn't
in
there a big
Western,
club above it, and you and
whatever
I
it is,
ain't
germ
it?
theory.
Yeah. Family feuds.
The guy that fucking created it
I mean, if
The
they
videos well
didn't on his deathbed.
Cool. All right. The fourth psychological operations group is the fourth psychological operations airborne. Pretty neat logos they have here.
Yeah, basically that's just a reference on to the real fourth psyop group that really does exist. Worth checking out, and interesting that they literally have a group that is called psychological operations, and without necessarily wanting to give them so much credit to say, oh, everything is always completely controlled and staged, we should always ask this question as
I just gave you food, Kate.
which one of these events, which are so widely publicized, are
You'll get the
publicized
next,
precisely because
next
they are
April.
meant to move the masses in a certain direction.
Proper
Thinking
cold
back
one.
to the engineering of consensus,
We'll do
with
it
democracy,
off there.
the book by Edward
App,
Bernays.
whatever. Like I used to.
Fight to surrender.
With the
To
app.
believe.
iPad app I used to do.
NATO. Okay. And then this is the U.S. Army Special Operations Recruiting site, goarmies.army.mil.
So if you sign up, please tell them who sent you so we get some sort of a kickback. That would be amazing.
Thank you. And support Israel. Okay, so then we're on to, I think, now we're to the AI section. Just gonna
Wi-Fi.
scroll through our chat here. The Exertus PSYOP is live. That's true. We are not pre-recorded.
Plato's Rave. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah. Pretty good. Pretty good stuff, guys. We appreciate it.
Plato's
Guys and
Rave.
gals and everything in between. Okay, so now we're on the AI section. I'm going to start with, we asked Game of Thrones Lols about Arya Sharp.
These legs are fucking huge though, I tell you. Like, it's pretty cool wearing shorts.
Stark.
What
Yes.
the fuck's going on there?
These are just a few fun AI-generated videos. Everyone who wants to get up to speed
What
with
the
what is
fuck the
currently
hell's going
possible
on there?
with publicly, according to not publicly available AI video tools. These are pretty good examples of what you can do today I would say it is quite amazing and quite interesting and quite realistic, both the visuals and also the audio. And if you are not aware that this level of AI video generation technology exists, you may easily fall for something like that, which then of course is not in a medieval style. And once we brought up this example of supposed stores where they push huge ads on Facebook and say, oh, my granny is after 80 years of working, she's closing her store 50% discount, and what you get is TiVo bags basically. And they put up some nice AI generated pictures, which many people believe are real because they are not aware of the current, again, publicly available video generation technology based on artificial intelligence. So it's worth checking these out, even just always to update yourself into what is possible today, what is available, and then to be very discerning whenever you see something and think twice whether you consider that is perfectly real or not. Some would claim that this technology was initially used at the very least going
I'm getting like 4 coffees, man. 4 coffees.
Millennium, not to go any
and muffins. Can't remember how many.
Yeah, there's some evidence
3.
that Sora, by the way,
and like
is
2
about
loaves
to
of bread.
get even more real than
It was a pretty good deal, actually.
Runway. What's
When you add that up, actually, it should be
Yo,
like
it's
way
better
more
than
than that.
Video arguably soon. Is the Sora videos, which OpenAI's ChatGPT has built into its
It's actually a pretty good deal.
plans. So
Like,
we'll
it's
see
kind of
that,
pretty
I think,
good.
a lot
Like, it's
more
pretty
as
good.
well. A lot of the videos that you're seeing for Dio have that
Just shit
quality
food
of
and snacks, but whatever. I've got some bread, so I can have
they
like
look
peanut
like
butter
they
sandwiches
use
as well.
3D modeling
For one.
to train, and then they use 3D
Because
facial
my eating's
photos to train,
it's fucked.
and then they learn
I've got
how
some
to
weird
put
eating
skins on
cookery
top of 3D
disorder.
models. So it's kind of a video game like quality, and then this is all trained on advertisement
Probably because of
or
all the
like
weed
specially
since I was a
acquired
teenager.
footage. So
Fuck
most
knows.
of the VO stuff looks really good. It just looks high studio quality, and not everything that you see. In fact, most things you see these
Sugar
days
and
are not
fucking
studio quality
bullshit since I was
looking.
really young.
So when you look at this stuff and you say, okay, well, this looks like
It's
a
got that
movie. Well, that's
stuff
great.
in it that you can
But how
definitely
much?
taste
How
it in
many
there. That's a
movies
really
do you
good
see
mix.
anymore? You ADD
Like about 50-50.
consumers. So for the most part, you're going to expect to see more and more things that look like YouTube and Google trained stuff, ironically, through OpenAI, which is Jason's been scraping all this content. Film. It's still obvious when it's AI. That's what I'm trying to explain. Is that very soon it won't be with the Sora system, because AI right now is designed to look perfect, and the next step is to bring it back down to an amateurish
You're
level,
talking about
so that
some
it looks
shit.
like your
I should be
footage, or my
listening to
footage
it.
with rain or with low lighting or issues that, shaky camera, things that you're not trained. Google's not training their AI to do that yet. Ironically, I think we'll see that very soon. These are, if you look into those tools, there have been automation tools for motion tracking that go back more than 20 years, right? And if you start to really look at it, it's interesting.
Nobody
For instance,
there?
the
Nobody there.
CGI
Especially when I
in
start talking to
Spider-Man
myself.
in 2001,
When I start talking to
which is
myself,
up between
definitely
the
nobody
towers.
comes.
All of that's on a render farm done in Blender, which is a
It's
Linux
like that.
open
I'm not
source
going to drop a comment
3D
there.
modeling software that they used in a lot of the movies in the late 90s and into the early 2000s. In fact, it's still one of the most popular tools. So the difference between 3D CGI generation, which we're seeing mostly now, trained on CGI, and automation tools. There's so many automation tools that can run back end,
What you wanted
do what
food?
humans used to do in order to make highly realistic video. The difference is how much time you have to render it, how big of a render farm, that there's like hundreds of arrays of machines connected to each other, can process one frame at a time. You have 60 machines processing
Here he comes to save the
60
day.
frames a time.
Far
And
out.
each frame,
There's all the way out
each
there.
minute can happen in a second, and so they can
Some
do far
legend
more than you realize in terms of how long
in, like,
ago they've been doing
Fuck,
highly
that's what
realistic CGI work. That's a major scene in the movie Wag the Dog.
Some random place.
Crisis scenes.
Hey, Nana! What are you doing?
And actually, this reminds me that this was not many years ago
Don't
whenever
give me
there
the
was a
shits.
Syrian conflict, I want to say in 2008, 2010 or 12 or 14 or something like this.
I'm
I
serious.
distinctly remember that
Sit
on
down.
literally
You need to sit down.
Austrian public broadcasting service, Of course, always they have these small windows where
doing
they're
those
showing
meows.
something
I
while
just
they're
fed
talking
you.
or introducing a topic. And what they
Or
showed
maybe
there literally
maybe she doesn't want
basically
it
looked
anymore.
like what they showed here in the movie Wag the Dog, but it
Surely
looked
if
like
she's
a
gonna
low quality GIF image, you know,
unless
these
it's my
moving
daughter.
image type things,
Might
which
have
is
gone
not
that
really a
day too
video.
far.
It looked
It's like
such
that.
bad quality, and I literally thought to myself, this looks completely faked up, but they have no shame or qualms just showing it on public broadcasting and making it appear as if that's the real image. And even here, maybe even during that conflict, you had this, I believe it was called Syrian Observatory for Human Rights or something like this, which ultimately was run by a single guy sitting in the UK of all places. And that was the source for all the information. We have the same issue, of course, right now with all these conflicts, that you have the bottleneck of certain media companies or certain governments publishing information, whether it is casualty figures, whether it is any type of atrocity or attacks that occurred, which again, we should be very discerning with, because they may as well divert or obfuscate what is actually happening. Again,
No,
as
it's going
always,
like that.
to push public
Don't tell me he's
opinion
going back
and
to
to
the
spring
airport.
momentum in a certain
The
direction.
motherfucker.
Alright, so then Grand Theft Auto Tokyo.
And Pole Man.
Yeah,
Food,
it's just
food right? Whatever it's called.
a few more
Food
of those. Anyone who wants to
Food
watch
and Pole
fun
Food.
AI videos. This one is quite obviously made in a video
Got
game
2
style.
for
So
coffee
it's,
dare cans.
yeah, the comments are also funny. Someone's like, yeah,
Forward.
Rockstar Games taking notes right now. People want to play this. It's just also kind of cool what you can do with AI for prototyping, for having your ideas come to life. If you do have some creativity by yourself and know how to prompt an AI, you can get quite interesting results. So again, just fun videos to see the current state of AI video generation technology, what you can do with it, and maybe hopefully soon even create full games with it. So all these triple and quadruple A developers that overcharge for rehashes of old series which don't bring any novelty or anything interesting, and oftentimes are even worse than whatever they did 20 years ago. Hopefully soon independent developers can use this to make really interesting, inspiring, and positive games that people can enjoy.
I really wonder if Rockstar's going to be able to keep up with Unreal Engine if GTA 5 is not going to suck. Because, I mean, they have a few interesting features in terms of AI automation and NPC genetics, right? Memetics or memetics they have. So, like, multiple NPCs will be self-aware to an extent. But how important is that you have all of the characters thinking for themselves? I mean, that doesn't seem really to affect the gameplay nearly as much. And Rockstar Games having their own engine, they have to make that engine for one game to take all their money and focus on one product. And Unreal Engine's able to make games for everyone all the time. So many games were published in Unreal Engine, they just released Fortnite for free. I really wonder if GTA 5 is not going to suck. That's, okay, Redneck Star Trek, that looks fun.
Do you mean GTA 6? Is it GTA 6?
I was sure you were gonna like this one. I think there's 2 or 3 more movies along that vein with the next generation. Of course, very popular sci-fi from the 90s originally, or not originally, but the next generation series was the 90s. And here you just have a redneck variant of that idea with, I think, some quite fun and cool imagery and fun lyrics. So this is the combination of AI video generation and AI music generation, which, as you guys know, Andreas is very much at the forefront of, always making very cool AI-based tracks, some of which you will actually hear in the upcoming video, which will be one of the first videos we're going to release about our trip to the Balkans, starting with Bosnia and the drive from Banja Luka to Visoko, with, I think, some fun tracks, and hopefully, in this case by me, well enough edited together footage that it will be entertaining to watch our crazy journey, how we arrived finally at the Bosnian pyramids, and all the time in between when we didn't arrive and were pretty close to some pretty dangerous things, some may argue.
Man, they made those boobs really believable, I gotta say. That's probably the best, most authentic part. I mean, it's amazing what, like, thousands of hours of pornography can do for an AI LLM model. Okay, Star Trek: The Soviet Generation, also kind of in the same vein here. I mean, I don't really see a difference I'm gonna be honest. This is just the same show again that we watched growing up. That is literally just Star Trek. Thank you very much, Space Fascist. Still, I mean, the boobs, right? It's pretty good. Okay, now we're at Wikipedia's article on Ghost in the Shell, a great manga and anime and okay movie.
I think there is also a more recent show about this, or more recent movies. There were some original series, both with Ghost in the Shell and also the next one we're gonna bring up, which is Neon Genesis Evangelion. Anyone who hasn't seen it yet, these are some of the really cool animation movies, along with almost anything that Ghibli Studio made, for example, Princess Mononoke, that are worth checking out, even if previously maybe you did not enjoy Japanese animation. There's quite a few ones that have quite interesting stories, seem to contain quite some esoteric symbolism, and also certainly contain ideas of the transhumanist cyborg agenda and all of those ideas, or in the case of Neon Genesis, the Kabbalistic apotheosis and the ascendance of man to God, or the attempt to do that by, big surprise, secret societies with very much German names such as Seele, which means soul, or Nerve, which means nerves, surprise, that play a very important role in those animations. In this case, with Rebuild of Evangelion, that is simply a condensed fashion, or a condensed variant of the original series. If you do not want to watch 26 interestingly episodes of the original series plus some movies, then you could watch this Rebuild series, which also finally actually gives some type of a conclusion to the story, where the main protagonist finally has some relevant psychological development and is not stuck in this eternal loop of self-depreciation and traumatized.
I don't even know where he's gone. He's gone into the ethers again.
Which is kind of cool, because the series has gone on for decades now, and with the final movie, even the creator himself kind of said, well, it's time to move back into the real world. And I think at the end, he even includes real world footage as a hint to the fans, well, maybe it's time to move on, not only obsess about some abstract ideas within an animation, but actually go back to your own real life and see how you can progress there. Yeah, cool stuff. Worth checking out for sure.
Highly recommend watching it. The movie is definitely, a shorter, easier way to go through it. Checking out some of the FChat stuff. OpenAI ain't got shit on Google. Google will ship the next day. Bet. Let's see what happens, bro. Like, I know that right now ChatGPT does better image editing and generation than Google's does, but Google does have a lot of access to its own data. But Google's also had to do this, like, if you saw our interview with Blake, you saw my interview with Blake Lemoyne, or one of the many, I guess, we talked about the differences in ethics.
Holy shit. Shout out your legends.
Google and OpenAI.
What's those six?
OpenAI is kind of just aware that they're breaking laws, and they're like, well, what do we have to pay to break laws?
I've had morning coffee.
So they take a bunch of content, and then
I've got 4 of them.
So, buddy.
I could literally have a coffee with like 3 people, 4 people, like right now.
Get forgiveness, where Google's paying to get permission. So Google's going and trying to get ethically sourced content, which, ethical content is less accurate content, and it's less authentic content. And I think Perplexity just had to pay $1.5 billion for scraping all sorts of books for their AI. I mean, a lot of these companies that are moving that way are just paying for forgiveness.
How does that even make
breaking
sense?
the rules and then paying for forgiveness is a
can
faster way
how
to
did
get
go to
a
6?
better quality
actually
product
noticed
so they
it
can
at
afford
6.
to pay for those
Looked at
better tools. So maybe Google will do something pretty cool. I mean,
Where is this
on
legend?
YouTube,
It's gone into the
amongst other
ethers.
platforms, and hopefully they're able to scrape this data and they can make some sort of better AI of myself than I can do. But I don't know. Let's see how that goes. I'm not convinced yet.
He went into the hills. He went into the hills.
All of their tools.
And I
Or
think he's
don't,
gone
become
back.
Amish, 'cause, like, the
I
Amish
think
are
he's
pretty
gone
cool.
back.
That's something I could bring up
Pick
in a
up
second.
another order.
Prompting engine. I love some of these memes. I love the memes you guys are doing. This is great. X-Church. Waiting on the Bosnian Pyramid video. Yeah, we have a whole series of Bosnian Pyramid videos that are going to be coming out. We're going to release one of them, and then we'll do some members only.
Give them
and
to
then
me
we'll release
now.
those over time the public.
Coffee?
I hope that
Face.
you are interested in membership. Will also make it available on other platforms like Patreon, and you know, I'll have like,
Dad,
some
2
other
cans,
ways
2 for
to
1,
get that
face.
stuff if you don't want to do it through the YouTube. Yay. Let me just also say
Muffins?
Amish
Face.
male. All right, this is the one
Vanilla
Vaughn video
slices.
I've ever been able to finish.
Face.
I couldn't even finish his Trump interview.
You should
but
see
let's
me
not
when I
talk
eat a
about
vanilla
bad
slice at a
things.
coffee
Let's talk
shop.
about
It's
nice
literal
things. So,
face.
Theo Vaughn, I guess, at one of his comedy shows, you know, he's the
Hey babe,
dude,
want
like,
a
was
date?
he like a Czech or Hungarian noble or
Face.
something like that? Theo Vaughn, he's like pretends to be a redneck with like a mullet, but he's actually like, you know, high-ranking Freemason with like elite ties.
Vanilla
And his
slice
family's
to the face, but
aristocracy,
they don't
just like
open
you'd expect,
forever.
you know,
I'm
nothing
not
wrong with
waiting for
that.
that.
And he
That's tomorrow,
found
actually.
this kid on the show,
It's not open.
and he said,
They're
"Whoa,
not
I'm
even
Amish,"
open.
and he gave him a hat, and he's like, "Hey, can I
What time's
interview you?"
Banjo's
He
open?
said, "Sure."
6 o'clock.
So they interview this kid
Every
for
day.
90 minutes about
Shout
what
out
it's like to
Glenelg.
be Amish in 2025. And
This
spoiler
is
alert,
not
they all have a
Glenelg.
phone, they all use Snapchat, and they
Not
all hang out
Glenelg.
at these ex-Mormon houses
No.
and do vaping. And but man, if he doesn't have a cool accent, boy does he love
They're all retired and shit.
the like the
How does it go
old
to zero?
70s and
I'm
80s
watching it.
TV shows like Smokey and the Bandit
It was
and
6 and then 0.
Dukes of Hazzard and things like that, which is it's pretty exciting to me
I'm
that
watching it,
I
man.
could watch
It
Dukes
shouldn't
of
even be.
Hazzard.
It should be
and
2.
skip. You know, like there are just a few things in my life I haven't done, and you know that's one of them. I would love to hang out with. I have a little wicker ball that an Amish kid gave me once, maybe in 2001, 2002, 2001, 2000 maybe even, I think it was. I met an Amish kid in the year 2000. I met several, and I really enjoyed the Amish. I think they're pretty based. Obviously, they have all kinds of problems like anybody else, but they also don't have problems like everybody else. It seems like they have 1/10 of the depression problems. He's completely fascinated by the idea of ADD. He's like, what would happen if I had ADD? I might be on my horse on a buggy, and I couldn't stop looking at like the road.
I think it's Down syndrome.
Oh, they definitely have Down syndrome.
No, I think that was the example that they gave in terms of having super strength and being such amazing individuals. I think it was down ADHD. I think
No, it was both. You're talking about all of them.
both.
Yeah. They have Down syndrome. The thing is, the Amish, because they're such a small gene pool, there's like 300 or
What if it's
500
like a
people
dyslexia
that
thing? I've
almost
known
all
people
the
that
Amish
have
in America
like dyslexia.
stem from.
They have
So he even mentions this, that the
some
Amish
kind
are
of
sending each other
in-between-
to different villages now. It's become very common
in
to
between
travel from one
thing?
community to another community, to get married from one community to another community, because
Well,
otherwise
my
your
ex
family
was
tree
kind of
becomes a
like
bush, he says. And so they are in the process of that. His bishop apparently just quit, which is unheard of in the Amish community. They're waiting for a new bishop in his particular community, and he's on Rumspringa, so he can't even go back and join the church until there's a bishop to join the church of. So there's a lot of different things happening for
think
them.
this
They
would
definitely
help.
have Down syndrome. They have very
Extract.
unique diseases
Like
that are
more-
only found in the Amish community
Not
because
floppy.
of the inbreeding
Secure.
problems that they've faced. So there's also, I mean, clearly he's okay.
Is he
but There's
coming?
a lot of kids that
How the flame
are,
did you
but
get
there's
there?
people with sound issues, like
Fair
they're
enough.
born deaf, or are weak, or apparently there are specific issues that only face the Amish because their gene pool is so isolated. However, they
Do a
also
refresh.
don't have very much ADD. That was one of the first things he talks about, is how crazy ADD
What
would
do we
be.
got now?
Because imagine
3.
if you're distracted while riding a buggy,
6
you
was
look
the
at the
trend.
road and you look at the
6,
grass,
and then they all
you
ran.
can't even
I
focus
realised
on one thing to the next. How
it's the
scary
same
or
thing as before.
interesting that
It's
would
like
be.
you
Where you have
realise,
like bouts of laughter
and then they
things
all
like
leave.
that. So yeah, I think it was an interesting
Maybe they are
episode.
AIs.
This is the only episode I'm not subscribed. It's the only episode I'd ever
Maybe they are.
recommend. I don't know if he ever does anything else. Again, cool. I will bring it up because I like to talk nicely about people.
Only bring up one sentence that ChatGPT
I just caught that.
because I was curious.
I like to talk
It
nicely
says the
about
Amish have lower vaccination rates than the US average.
Oh, extremely. Yeah, because they don't pay into Social Security or
Most of the
Medicare or
time.
Medicaid, so they do mostly
You try
take
and
care
do
of
that here
themselves.
too.
And if someone falls off a roof, then
But every now and
the
then,
community comes together to care for them and to heal each other and to take over recoup work that's lost. I mean, they end up working together a lot, but they don't trust
you
in
go
modern
legend, you
medicine
go. What the
as much
fucking
as
weird
possible.
detour is that though?
Yeah, what can I say about this? Exertus is real, no acting. Well, trust
That's
me
just
or don't,
weird.
but I can confirm hanging out with him is pretty much exactly as what you see on stream. And that's also why
Is he
so
actually
oftentimes
gonna
we
do
walk
that?
down, we walk to the next closest town, which is
That'd be
Budva, to
fucking
hang out and have a
hilarious.
coffee. And during these walks, usually we start, or he most oftentimes start talking about this or that. And I'm like, don't you want to record this, Andreas? And quite a few of those recordings,
funny,
hopefully,
as
eventually,
it's
you'll actually get to see some random rants, some of course related to the Balkans. There's quite a few rants on that, but also just the most recent one related to feminism. Is it on X already? Did you put it there?
Yeah.
So you can actually see one of those, which was just only recorded today. And yeah, that literally happens not because we make a great plan,
Hope you got your
just
coffee
because we
ready.
start a random conversation. And like Andreas, anytime he starts like, I can imagine a frame around this. Let me take your phone, which is
I've
a
got
really
4
nice
of them.
autofocus camera. I can recommend one of those, and makes pretty good pictures and pretty decent audio at least.
Let's see how long
And
they
then you
last.
can enjoy these rants as well.
I won't play it right now, but if you want, you can go to Andreas
make them
Exertus
last
on
all
X
day.
and you can watch me describe 7 schools and 5 waves of feminism in 6 minutes, which I'm pretty proud of myself. I don't know what to tell
I
you.
need a cycling machine, man.
Some people are really good at telling you about the history of Superman, or other people know a lot about cartoons and comic books. I can do both of those things and talk about feminism. Ha 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 ha. All right. Wow, these are some wild Tempelos memes right here. I don't know if you guys will look. Shout out to Tempelos.
What are you doing, Patel? What are you doing?
Terry.
Are you gonna seriously drive that?
Rest in peace, Terry. Terry Davis was a guy who went completely insane and wrote all sorts of amazing things like his own Emacs compiler and created his own operating system in order to channel divine angels and talk to God. I think everyone should have Tempelos installed on a Raspberry Pi somewhere just so they can get these weird, it's definitely an interesting divining tool. But he ended up going further and further down a rabbit hole of anti-Semitism and racism and becoming homeless.
That moment before you have your coffee. So
that
annoying.
got pretty hard. But now he's dead, which is super sad. I mean, I think a lot of people loved him even if he was neurodivergent. And so yeah, Rip Terry, pretty cool guy.
It's like waiting for that bag of weed when you got no weed.
Can't ideologically agree with everything
Same
he says,
thing.
but
Come on.
because you love Israel, right? And you're supportive.
Is he gonna do
So
this?
I
This
dropped
is gonna
bits.
be
She said,
fucking
what's she
hilarious
said?
if he actually drives
Pretty
in there.
pleased.
And then back out.
Pretty pleased. Yes. Yes. Whatever. Please. Since you asked nicely, I'm gonna answer.
What are you doing, mate?
Are you talking about like the videos? Because yeah, we'll get all of the videos. We're gonna start releasing them. I wouldn't have shot them, to be honest, because this is just me ranting on the side of the road. But Raphael liked it.
Did he go
so I
down
assume he will too. So
Did he go down there?
all right, so now we're nearly to the next section. We just got through.
He did.
AI
He
and
fucking went
critical
down.
mass. Is there one more? We did the rabbit thing. Okay.
Oh,
so
that's gold.
critical mass, nuclear
That's
bombs don't
gold.
exist. Is that the?
He's gonna realise when he comes back onto that road.
Video from Eric J. It is. It's cool.
He could have just gone straight.
Indeed. We previously spoke about Windsor Galen and all these individuals.
Oh,
I'm
it's
sure
good.
about this
Unless
on
there's
several shows.
a
The
stop
best
there.
take actually I like about this as well.
Someone's
What
actually
about
ordering
if
shit.
these supposed
It's like
nuclear
not far.
doomsday
It's like
weapons?
got
I
it
mean,
wrong.
where have you heard that before? Weapons of mass destruction.
Maybe.
Actually are a war deterrent. And from this point of view, of course, they would be very positive. However, there's also many underlying issues that may exist with this, where even in many political discussions, you then hear, oh, we
Maybe.
can't do this, we can't do that, or we can't think in a certain way or do a certain thing because there is this
It's a
threat.
weird
So I guess
detour.
it's a double-edged sword. However, here, if you look at these videos, I mean, look at that. Do you want to tell me these are real trees? Or you want to tell me these are miniatures?
Coffee?
Please make up your own mind.
Anybody?
Just as with much of the
Just me and
NASA
Jezza.
footage, where now actually
the
everyone
two
recommended enter
Hey,
or
man.
even just kindly give me feedback.
What
If you
drink?
go on YouTube, even on your own account, type in Exertus, and then if you're on FChat, for example, you can make a screenshot of the first 2 results that you're getting. And at least on my account, the 4th result I'm getting actually, interestingly enough, finally, is Exertus make moon tapes. This is, of course, one of the real rabbit holes
He's
to go
coming.
down in terms of
Coming
how
down
much of
the
the
stretch.
footage is real or not about the moon. And here we have a similar issue with the supposed nuclear weapons footage. And of course, the trope and the meme goes, the cameraman always survives and has no radiation problems whatsoever. Not to say that there are not incredibly devastating weapons and an incredible lot of suffering was inflicted on all kinds of populations by all kinds of front-facing groups. However, we should still take a look at the scientific validity of these memes, which very oftentimes are simply held over our heads like the sword of Damocles, I believe it is called, when in actuality, again, they may be some obfuscation or diversion from other things that may be
I used to have a pin. Now the pin's just gone away.
Exactly. Here's another video from Germany on a similar subject, the
Coffee?
fall.
Yeah, this is the nuclear trap in this case. And yeah, how supposedly Putin actually some look at his face and think that he's changed a lot over the years. Everyone can make up their own mind as to why that is. This is just a video again by this German-French cultural channel. Usually these days very much anti-Russia. That I guess goes into whatever they're doing with their nuclear test sites and all of these things.
I love that it looked, video footage, the kind of, that's the same quality there with propaganda. I like it a lot. Okay, low carbon electricity for today, tomorrow, and for future generations by Arabelle Solutions.
Yeah, so this is apparently a company that is creating parts for nuclear power plants. And as also David Hume Jr. has brought up this idea that somewhere in the Quran they talk about King Solomon being handed some technology from a supposed gods or jinns, or everyone please make up your own minds, and then having something to do with boiling water. And as we know, under many churches and even mosques, as we call them today, they may originally have been merely some type of industrial building where water was boiled in some way, shape or form, either to create water itself for drinking or something, or to actually create power and electricity or something along those lines, steam power, who knows. Ultimately, I think it is great to understand and remind ourselves that nuclear power plants are nothing but steam power, basically. Water is being heated up and turbines are being spun, creating an incredible amount of energy. And as Winsor Galen proposes, there actually is no such thing as nuclear waste. This is simply some sort of an insurance scam or for some type of mafia to get rid of evidence when you then claim, oh, there's some radioactive material that's going to burn for thousands of years. I remember maybe 15 years ago, there was something called the Castor transports in Germany, basically trains moving through Germany with supposedly nuclear waste, and they made huge demonstrations, and people were chaining themselves to the tracks and so on. At least it's what they told you in the media, and everyone was so upset about it. And I would not be surprised if ultimately what they were so upset about, we have to, I think, enter Germany, maybe 2012 or something like that, try to find it like that. But I think Castor is the right term for it. For whatever reason they call it like that, I don't remember honestly. Anyways, it was a huge deal, huge discussions. Maybe actually they were so upset about something that wasn't actually the thing that they thought it was, which would be interesting. And the real reason why I brought up Arabelle solution is why it is Arabelle. Maybe you can briefly look up the etymology of Arabelle. That was the link, which I found highly interesting in terms of old world Tartaria and potential, for lack of a better term, Muslim connection, original Christianity, all of those things. Yeah, here we have a French origin, supposedly. Yielding to prayer, right? That was the thing. Yielding to prayer. Beautiful. Yielding to prayer. And now
also beautiful altar. Beautiful altar.
Yeah, and that makes you wonder, why are all these churches and mosques today called the house of God? Does it actually have something to do with some sort of technology?
Okay, and now here we're at the SCMW reactor.
No one wants to have a coffee, morning coffee.
I randomly came across this video. It's apparently someone who I guess is using plastics or something to have some type of an engine. if this short is correct and accurate, he claims that he got, I guess, 30 to 50K several years ago. And what is cool in any case that he went through with this project and actually completed it and was able to create this reactor. I didn't research whether this is fuel efficient nor energy conversion efficient or anything like that. I just thought I'd add it because it was something that I had never heard about before. So I wanted to share it with you guys. Check it out if you wish.
Kind of in the similar boat, there was something interesting, which is a video from the Forgotten Forge, the Forge Empire channel.
I need
the
my
Forgotten Reactor, Trollfang's natural power plant. I think this works from nitrogen-rich manure that they soak, and it has a chemical reaction in the process that makes heat. And so the compression with some sort of a source of heat, some sort of a source to hold the insulation of heat, releases a long-term, slow, heated burn that they can use year-round. So this is something that he was making bricks out of, and they were able to produce huge amounts of energy. It's sort of forgotten at this point, and so they're trying to recreate them. But basically, you use sawdust, horse manure. This isn't bad for the environment. It's actually very good for the environment. It's something that nitrogen makes the soil, so it's something you can use to grow plants. And a lot of the time, nuclear reactors allegedly have waste, or engines have exhaust. Here you have an exhaust of nitrogen-rich soil. So something that's really valuable that's produced. And people that are living in Idaho or in northern Canada or Siberia, anywhere it's cold, but they have access to livestock and animals and everything that's biodegrading naturally, as well as sawdust from the buildings they're like the houses that they're building from wood, are able to produce a sustainable long-term supply of energy that can actually be stored and used to power your home for electricity. It's a pretty interesting design, and they teach you exactly how to use it. So I just recommend checking out the Forgotten Reactor from natural power plant, which again is also a garden. It's pretty cool.
Pretty cool indeed, even though it gets hot. But that's
15K watching.
True. Yeah, exactly. It's hot, guys. It's way hot. So hot, hotter than AI movies. So breaking: China and 20 nations to intervene and end Israel's. What's this? But we love Israel. This must be some sort of a joke. How dare they? How dare they say this?
And just again to show that the pendulum is swinging and momentum is being built up. I think there's nothing too particular I want to say about this other than that it is curious that you often have these worldwide so-called, I guess, condemnations or whatever of actions, but still it's being allowed to go on. And it very much seems as if as long there's profit to be made in war and propaganda, it will continue. And the only thing to do is take a step back, not conflate again governments with peoples and all of these things. So maybe at some point we have a chance to really live in peace and not have any unnecessary warfare or even suffering of any kind in this world, or at least move towards that as much as possible.
I mean, I love that China is the one that's trying to end genocide, right, fellas? Let me remind you, this week was Xi Jinping, Oregon's immortal. There was this whole conversation that was reported. Hot Mic captures Putin and Xi talking about immortality, and they're saying essentially, you could just keep transplanting organs. Technology is so great today. Pretty soon, we'll be able to live. We'll be immortal. We'll be able to live forever. Kind of, I don't know if it's joking so much as, it's kind of a grabber by the means of reproduction joke here, but that, we don't need to kill people. We just need their organs so we can live. So that's not genocide. That's just using weird organs, man. That's great. Good for them. I don't know. We're supposed to celebrate diversity. So, A, you got a question for me, A? How did you get so many Clearly not by talking about this stuff.
That's why.
Let's get another one for like 7 a.m.
There's
What the
moment
fuck?
I've tried so hard, my friend. I've tried so hard to be, sustainably woke.
Who's going to finish
or,
this show and start a new show? Like now.
Ideologies or
Kind of
being
thing.
less frank about things.
Right.
Let's see.
Yes, sir.
Several of the best ones were I did some videos like interviews with like celebrities. Like we had the Pokemon theme song creator do our recent Tartarian show. That
I've
was
got a
okay.
mocha one
Like,
too.
also Wendy Shaw
That's
from
any
American
better.
Dad. That was pretty good. We had David Icke. That was weirdly successful for the. I don't know exactly
and
if it's
slice.
because he's been less than sentimental about Israel and like maybe like the thing that was popular that week because he's been so much before. I also had a long history of doing the Tartaria videos, which we're actually in the process of bringing back. I don't know if you noticed, the Marxist video is actually kind of about Tartarians and foundlings. It's the next step after the Tatarstani interview is the Bolsheviks destroying the family and trying to erase history by having kids raised by a state and told a new form of love. Certain things have worked for me, other things didn't. I got really lucky when I made an AI-generated video about Thundercats. For some reason, Google liked that one, and I think it was just the right time because of shorts and things like that. Yeah, W story. I agree, sort of. But like, look at the view count. Like, I think subs is a vanity number. I was saying this earlier. At this point, the algorithm's so weird that it doesn't really matter how many subs you have. More particularly, my subs don't get notified about my videos. The ones who are watching here are not
I don't
subs.
think even this
Your
one
boy
is even
might
in
be.
the feed.
But more than that, you're
Might
fanatics.
be.
And fanatics are far more interesting to me. I'm glad we have fanatics. I think that's way more of a a cult following that we have in this group. That's pretty great. I appreciate that.
Vanilla slide.
So
Not vanilla,
I
caramel
respect
thing.
all of you for
Whatever.
critically analyzing what I'm saying and picking up the jazz in between the words. You know what I mean? So let's all become immortal by supporting Israel. Hooray! Hooray! Okay, so the next thing is
Is that what it is now? Are we supporting Israel now? I don't know.
From Bombay.
I don't know what's going on. Can people let me know so I know what team to pick?
Ask maybe ChatGPT about him or something because I think someone just brought him up on chat on one of the recent shows, and I just thought, oh, sounds really interesting what he's talking about, but I don't honestly.
Cheers.
I cannot possibly summarize his ideas.
Let's use Gemini because Google is great, just like Israel. I like the echo behind that. That like really makes me self-aware. Okay, so Gemini, the best AI because it's made by ethical people who make YouTube. We love you, Google.
This was a storm, just then, dude. That was 3 hours ago. Talk about makeup.
Wow. You know where that almost was close. Woo.
Drew's Adventures. Turn out Drew. That's right. He did a tour down Glenelg. That's how I found his channel. It was like recommended or something. And he did a tour down Glenelg. Pretty sure. He's like an Adelaide explorer kind of person. Might have been like live fucking ages ago though. There you go. 6 months ago. Night walking tour. I commented on that. From my other account. Douche. Happy 7 a.m. Some people will be getting up, going to do whatever they do, or nothing Sunday, so fuck them, whatever, forget that. Forget all that. And forget that. And forget that. And then we'll go back to that. Forget all that.
missions, including serving as the president of the Zoroastrian Association of Greater New York, SAGNY. So, seems like a cool guy. I'll have to look into him more. Is there videos of him up online? Can I look up him? Is that the thing I can do? I'll do that while you answer.
Yeah, so honestly, like I said, there's nothing in particular I can say, but I think the argument brought up in chat was somewhat more interesting than whatever you read just now. So we would have to look more at his core theories or something along those lines, or maybe there's some videos of him. The comment, as far as I remember, was, let's say, more interesting than this very basic rundown that the AI just gave. I can see here there's a wall of text. That's of course cool, but not really telling us a lot. Paul seems like an interesting guy for sure. We have to look into him more.
All right, I'll look into him because it sounds like my kind of guy. Hey, you should do an IRL stream talking about these things. What is this? Is this not
the rise of incels? That's news.com.au.
Together right now, A?
Disturbing truth about incels
Is this
inside the
imaginary?
deadly
Is this just
online
fantasy?
subculture.
Caught in between an escape from reality. Is this Queen? Is this Queen's
That's
song?
an hour.
Near the
Holy
champions?
fuck.
I don't know. I'm just very curious.
2 hours ago. They did that 2 hours ago. Like I had a psychic vision. I talked to all about that. Like last night.
Like somewhere outside, like Old Town. Bro.
Or last night.
Okay. Well, we are walking, like we were saying earlier, we're walking through the town and recording me just ranting. But, yeah, I mean, you can find me Exertus, at Exertus on Instagram. Hit me up, and if you want, we can do, just tell me what you want. We'll record it. It sounds cool. If you have questions particularly you want to talk about or you want answered, that's literally the point of why we do this. So if there's something you want to talk about or you want to hear about, we will talk about it for sure. You don't have Insta? Are you Amish? That's based. Good for you. Do you have any social media like Snapchat or something?
This is pretty rich.
Like Silicon Valley kid here, I'm kind of destroyed by social media. I have literally every platform. It's scary. So, however you want to reach out. Right. Well, that's respect, bro. I mean, okay, hold on. I got an idea. Do I have my info on my website somewhere? I used to. I should put my phone number or something.
Well, I'm sure Andreas has an email address.
That's true. That's what it is. You have an email? You probably have an email, right? You can go to i@exert.us. Okay? So if you email me at i@exert.us, you can totally just send me an email or something like that. That's based. And then afterwards break your cell phone and then ride off into the sunset and be a free man because technology is controlling you, my friend. And I'm glad that you don't have any of those evil social media platforms. I respect you so much for that.
Caffeine.
Legit. Okay, so the next thing we're going to look at is, God, you guys with the F-chat and your effing crazy stuff that you like to say. I guess we'll talk about John D. Liu, cloud busting, which is geoengineering, cloud weather control, weather manipulation, etc. And then we'll get into some Austria stuff, because as you might know, our Viennese friend here and comrade in arms is from Austria, and so we like to know what's going on. Also, Minecraft. We'll talk about that in a second as well. So Green Gold, a documentary by Common Land Ambassador John D. Liu.
Another thing that recently came up, and the only thing I could relate it to, was also the idea of desert greening, which of course is a huge contention, even historically in the publicized events in terms of whatever happens in what they today call the Holy Land. Anyone who's looked into the work of Anatoly Fomenko or David Jr., of which many presentations are on my channel, may call that exact idea somewhat into question and refine it. However, oftentimes, even according to a book I read, the contention was, who is even able to properly farm the land, this and that, is desolate or not, or whatever. And anyways, there are individuals who are able, through various technologies and being quite intelligent, to terraform, for lack of a better term, and
see you later.
Change ecosystems. Even from what I understand, many native and indigenous communities are able to do just the same. There is the popular stories of a family or a couple just planting so and so many trees in a valley until eventually the ecosystem changes. Big surprise. But also there are particular technologies you can actually apply to literally make it rain. And from what I understand, and also from the interview we have done with Majid Abdelaziz, which is the next link, there are ways how you can, well, dare I say, manipulate the weather, but maybe in this case for good, actually harmonize the energies, for lack of a better term, and allow for the possibility of, in this case, rain in places where otherwise it wouldn't rain, which of course is very important if you want to change the ecosystem and potentially make land arable and fertile. And the one example I had given before, I was at a conference a few years ago in Switzerland, and we had a perfectly blue, clear sky, and then we're just waiting for someone who was actually running through all of Germany on a peace run. And they said, well, let's all be nice and stand outside in the shape of a heart just to welcome that individual. And then when we got back to the presentations after like an hour, the first thing they showed us was an image taken maybe from the ground or by a drone, but I think it was taken from the ground, where you could see an exact cloud, one single cloud in the perfectly blue sky, which was exactly shaped like a heart. And if I wouldn't know any better, then I would say that this was literally caused by the positive energy or whatever it is exactly that these individuals standing outside in a heart shape with positive intention had. And yeah, like I said, completely blue sky, no clouds whatsoever, except that one heart-shaped cloud that emerged as people were standing there and waiting in positive energy and expectation for this individual on this peace run to arrive. This was the Alternative Economic Conference in Davos, not the one you're all familiar with, but an alternative one on the website weff.ch, I believe. And there you can check out many presentations, even up to this day it goes on. I believe that one was in, 2022, but still the conference goes on every year. They have interesting individuals there talking about soil, all kinds of different topics that may be of interest to you.
Yeah, I think, Lana Del Rey recently made a song about that recently, about keeping things topical, about chemtrails. And if you know this, I think, specifically to you, since you live in Montenegro, it's interesting that there are chemtrails and weather control in Montenegro, right? So we noticed there were fires in Montenegro, and then there's a number of planes that are flying overhead that were producing the exhaust streams. I don't know why I'm showing you Lana Del Rey, but chemtrail conspiracy videos will tell you for a long time that there was just nothing about contrails. This was just some sort of a conspiracy theory that planes producing exhaust wasn't seeding the cloud. But do yourself a favor and look at your sky and notice that there are places where all of a sudden these long lines occur behind planes. They fill the sky, and then eventually, bye blue sky, you start to see vaporous aerogels injected into the sky, which are being used to seed clouds. Ooh, Prince talked about it as well. The music Prince. What's that? Purple Rain. Is Purple Rain about chemtrails? Is it? Oh my! I never thought about that, but God, it probably is. So it's interesting because there was all these fires in Montenegro. We filmed
coffee, another cigarette,
and immediately after,
cigarettes
in the middle of
to the
summer, they had planes flying overhead, and then there were rainstorms that occurred in this rather temperate climate. Soft rain, but not quite purple rain. The rain that was definitely there to. This lady looks like she doesn't believe
need some
in
like
chemtrails.
secret
She doesn't
essential
believe
oil
in
recipe
anything,
or something.
diet or health.
Miracle.
Anyway, so yeah, look into
Cure
chemtrails.
thing.
I also forgot to tell you, if you should have figured this out by
Like
now, but
this.
FChat, you don't even need an account to use FChat, so you can always go to fchat.net/@Exertus, and you can anonymously send data, pictures.
Where's SA Elements? SA Elements, the
apothecarists. FChat for Exertus, so
apothecary.
that's a solution for a lot
Invoke
of
the
you out
SA
there.
Elements.
Okay. The next
I need
thing
some
we wanna look
apothecary
at
shit
is,
for my
what
foot.
is this video? I can't even tell. This is Minecraft?
Maybe some
This is Minecraft, isn't it?
other medicine.
Yeah, interview with 1,000-player civilization rich report.
I'm not sure if you've seen that video, Andreas. Somehow I came across it for some reason. So there is a few popular YouTubers that do these civilization type videos.
Can
where
we
they have
invoke
like
the
1,000
SA
players,
Elements? Can
play
we?
a few hours on a set time for a week or something like this. and then see
Bring
how it
back
develops.
essay elements.
And this was interesting because that's like the
Bring back
post-event
Terence
interview.
McKenna
It
down
took
under.
2 years to edit the video and make a nice narrative and storyline. It is quite engaging to watch, and I have to say, I mean, both the interviews and
You want a
also the
muffin?
original video, which you wouldn't really find if you go there, it's almost more entertaining and interesting than many of the movies that are currently being produced, I have to say. Both in terms of narrative, in terms of personalities, in terms of different ideology espoused within this simulated world, which is just a Minecraft world. Yeah, interesting to watch, an interesting psychological experiment. Also, this guy is amazing, Lingolini. All the time, also during the main video, he literally talks as if he was Mario from Mario 64 or whatever other game you want to choose. Kind of fun to watch. This is the post-interview where they basically explained that most of the events actually were real, just quite a few small events were coordinated, and most of the things happened organically. That's something interesting to check out. And then the next video is kind of talking about the issues with simulating something like this, because of course it's not real life. It is just a Minecraft game, but just some ideas about how to make it,
we'll see about that,
how to improve upon this genre. So if anyone is interested, check it out, and especially check out the main video if you think you would enjoy it, because it's like 2 or 3 hours with all these different nations forming. You have 2 islands. One has all the resources, the other ones they almost don't have anything.
The best they do.
One valuable resource. Then you have all this intrigue coming up, all the different things happening. I have to say it is at least as entertaining as, but actually more entertaining than most of the things that come out of big studios. So for that, I think it's worth taking a look at.
We're gonna record a video in Minecraft pretty soon. We were just talking about this the other day. I want to show you guys an interesting glitch that I've
Enochian magic.
I've never heard anyone talk about, but it's this awesome way to build out of rushing water. You know, so you can build like an entire castle that's made out of nothing but water, and you can build it in the ocean. You can actually like remove water in the ocean in certain ways. Maybe some of you know this, but we'll probably put a video about it pretty soon because, you know, Minecraft. It's cool. What are you gonna do about it? Sorry, Mom. Yeah. Okay. So then, questioning the world architecture, Austria, Volume 2.
Yeah, this is now the East Styria section. There is nothing too particular I can say about the video, except that everyone at some point visit Vienna, and if you do, you can totally drop me an email or something, and I can maybe even show you around. It's just amazing. If you live there, you really don't notice it, and I didn't notice it for the longest time because you're just born into it if you're born in Vienna. But all this old world architecture, so-called, truly makes a difference in terms of quality of life, in terms of how you feel, and also it just looks amazing. It's really astounding. And of course here we also have all these questions being raised in terms of how old are these things really, what's really going on, what are they really depicting, what was modeled up afterwards, why do you have these universities that I don't even know what they look like. Here is a national library, for example. We have all these castles, both in more of a new style and older styles, and it certainly appears to me, at least, as if here they really played with the talent. This is, I believe, Otto Wagner, very famous architect who made this super nice subway station, of all things. Here you have a bank. Yeah, all of these buildings, even if just for the aesthetics, it's worth taking a look. What you can, of course, do as well, if for any reason you don't want to visit physically, you can simply use Google Maps. This is a Graben, this is the very center of town. On Google Maps, activate Street View, and then just jump around the Ringstraße, the Ring Street, for example, or anything within the first district. There are literally, officially, hundreds of churches only in the very first district, which would roughly translate to the original Starford city, which you can see on many old maps and depictions and drawings. Very clear Starford shape. And all that I can always bring up here is that the Starford walls, even in official history, were only removed around 1870. So this goes back also to the idea and timeline presented by David Jr. in terms of the big differential, if I put it mildly, between whatever happened within the Starfords with the one noble family and their few servants, and whatever may have happened outside with the so-called peasants, not to say barbarians or even cannibals potentially. Something worth looking into. Yeah, here you have an the old Star Fort map of Vienna, or Bastion Fort as some like to call it. Yeah, here these are just some guys exploring Vienna and going around abandoned places. I didn't check out the videos yet, but this was recommended by our friend Alexander, so I want to give a shout out and just show the channel if you like abandoned places stuff and want to see guys from Austria. Then this is one channel you can definitely check out with quite high view count. Maybe we're gonna reach out to them, or someone is also welcome to. I wonder if they'd be open to an interview, because they definitely have the formula figured out. Yeah, quite popular. I don't know how deeply they go into the theories and ideas behind the whole thing, but certainly they're exploring all kinds of interesting places you can find. Some of them you want to see, some of them you actually may not want to see, because even just the stories I heard, including about Austria, are not all beautiful. We even here have officially the Viennese catacombs, and there is a tour called The Third Man. I think there's even a movie about this, which you can check out as well. Yeah, here Make America Green Again says John DeLeo's film Green Gold can be found, so you can check it out, like I mentioned earlier. Here, this is interesting, however much you want to believe the history, but this is about the noble houses in Austria, in particular the Rothschilds, or in German you would call them Rothschild, Red Shield, and all their influence and all the buildings they own, at least in official history. In my understanding, they are also merely an actor class group that is simply a front for whatever is behind it. But I remember even many years ago, I went to a seminar or to a workshop, however you want to call it, in a school actually. I think it was during summer when the school was shut down. And even that building was officially, or had officially been owned by the Rothschilds. There's so many buildings and things which are attributed to them. Again, my suspicion by now is that they are merely a front for all kinds of groups that are behind them. But if you want to see an official documentary about the official influence and relevance of the Rothschild clan, dare I say, you can check out this video, which I think, at least the narrator from what I heard, even is one that is also on public television. But yeah, good footage and interesting if you're interested in noble houses and the official history of the Rothschild family in Austria. Yeah, as it says, the greatest benefactors and all of that.
Yeah, they're alright. Here, you can keep going.
Oh, quick listen to this, see what he's got.
So Cancer, your week beginning the 8th of September forecast suggests to me that there's going to be some very important conversations, all the way from your philosophies through to a contract. You may even be discussing some travel plans, higher education. All of it can be very exciting. But whatever the big picture is that you'd like to reach out to, the everyday part of it needs to work for you as well. But Jupiter, the planet which is exalted in your sign, is so influential this week and does give you a lot of support. So if you start this week feeling unsure, maybe a bit stressed, maybe the demands of life or what we're reading and consuming are just feeding into a sense of uncertainty, just know if you keep the faith and you keep investing in what you feel comfortable at and with as an individual, by the end of this week, I feel you're going to start to connect to people who can provide a lot more clarity out of the lunar eclipse and give you, if you like, a roadmap forwards that does feel comfortable for you, that you do feel connected to. And if you are someone who's got ideas to share, you can provide services, you're skilled with digital technology, you enjoy writing or teaching, your talents can really start to shine by the end of this week. But I think you need to be working in an environment or with people where your values align with the environment that you're in. And if they don't, that's why I feel some kind of big reset can occur as this week goes on. If you would like to work with me one-to-one, please see the testimonials on the screen, but you can check them out in detail underneath this video.
Hang on, that should have been me. Oh well, he's got 24 now. Someone else was watching that right then, I guess. Patrick Ardell? Whatever. He's a pretty good astrologer. Not watching those other guys anymore. Done with Exertus. I think they're starting another stream anyway. Not bad. Not really that fresh, but Coles 4-pack is better, or Woolies, or whoever do that. That's like $7. I'm curious to know what his titles have been. Narc Survivor. Fucking, what has he got? That one we said before. And then, when the narcissists realise that their life sucks without you. You don't say. Hang on, we need that. We need that's perfect timing. You have to cut it though, because it will just replay. Yeah, we'll have a little button for that. Oh, it mutes it. What else we got? Why gang stalkers cough at you? And like literally one of the last times I was out. Actually, it was at the coffee shop there yesterday. Yeah, there was a lady, this blonde-haired lady, likes to get coffee or whatever. She did a bit of a coughing fit before and after, like coming in, and then when she left, too. And then there was that dude like out there when I did one of my last walks, and I got a coffee from the thing. I bought 2 coffees 2 days in a row from the van, you know. And this dude just come out of nowhere, you know, walking past. I'm just like looking at him like this. Like I totally stopped what I was doing. I was rolling a fucking spliff out of my tent. And he's like seen that, I guess, and done a as he's gone past, and I'm just like, yeah. And then he goes up, starts walking, going on a walk, and I wait, because I didn't want to be overly like, because there was other people around, and I was just like, I'm gonna let this dude just be a fuckhead on his own. And then I waited, though I did do it, like, but like it was when people had kind of like walked off, and then. Yeah, snacks in the beard. Gave him a cough when he was up further. Cough back. And there was another one a day before that, probably around about this time. This was posted 2 days ago. Trippy shit. What you got to do is get in first. Don't be coughed at first. Cough at them first. So if you think you're seeing like a gang stalker type, just give them a fucking how you going? Yeah, I'm better than you, you fucking cunt. Don't you start with that shit, mate. Thinking you're fucking better. Top dog. You ain't shit, bro. What do you fucking got? What do you got now? Can't. Give it to me, motherfucker. I'll give it to the others, you know? Like Robin Hood. The more I'm looked after, the better I can share with the world. Huh? Fucking. The only way to make a narcissist respect you, I've read these out. Here are 2 gang stalker ones. Gang stalkers talk about you is the thumbnail there for how gang stalkers use directed conversations to mess with your happiness, maybe? No, head. Okay? Should have known that was going to be head, but when gang stalkers cough, do the cough? They're sending a message. Here's what it means. Yeah, but they're fucked in the head. Hello. We are gang stalking you. We know who you are. The funny thing is, they always seem to appear out of nowhere. Like right when you're the least distracted. When you are distracted. That's the trippiest thing too, because like you'd be looking around. Definitely no one around. And like, you're doing something. And then when you notice one, you're thinking, how the fuck did you actually even get there? Like, because I scanned all that area. And it's literally like, I don't know. You get distracted for too long, and obviously they've just walked over, like you haven't scanned the area again for a while. That's how it always seems to happen. Kind of like the cat. Kind of like how the cat knows when you're going to get up, and they want your lap, like right before. You're even planning the whole thing. Like, yeah, I might go to the toilet, then I'll do that, and then I'll do that, or whatever. And they just come, bonk, bonk, it's like that. And you get distracted for a moment, and they sometimes even get onto your lap, and you're thinking, how the fuck did you do that? I was about to leave. Same thing with the gang stalkers, man. Right when you're like distracted or talking to someone, that's when they'll rock up. When they do the thing, and you're just like actually talking to someone or something, and you just think, fuck, now I've got to deal with this, like at the same time as this. And it's like, sometimes I even stop talking to people, like, or doing whatever, and then just go, like, investigate that, like, thing. And let them know that, like, you know, I'm paying attention, and I'm not fucking letting that slide. You know, I'm not going to just, like, pretend that didn't happen. Like, that's what they want. They want you to be all like, oh, what was that? Was that directed at me or not? And then, like, that's what they want you in, that frame of mind, where you're like, oh, what was that? Was that at me or not? Oh, I'm confused. No, you just know. You just know, and you got to confront it straight away, either by coughing back, overly loud, overly, like, weird, like, weirdly, loudly, overly, more than them, like, straight after them, right? Or actually confront them, like, walk towards them, act like, come on then, cunt, like, that, pretty much. And then they're like, oh, fuck. Yeah, bro. You want to cough, bro? Do you want a broken jaw, bro? You want a broken throat, bro? Do you want to be able to, like, cough again, ever? Without hurting, ever? For the rest of your life, bro? Poof. I'll choke you, mate. Yeah, yeah. That's what I did. I fucking did that. He's a fucking cougher. Ask him. Talk to him. Yeah, I coughed at him. Yeah. Didn't you guys see? You know who this is, don't you? You fucking piggers. Didn't you send this guy? Yeah, he would know. He would know. They deserve that. Fucking gang stalking, coughing cunt. You know, I think I don't know, you know. Like, bang, bang, bang. Keep stalking. Someone's gonna cop it eventually. Cool G for me. I'll get all my shit put in storage and goes chilling and fucking talk to a bunch of other cooked cunts. On the psych ward. If that's what you want. If that's what you want, keep going. Don't matter. I've got nothing to lose. I've got a cat, man. I'll find someone to look after my cat. And when I get back, that will be that. I'll have my cat back. Rah. Meow. Probably be easier to put all my shit in storage and find someone to look after my cat. And do whatever. Do whatever. Take out revenge. Do whatever. It would probably work out better, you know, than actually trying to do things legit. Because then it'd actually end up in like the psych ward, and then it'd like do something with me. They'd help me. They'd be like, okay, you fucking lost it, and this person's now, and this stuff's like all fucked up, and damaged. And, okay, we get it now. We'll help you now. We'll get you a nice house. We'll get you fucking on the ball properly. I'll fucking film it myself. Get my phone. Yeah? Gonna help you now? Gonna get fucking get. Yeah? Where's the fucking recognition of the psychic fucking shit? Or we can just be violent. If you want this, cunts? Dude's blood. I'll post it up on my fucking this channel here. It'll be like, this is what you want, cunts? You want a violent Jezza? Cunt? Are you alright, mate? Do you need a lift to the hospital? I'll get you an Uber, mate. Just needed some content. You alright, mate? I'll get the elastoplast out. Here you go. Here's the expensive shit, mate. Where's some gauze? You got some gauze too, mate. There you go. You alright, mate? YouTube content, mate. If someone wanted to get famous, we could make them famous like really quickly and easily. Just fake a whole bunch of shit that like looks real. Like say it's some like, rapper dude, right? And he wants to get famous, right? But he's not really yet. And we go, all right, we'll just fake this fight kind of thing, or like fake you like bashing the shit out of some random person, and you blow up, like, cause all your content's violent anyway, like all your songs are violent anyway. So do this, we'll film this. People will think it's real and shit. We'll do it live and shit. We'll have like fake cops and shit and everything, man. Like we'll call up the cops, right? We'll pay them to like actually be a part of it and all that. But they won't have their faces on there. They'll just like, it'll just look like whatever. But they'll be like real. It's a real car and real cops, you know. Like we'll pay them, and they won't even be in the film. They'll just get like a couple of grand, like be in it, because like they can't really, or else they'd be in trouble, you know. So like we can't show anything, but somehow we'll get them to be in it, so it look like really real. Like we'll find a publicist. We'll have all that. It'll be like a legit film kind of thing. They'll just be paid under the table kind of thing or whatever. So we can actually get them in there, into it, and then we'll use like, you know, the top. We'll find some fucking top like dude that's just left the film school that knows all the special effects and shit, for the right angles to get them so it looks real. You know, with the fake blood and all this, fucking the angles, and it's all to do with angles and zoom and fucking half a second, like a fraction of a second, like that. Bang! Oh, cool, we got it. And over here, yep, now we've got it. Takes like a few hours to get it like just right, and then bang, fucking edit that shit. Bang, done. Can't be that hard. Does any film director kind of like, dude, need coffees poured for like a few years, and then I can just do that for a job? Work with fucking screenwriters and shit, make some like cool fucking new film or TV show or something, And I'll just be some name like way down in the credits. Jeremy, there he is. There's me, fucking. Part script writer, or just ideas man. Ideas man. I'm an ideas man. He's an ideas man. Shout out to the coffee. We're back. I just need like IV coffee. Fucking. The only way you make up is by starting at the bottom. So maybe I just need a hassle like, I don't know, Channel 7 or fucking Channel 9, Channel 7, whatever. Just like look up out the door every day, like 5 a.m. going, do you need any help with the news? Do you need any help with the news? No? No? Do you need any help with the news? Just do it every day. No. Your cleaner guys there. Do you need any help with the news? I'm just the cleaner. Yeah, but do you need, can you tell them? Just pass it on. Whoever you see for you. And they're like, oh, that dude's here again asking if we need any help with the news. And then again, and then again, and again, and again, and again, and again. Do you need any help with the news? No, see ya, and just walk off. It takes me like 2 or 3 hours to do this whole thing because I have to catch the bus and probably have a little cry after it and have a smoke and then catch the bus home. Or a little laugh, a little live stream. Yep, I asked them again, and now I'm going home. I'm gonna get a job there. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna be a coffee pourer. Do you need any help? Does any of the news people need help with their coffee? Hang on, listen. Do you need any help with the news? No? Well, does anyone that does the news need help with the coffee? I can be a coffee boy run guy for the news team. And I'll get a t-shirt made up. I'll have the first line already written. Do you need any help with the news? And I'll say the next one. Does anyone that's helping them with the news need a coffee? Because I've got 4. Got 4 coffees? For news readers, news decoders, news creators, or fucking whatever. Go to the advertiser. Where's that dude? There's some dude that worked at the advertiser. It was on Twitter or some shit 10 years ago. Do you need any help with the news? Let's go back to subs. Breaking news. More breaking live weather. Live weather. Yeah, that's that Ryan dude. He was whatever. There's some storm. Possibly. It's American. Shout out to the caffeine. We are back. Anybody there? No, just stuff to the face. Wu-Tang Clan. Green and purple. Okay. What the fuck is that?
I'm smoked with the gland, you're high as fuck. All I really need in my life is some green. So if you playing this song, homie, light up some weed. Rest your feet and relax. Just sit back with your sack while we blessing this track and we speaking these facts.
Is that a lie?
That girl Mary Jane got my feelings intact. Leave your stress at the door, we ain't dealing with that. When the chill vibe hits, I build my split until I'm blitz and I feel like this. But I don't really know what a real life is, so I just open my soul and I speak my shit. And this weed that I'm blazing, it seems a lighter shade of green.
I don't normally like mocha.
I can sleep inside a haze for like 3 entire days till I feel like awakening. I wake and bake, shake the grinder, take a lighter, face the brighter side of the earth. Immerse yourself, confide in the herb. Pump, pump, gas in the
Let's see if I can actually pull this thing now.
That super lemon haze got my mind in the daze. Married to the earth, getting wise from the strains. Brain glowing bright, high like northern lights. That white widow bite sharp as my sword slice. Prepared for guerrilla warfare as we rollin' some glue. Flow cold as gelato when we smoking the crew. Stay fuel up on that diesel, y'all running on empty. AK-47 in the trunk, homie, don't tempt me. I'm an OG, pushing the shots, I was the sound. You held that head high, now you lie on the ground. We sling rocks and get stoned, homie, roll up a cone. Just don't disturb the genius when I get in the zone. You think you a star, dog? I don't care my mind, dog. I'm your father, little younger than you, just a Skywalker. Talk the talk, but if I hear my name said in vain, then I'll leave you in tears, getting sliced like wedding cake. Pump, pump, gas in the slow in the circle. We like that green and we roll the purple. Come smoke with the clan, blaze it up. Come smoke with the clan.
I had a wedding cake card, a street card. That was pretty nice. Plus, I think I've had wedding cake strain ages ago. Street, but it was wedding cake. Pretty sure. One time, there was this chick I used to get off. Like, didn't live that far, and then somehow that just fell through. That was pretty dope. New track by Wu-Tang, maybe, possibly. It says 2025, AI. So maybe they've just fucking done that. I don't know, with music these days, there's a lot of fucking weird shit. Mixes and you don't even know if it's a real song or not. DJs do their shit. Some of them I know, like I would not know, but obviously you know that it's like their own, whatever, version. And you get like 3 or 4 people in it. Those sorts of things. Like Ice Cube and fucking whatever. Spun out. Should just kind of like chill out with some of that music, the mainstream, you know. I don't know, it's just always recommended though, like when you want to go play music and rely on some kind of random algorithm instead of picking your own tracks, you know. I don't really obsess over it as much. Like I went and asked someone a while back, some dude, for a bunch of playlists, and then he just hit me up with whole bunches of playlists and shit with all these new tracks and shit, and I was just like, ah, fuck, I'm not sure if I really actually want to be fucked now. You know, like the scene's changed so much. There's like probably like 20 to 50 artists that are probably worth actually listening to, but I just can't be fucked, you know. It's not something I'm really obsessed with anymore. Something I used to do when I used to go to JB Hi-Fi after work and buy whatever, you know. And that was before the scene changed to the trap kind of sound, you know. Like with Curse and 360 and the whole like battle changed to like no beat, and they could just say whatever and have the huge pauses and the crowd sort of claps or whatever. Or there's this whole like moment. And I was like, what? You know? Yeah, anyway, I've rattled on about that a million times. It's just what it is. I'm not even going to mention that. Hopefully we're not at the start. We are at the start, for fuck's sakes. I just tripped out the hour-long fucking news.com.au with the thing about incels. Like, they've finally made that a mainstream thing. Like, it's going to turn into a thing then now. Like, it's going to become more well-known, mainstream, the term incel. And then what's that going to lead to? That's going to lead back to the women and feminism and the manosphere. You never know, it might actually turn the tides of some kind of weird thing. Because we're fucked. The women need to show some kind of like sympathy, man, you know? Like, because incels didn't exist before, right? Like normal just looking dudes, overweight, ugly, whatever, like average looking, like below a 5, we're still able to get married. So, you know, incels is a new thing. It's happened because of women, their high standards, and all that shit. And so there's going to have to be some turning of the tables where women actually appreciate the person more of who they actually are, their heart, their intelligence, all that, instead of the looks and the whatever, which was like how it was before. I guess it's because people don't really go out that much anymore as well, because like, you know, the pubs were packed, like when I was younger, like when smoking was allowed, all that. I remember pubs being quite packed. So the chances of randomly meeting someone were high, because you were often at a pub. And then there were chances of where you just bumped into people and sparked a conversation. And that's how people hooked up. Because they actually liked the conversation more than they were like, oh, this guy's not real. I'm not really actually, a chick's probably thinking, not really actually attracted to this guy, like really. But then it grows on them. Because they're talking or whatever. And then they're like, hang on, this guy's actually different to the other guys. That kind of thing. Well, that doesn't really happen anymore, really, does it? Really, because no one goes out really anymore. Well, maybe just the chicks do. And they're just sort of talking amongst themselves in all these places, maybe. And there's not that many even dudes. They outnumber the dudes. And they've still got their high standards thing, but they're probably looking at dudes like that. They're actually like fairly decent, but they're actually embarrassed now because of the way that the high standard thing is. They don't want to look like they're going for someone that's like not good enough in front of their friends, because they're all there at the pub. It's like 4 chicks go out together that are all friends, and there's like not even enough dudes to go around for those 4 chicks, even for them to even be busy talking to a dude all at once, all like separate, like away from themselves. So there's like a couple of dudes, and then, or something, you know? It's just cooked. It's cooked, so they're going to have to show like more sympathy for just average dudes, pretty much, and balance that thing out, so it's more like closer to like a 50-50 thing. Like normal dudes do have a shot with like maybe hot chicks, or just even chicks that are uglier than them, physically, because it's the way they bond with the talking. Fucking. Like sometimes it's the age thing, or they relate because of other things, how their parents were, or something like that, pretty much. Sometimes it's total opposites attract too, you know, cheers. There's not enough mingling and things like that for that to even happen, probably. But if more mainstream found out about incel, like it was a thing in the head of people that didn't even know about it, it probably would rub off as something that would end up helping it and fixing it. Because if people don't even know, and it's just a small niche, like people that use the internet know what the hell it even is. Then, you know, your average punter that like doesn't know fuck all, that reads the newspaper every day or whatever, is going to find out about, oh, incels now. Oh, shit. Oh, that's no good. How do we fix that? Well, it will just happen like a little bit. It's like through the fucking consciousness of everyone. Once everyone knows it's a thing, like chemtrails, like, you know, you look up at a fucking trail in the sky like that, and you look at someone and you just sort of like go, well, you're not sure if you really want to get into it because you don't know if they are into it, right? So you just look at it and go, oh, yeah, see, they're doing that. And then they might be like, oh, fuck, you're one of those chemtrail people. And then you're like, oh, fuck, they're not. But that's just enough, kind of thing. You don't take it any further, kind of thing. Like with the incel thing, they might like it be like that. It would just like kind of like be a known thing, but like subconsciously that'll like fix like a little bit. Because chicks might go, oh fuck, is that like an incel? And then I'll have sympathy, and I'll actually like that dude might get a date or whatever, like actually, but maybe even a fucking like a whole life family situation from it. You know? I don't think really chicks really know exactly how much damage they've done to the global like consciousness of men, I guess. Which we're all kind of the same in this weird thing, in this incel weird thing. A lot of us kind of. Anyway, cheers. Interesting actually, because it's like it's accidentally happened to like a lot of us. Like you wouldn't actually classify yourself as an incel, but you kind of are by proxy, by your lifestyle and everything, and you're just like, oh no, I don't really care anymore. It doesn't really matter. It's too much of a head fuck and all that. But it is kind of incel, kind of. Stale as. Ooh. Needs a shoddy man. Fuck it. It's just too concentrated, and I thought I cleared the whole one off to do that. I'm gonna go back to spliffs. Fuck that shit. Too old for that shit right now. 2 of these down. 400 milligrams of caffeine. Fuck yeah. To the base. You can see that little camera. That's one of the body cam things. It actually has a card in there too. I haven't fucked with them for a while. Kind of like a little bit of a waste of money. Not really. Good for like on the bike. Good for on the bike when I want to get footage. I was going to do maybe a trail cam. What? Fucking trail me cam thing. But we never got around to that. We were just too focused on the thing. We were doing these lives and shit. To stay focused, and now I'm like pretty much addicted. I don't know, got YouTube psychosis, mate. I think we're back at the top. Oh no, we're not. That actually got me really smashed, and I didn't even really get it all. I can definitely notice that. And it's like good with the CBD. It's actually quite interesting. Another muffin and another coffee. I'm gonna just drink all those coffees and then fall asleep. Maybe I have got like some weird ADHD thing. Something really wrong has happened. And I don't even know how to like talk to anyone about it. It's just fucking weird, like. You know, my mum's actually pretty intelligent and like she should be understanding of certain things. But it's like she's in denial, man. You know? And like living like a teenager in this weird, like runaway like a teenager, like I did. Like it's like I'm living my life in reverse. And I'm the other one. I'm her. when I was a teenager. You know, it's like I'm the parent now, and she's the one acting like this weird, immature little bitch. Like, fucking with this boyfriend that's like ran away from like the dad, and I'm like the dad. I'm like Pa. I'm being Pa right now. It's fucking weird. Like, it really is fucking weird, dude. And it's just weird. It's like she's done some weird fucking psychology thing to herself. Maybe some of that Western psychology shit is kind of accurate, because it's some weird problem that she had with her dad that then she's like put onto me as I've grown up. And then she's gone and dated someone, or like literally married them straight away from a holiday in Africa to an African dude that's 2 years older than me. Like, it's cooked. Like psychology people could figure that out. It's within their shit. It's like Electra syndrome and some weird shit that like they've hypothesized, but I think is kind of weird. But it's like it's happened like that, but like in a weird reverse thing. This whole thing to do with the sexual attraction towards one's parents. Fucking, but it's like my mum has this problem of some weird unresolved issue with her father, my grandfather. And it's probably both of those, like her and her sister, and how they like left, like my auntie, they left when they were real young. They lived in some house in here in Adelaide. And I'm like, what? Okay. So they had some massive fight, I guess, you know, like I guess Pa, that one, maybe Grandma too, or Pa mainly, wanted them mainly probably to stay on the farm. And they've left. Because that's when the whole shit fucked up. Like that's when the shit fucked up. Like in the 60s, pretty much. And all those bands came out that we all like think are great. But they actually fucked society, bro. Like they did. But we think it's good. And we idolize it, like the Beatles and fucking all this shit, man. Fucking Ozzy Osbourne, or like everything. Like the creation, like Led Zeppelin, creation of like what we call like popular music. Like the rock thing, the 60s, the disco, all that, everything. It was all crafted for our minds. It's fucking like a prison. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Do you worship that still now or not? Is that... Like, it's wrong then, right? If you know the fucking truth of it, that was actually, like, mind control. And we're now fucked because of it. Like, you can't really be a hypocrite, really. Like, well, you can try, but that's what it is, though, right? That's what it is. We need to go back to, like, the 50s. Or the 40s, even, when they came back from war. And then maybe the 50s, too, because it still was, like, there was a, like, proper last bit of, like, maybe proper, actual, real happiness and real living. Like, the real dream of a life. And then the 60s came, and it was like, no, you can just fuck anyone, and, like, not care, into, like, open relationships, like, polyamory pretty much started there. It's like some weird cult way of living became, like, the norm. And it was actually done through, like, MK Ultra mind control fucking shit with drugs and LSD and shit, and society, social propaganda and fucking everything. With the music, with the shows, with everything. Like, people used to investigate, like, their life. And then it was just like, no, we're just gonna fucking follow the TV and some fantasy life of what it could be, or what someone else's life is. Oh, copy that. Instead of your own, like, numerology, just weird shit, like, kind of like occult stuff that you do, like, just on your own, though, like, with history books and family and, like, I've done. Like, people didn't really do that. They were just like, that's why we've forgotten generations going back. It just doesn't even matter anymore. There's no honouring of that. Like those people that didn't have all this shit that we had from then onwards, and then the 80s and like technology, all they had was like a few books, history of their family, and models how to keep doing that. And then our parents, my parents, or the baby boom generation, fucked it. Like, they didn't know though. They only know now, really, how much they fucked it. And it's like in denial. Like, they'll go around one person's house and be all like, oh yeah, getting onto that music. And then they'll go to somewhere else and have that conversation with someone else about that. Oh, that's like the real serious side of that thing. But then it's alright to be hypocritical on it, like later. Or even just before. Like they're sitting there having a conversation with that person about, oh yeah, the serious part of that, like it's actually kind of like a bit of a conspiracy theory, but it's like it's real, it's true. But just before they were at someone else's house, they can't do that, and they have to be all like respectful and into it. So they're playing the music or whatever of that artist. You know the whole truth of it all. And you're like, yeah, whatever. And then you go around they go around this other person's house, would have to be more serious. Oh, did you hear about that thing? And they're like, oh, yeah, okay, so I have to talk to you about it like that. But that's cooked. Anyway, got a fucking weird tangent there. You know, you can have a conversation with someone, they know exactly what you're talking about like that, you know that thing. They're like, yeah, oh yeah, and how they're part of that. Oh yeah. And then that same person will not be like that around someone else later on. You can't be hypocritical, man, like around different people, man. Cheers. Like it's either that or it's not that, you know? You can't just be like, oh yeah, like chemtrails. Yeah, with someone, oh yeah, oh, cool, you know about that. And then other people, they don't, and like, you're like I saw that lady and I was just like, look at the chemtrail, look back at her, look, see they're doing that again. And I could kind of feel that she wasn't really comfortable with it. And I'm just like, well, fuck it, that's enough. I'm not going to go into the whole thing. I've done that for literally fucking 13 years, whatever, 12, 13 years. I'm not like Donny Kruger, mate. Donny Kruger. Awesome. That was awesome. Like I did the fucking thing there with one of these. Ooh. Anyway, it's irritating being me. What was I up to? Let's crack another one of these coffees before they go fucking warm. Yep, they've gone warm. Go to that first one that we had. What to do if harassed by a drug in public? Interesting. Knock him the fuck out? No, I'm not on crack. No, I'm not a fucking, faggot either. Bang. Do you need a lift home, bro? Taxi. Uber, bro. Do you need an Uber, bro? What's your Addy? Shout out 411. Just push him into a fucking brick wall. Whoops. I went to like actually help him, man, He was actually falling towards the wall, and I like went to grab him, and I missed, and just went into it. I'd make a great security guard. Dude tripped, bro. Like, what? No one tripping over your foot like that, man. Revenge. I've had lots of bad things happen to me. You know what I mean? I could end up like one of those crazy Japanese guards. I don't really care who it, like, just whatever. I got fucked over. So like, it's just whoever, kind of, whatever, you know? Go to the army and go, I don't care who we're killing, just fucking put me wherever. Kind of like that. Go join the security and take it out on people. Get my drift? All the shit that I've had happen to me. To be a security guard. And I'd love it. I'd love it. I'd be like, here's the first cockhead that I get to fuck up. Wonderful. Oh, you want to be a dickhead? Awesome. I've got a security license. Bang, ba-bang, bang, bang, ba-bang. Oh, he tripped. I can call the cops up. Yep, got one for you. I can take him away. The prodigal son is a parable for two audiences. Fuck knows. I couldn't do the security thing though. I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Especially like a supermarket thing. I don't think I could do that. It'd be just too cruel. It'd be just too cruel. Especially if you had to like get people that were poor. You know? That's gone. I can imagine being security guard in like fucking Alice Springs, like. We should just give Alice Springs to the First Nations people. Just let them have it. Most notorious Elizabeth. 14 hours ago, Bobster, part 1. Dude in a tent. More tents. Like cooked, man. 41 minutes. That's like a decent length. I thought he only does like 20 minute shit. You've been there. I used to live like not far from there. Let's have a bit of a gaze. Fuck, there goes that. That's finished. That's
issues such as social breakdown and economic hardship.
Wow, yeah, he's probably done like an epic thing here. Where is that? Is that one? I'm trying to figure out where that is. Might be further away, but maybe. These blocks that I used to go past. I'm not sure if that's it. Maybe. Check it out if you want. Bobster, Adelaide Channel. Darius J. Wright put out a video. Oh, he's got something going on. He was a tripper. I'm not sure about that dude with his whatever it was. Out of body experiences and whatnot. Alright, fuck it. Let's scroll down far off, maybe. For all the fucking stuff I want to see. What else have we got? Jesus, The Hidden History, full documentary, 2025. Paul Wallace, The Fifth Kind. He's having a rant.
1 Corinthians 15, he's talking about the nature of Jesus' resurrection and what should our expectations be.
I don't think you can be a drunk or drink alcohol on the regular and be into this stuff at all. Like, you might as well just embrace the satanic life, because that's what it is. It's not Christian, it's nothing to do with Jesus, so don't even talk about Jesus. It doesn't make sense, really. You know, it's a hardcore physical addiction. I think cannabis relates more to stuff. I think they changed it. I think the burning bush is cannabis. And so maybe like as a ritual type thing, but not as a daily addiction, you know? Because it does kind of like relate to like alcohol, the body eating spirit, which is demonic. But it does relate to some like rites, maybe like Dionysius stuff and the Eleusinian mysteries, and that blended in with everything, or did help create it at the start and stuff. So I'm not really too sure. Like, there's a lot of dodgy shit within religion. Like the whole, there's people that are hardcore against smoking. The smoking's probably like maybe a thing too, and then sex addiction. And then whatever addictions they are. Maybe it is weed, if you're doing it all the time. Like, it needs to be more of a spiritual or ritual or rite kind of thing. And at a specific time. And it may make more sense. And maybe none of us are really actually very good Christians at all, because we all have kind of like an addiction. If you've got kind of an addiction, like, you're not doing it properly. You need that thing to rely on, and, you know, caffeine, sugar, all my things, they're all non-Christian things, really, they are. Or non-spiritual things. Really, they are, I guess. Anyway.
Meant more than one thing.
Alcohol's
and not
really
all
bad.
Christian believers believe the same thing about the resurrection of Jesus. So if you go to the writings of the Apostle Paul, for instance, when he talks about the resurrection body in 1 Corinthians 15, he's talking about the nature of Jesus' resurrection and what should our expectations be concerning life after death. So also
maybe
is the resurrection of the dead.
Maybe they went and corrupted everything, you know, like made it like satanic and cannibalistic kind of thing with the wine and the blood and all that. It's fucking, it always does my head in. There's just something not quite right about it all. There's just something not quite right about it with the blood and all this shit, like. You know, it just doesn't seem right to me. Like, the stuff with the oil, anointing oil makes more sense, whatever that is. And that had cannabis. Didn't monks like put that on their head? They had like a shaved head, and they practiced like minimalism type, whatever it is, whatever the fuck else that's called, you know? Like going without stuff, like sort of deliberately, you know, for like long periods of time. Like they might go off and be like a monk for fucking a few years, or 5 years, or 10 years. And then they come out of that, and they might go back to using some of those sorts of things very sparingly, I guess. You know? Just ranting, doing a bit of a rant. Where's that new coffee, for fuck's sake? Wait, cheers. Cheers, legends. We're going with a second strong. And another smoke. just doesn't stop. We're doing the day streamer, the day walker, but without the walking. Could have walked in that thunderstorm. That would have been fun. How old? I was legend. No shit, legend. You got 423 now. Huh. Morning, Jezza, coffee kicking in, bro. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, to the face, mate. They'll be have 600 milligrams by the time I've done with this. Huh, you know what I think I forgot to do last night? I think I forgot my vowel. I don't know if I had it or not. I don't even know where the box is. Here it is. Did I have it? I don't even know if I had it. What day is it? Okay, so we're going to get Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I didn't have it. I'm going to have it. These are my 2 milligram that I forgot to have. That's Saturdays. You! Fucking cunts though. Fucking cunts. Fuck off. Fuck off. We need to do this properly, okay? Double fuck it. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, Valium, fuck you, fuck you, Valium. Fuck you, 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 it's going in. Fuck you, fuck you. That's how we fix that. It's psychological damage, bro. I got Red Bulls and spring water to ease the dryness of the joints and bones. Okay. I would have just got them anyway, but yeah. You call it what you want to call it. Watch the valley down with a cigarette. Yep, and a, was there? With a cigarette, exactly. And these, I've got these. Yeah, fucking, they're kind of watery though. I'm thinking, how the fuck, strong latte? Okay, yeah, whatever you reckon. Not that great, to be honest, but it's got caffeine, so. You. Change. Transformation. Caffeine. Transformation. Crow. Yeah, shut up, Jezza. Shout out the Manchester Reds with the square box. United Kingdom. Yeah, they're not bad. Like, in the long run, they are actually quite nice. They're like a premium smoke. Like a Winnie Blue, or above. Winnie Blues I don't get crook from. Any other smoke I kind of get crook from them. Like long term. Like you really have to watch yourself for some of those smokes, man. You really kind of have to stick around the 5 to 10 day or else they start to become irritating. You know, they're not quality. This is quality. You smoke 10 or 20 of these a day, which I don't recommend, without too much problem. Chinese ones, yeah, pretty cooked. Whatever they are, fucking weird things, all sorts of weird names. Whatever that one that I bummed like 4 or 5 off that lady. It was really nice that day that I manifested it somehow. I gave her this big hug and she gave me 3 more. I was like, oh, fucking hell. Gave her another big hug. And that was some weird name that I can't remember. Oh, hang on. TS Bolt or Colt or Cobalt. That's right. Some shit. Cobalt Blue? I don't know. I think I was smoking cobalt. Probably was. It's probably like battery acid. Double happiness? More like double lung issues. Lots of people have issues with them. They're not as bad as the cheap Australian smokes though. They're just a slight bit better. So there's that one. They're a bit strong. Yeah. TS Cobalt. a strange new addition, fucking A, from the Chinese market. Stopped after 3 packets. Oh, I don't know how you even did that. I stopped after 3 smokes. Or, like, I won't ever probably buy it, probably, ever. Yeah. There was some weird Asian name one too that was like SH, SH, or there was another one with a fucking X in it. I don't even know how you pronounce. Fucking. This is doing some solidifying action of some kind, but I don't know what's good and what's not. Probably needs more attention. Foot is cactus. Foot is cactus. Euro Blue is better than Tears and Manchester. Rightio. Don't know about that. Don't know about that. I need reds anyway, or at least 12, whatever 12 is for that brand. Sometimes it's their blue, like Winnie Blue. Winnie Blue's right. It's still like about a milligram of nicotine or thereabouts, whatever the fuck it is. Can't tell. I thought that were 12s. Euro was from Serbia. Fuck. And unusual location for cigarettes, yeah. I don't like cigarettes from the Ukraine. Personally, that makes me think too much. And I'm like, nah. And it's so strange we can't get 25s anymore. But when you did, the difference between 20s and 25s was sometimes a completely different country. And I'm like, what the flaming hell's going on here? Why don't they just have a different machine of that same factory that does 25s and 20s? Like, but no, that's not how it works. My go-to is Dunhill Reds with flow filter. Yeah, they're pretty expensive. Sometimes I used to get whatever it was, I don't know, maybe occasionally Marlboro Reds, but they're like 80 or some crazy thing. Ukrainian durries would be Kersbro, yeah? Plus fuck knows what chemicals they're experimenting with in that country. There's some weird science factories and shit in there, I reckon. Anyway, some of the Asian countries are actually not too bad for premium smoke sometimes, like Malaysia, maybe? Don't know, to be honest, because one of the decent ones did come from around there. And Indonesia. Like a lot of those Southeast Asian countries do have a varying range, so they do have lots of shit quality, but then their premium is generally fairly it's premium, you know? Because there are rich people. Like Malaysia is a fairly rich city, or country, or whatever the fuck it is, you know. So there's really rich businessmen that live in these places, and they've only like left it with probably like 2 or 3 brands or actual packets that are worth anything, and they just buy them. So you just fucking buy them, whatever they are. Like in Australia, there's probably only like a handful of decent tobaccos, like tailor-made left now. Fuck knows, you know, it's all the premium brands. And I don't see this point in smoking unless you're fucking enjoying the fucking thing. You know? It's just so irritating of having a cigarette that burns real fast and tastes like shit. It drives me up the fucking wall. You're paying like $1.50 for that cigarette, and it's literally not even worth a quarter of a real cigarette. You know? It's baffling to me. And these shit over so many smokes. They just shit all over them. You know? Anyway. They fucking cooked it. You have to sift through them like it's a fucking game. And then, if you do find a decent one, it won't be later on, like Parker and Simpson Red. What the fuck happened there? As soon as they went to this weird 20-pack with a different label, that's their fucking shit now. So they've shifted it to whatever it is, wherever it is. I don't know where it is. You have to spend like freaking $300 on different cigarettes throughout time, and I'm not willing to play that game. The Russian roulette of going through all the cheap smokes. I just can't be fucked doing that. The new cigar names are the worst aspect. Yeah, you got no bloody idea. Like some code fucking language. TS, what is TS? It was simple before. It was like Long Beach, Benson and Hedges, fucking whatever, fucking Escort. Escort was a top popular brand that was sort of cheaper. Escort Red 25, 35 pack. I used to get them. I mean, yeah, Escort Red, 35s. Red. Fucking bang. So many of those. Holy fucking shit. For like 2 years or something. It was Escort Reds. Escort Reds, 35. Massive pack. It was like that wide. Carrying that around in your jeans pocket like everyone knew you had fucking smokes. But it didn't matter. You just got another pack like fucking 2 days later or whatever. Anyway, it didn't give a fuck. But, you know, like whatever. It's like 10 or 15 bucks or some shit. Whatever it was, 17 bucks or some fucking shit like that. Like changing Red to Virginia G. Yeah, like, yeah. Yeah. Winnie Blues are like classic, and then there's another one, the Flow Filter, but they got rid of that. And now it's just classic. There's classic and original. Yeah, original's the actual one that you want. But it's still confusing. I just had one and I could go another one. Because those are decent, like, they're very Moorish, you know? They're not like, yeah, you can easily smoke them, I guess. But they are satisfying too. Very strange, you know? Champion, yeah, that's good. I think it's still good. I think they didn't really fuck with that too much. Like the Rolly stuff stayed pretty good, but then a bunch of new ones came. People just started buying them. Like the one I used to get. Can't remember it now. It wasn't JPS. Everyone used to get JPS. And I used to get that other one. I don't know. I can't remember. I literally almost have it, but I don't. So the 15 gram that got popular. You probably know the one. 30, and it wouldn't even scan on the checkout screen because no one had bought one yet. Champion Distinct. Not heard of that. There's Ruby Red. Don't know what Distinct is. Is that like a new blue or something? One, maybe. Some kind of new one that's like less stronger or whatever. Probably. Because Ruby Red's the normal one, right? This fucking flat, this fucking thing. Let's bring this back. Hello? Yeah. I've thought about changing to blues, but I don't think I'll ever will. I can't even get rid of that. What the hell? Champ Ruby gone now. Yeah, right, okay, so that's the new thing then. just stick and what, because it's got no flavor. You know, just weird fucking like that. I don't know how they get rid of ruby red. How is that how is that a flavoured tobacco? Aren't all tobaccos flavoured? Look, how is that? Baffled. Just wrong. Like, so like Champion Ruby's gone. What about White Ox? Is that gone? Lost Legends? Is fucking that gone? I know they got rid of Port Royal. I think they got rid of Port Royal. How the fuck did they do that? Like one of the most popular top selling tobaccos if you like got money. You know, you're picking out a fucking that or fucking Champion or maybe it's White Ox. I doubt it though, because that's like really harder smoke than what most people like, even with a filter. They're going to be buying that, what, Champion Ruby Red or Port Royal. There's 2 Port Royals too. There was a blue one. And I don't know, fucking there might be some other nice one that's in that range. Dr. Pat or something maybe. I think that's, and then there's another, I just can't remember them all. There's one that started with an H. Blue and orange label, I think it was. Decent premium kind of rolly tobacco. Now I guess you just have to buy them from an online tobacconist. Because a lot of tobacconists don't have a brick and mortar store, but there's a few online and you can just get whatever it's called. Maybe their own one that they order in from bulk and it's just called whatever. A premium medium tobacco, and then there's a premium dark or some shit like that, maybe. I don't know. Right? I don't know if that still exists. Or you can buy it in amounts, like 250 gram maybe, or a kilo, or yeah, like 250 gram maybe. That might be like the highest. I don't know. And you actually get it in like a glad bag, and it's still just like full, legit whatever. You know, but you'd be paying fucking heaps. White Ox is now rebranded The Ox. Okay. Yeah, Riverstone. That's the one I used to get. Yep, Riverstone, whatever the fuck it's called. It's kind of like a cheap Port Royal. Like, so then you can still get that. Like, well, if you can still get Riverstone, that'd be weird because that is what I thought would have been considered a flavoured tobacco. So they get rid of Port Royal, but you can still get Riverstone. Don't know how that makes sense. Because that was basically the cheap version of Port Royal. Right? It's like a rum flavoured. It was like Riverstone might have had rum in the name, I don't know. They removed the rum flavour to Riverstone. Now. Right, okay, cheers, Lost Legends. Cheers, man. Cool. That's done my head in. And there's no menthols. Pretty sure. Now it's called Riverstone. Yeah. Fucking weird. So you have to get whatever. I guess that's probably like one of your best, cheapest. It's real harsh now. Fuck. So what is it then now? What did you get before up there before you said? Way back at the start? Didn't you have a Rolly? Oh no, you had Taylor's. Where was it? Where was it? Manchester Blue. Yeah, you had them the other day. Yeah, Sapphire. Okay. Has a nicotine bite to it, like the Riverstone. No, I guess that's right then, but if it's shit, then shit, you know? There's heaps of tobaccos that have kick, but it's shit to smoke. And that's not that fun, to be honest. To be honest, I'd rather pay extra and enjoy the smoke, like fucking. And it's like sometimes it's the extra whatever, quarter or bloody half. Right, you know? Your packs like 25s. Winnie Blues were like 55 not long ago. but now they're 20s. So it's like going to be like, I suppose, 40 something, 45, 47. I don't know. It's a bit crazy. Still better than Taylor's. IMO. I can't get off the Taylor's at the moment myself, apart from like a rollie I make from the Taylor, or a spliff from the Taylor tobacco, but no. I should get rollies again. It really doesn't make any difference, to be honest. The extra price is going to be like the same amount of days anyway. Unless I get the chop, but I can't get that at the moment. Unless I, yeah, do a fucking something else. You use filters though. Yeah, that's what you have to do now if you want a menthol. You can maybe somehow get those menthol. The filters that I had, the ultra, whatever they're called, they're like a green packet. That's kind of cool. But yeah. Sucks for the people that used to smoke menthols and they can't get any anymore. Far out, dude. That's a big far out. And it's a big far out totally removing whole brands. I don't know how certain people, there's like someone that I used to know that probably like is really struggling with that. They have menthol beads on eBay, and it's a gimmick, and the Chinese menthols. Okay, so chemical infused. Taste, yeah. I hate you can't see the full comment because of that fucking heart button. If you know, you know. With the Android, with the phone, with the... They need to move that. They need to move that. Anyway. Fuck is he doing? Post-COVID. Blah, blah. I'm not going to read it. We're doing the subs thing today. Just seeing if there's lives. Any worth watching and shit like that. Not really, right now. Press the arrow below the emojis system. Yeah. Oh fuck, what have I done there? I don't know what you're saying. Reveal the full comment. I almost put you in time out by accident. If I haven't done that. I don't know. What are you saying? You could try and move this? No? It doesn't move. Yeah, the arrow. It just goes back to the heart, dude. Like it's the actual heart by itself. It's just there. You can't move it. And the same one here, if I do it on here. Click that. The heart's there. As soon as there's a comment, you can't fucking get rid of it. Like I could press that now. I've got the five things. Press the arrow, leaves just the heart there. And then to see that, like your comment now, I have to scroll up and let go. I have to hold it like that. The arrow on my screen removes the heart emoji. It's an Android. Damn, yeah, I've got Apple. I can't move it. Arrow. It's just fucking cooked. And it's weird how you can do different things compared to iPad, compared to phone. And sometimes if I've got one of those ones that I call it's in the ether, and then I can't actually click on it from my other, yeah, it's just weird. and then somehow I can find a little drop down arrow to go edit, but it's like in the history. So strange. And only on phone. And I can go edit and then go public. And I'm like, what the fuck? There's like 2 or 3 things that are like that with phone, compared to iPad, that you can't do and you have to do on the other one. It's so strange. And then also with landscape and portrait, you can only do certain things on either one. Like here I can see the times. If I go to portrait mode, I don't get the times, but then I get the fucking poll. I can't do a poll on fucking this. But I get to see the times. So that was at 8:42, which is now. But cooked. Why? I gave my oath on it. He gave it away to a homeless dude. Nice. And the other iPhone for 2 bags of Thai stick Herbie chibs. Yeah, nice. I got sick of Apple Tech. Yeah, no headphones jack either. Yeah, I hate how they did that. And they fucked with lots of stuff with their laptops. They went and got rid of, I think they got it down to like 1 port now or some shit. 1 fucking like USB-C or some shit. And you have to put a dock into that. And then maybe a dock into that dock. You know, all sorts of docks. Dock fucking into dock, headphone dock into that dock. Like, or if you just, like if you just wanted headphones and nothing else, and you've got to have that dock. But then if you wanted to use other things, you might have a headphone dock with extra USBs. It just gets fucking stupid. Everything wants to be connected via Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. It's like, I don't want to do that. I'm going to use my Sennies. You know, I had to get one of these docks. I've got all the docks, man, now. It's fucking, what the fuck? I don't know how much money. Each one of these costs you like $40 or $50 fucking dollars or some shit. USB-C to 3.5. I've got the lightning one of that. And then I've got some other one that they don't even make. They don't even make that to that with a female that. So you can like actually charge it and then have that. They don't even make it. What? So literally, you can't do that. They don't want you to do that. They don't want you to have that in there like that. So you have to get this. And you have to get one of the other things that I've got. That's USB-C in to a female USB-C, or to two, basically, because they don't make that one. For iPad. They make their own one, or they make you buy a Belkin one, or whatever the fuck. I just don't even think they have it on their site anymore. They're just literally forcing you to buy the AirPods, or the AirPod Pro with the fucking proper cans, but they're like, I don't know, fucking $700 or some shit. Everything's like $500-700. Like for a venti, $700. Headphones, $500. Like for top of the line, $500 or $700 for whatever it is. Cheers. Phone, $2,000. iPad, $2,500. I don't even know. I don't want to know. I try not to think about it. These are my cars. It's like, forget about buying a Commodore back in the day for $2,000 and cruising around to fucking lookouts and car parks and fucking airport, fucking car park, watch planes, fucking go to fucking South Road lookout, go to wherever lookout, drive around, you know, everyone chips in like $5-10 worth of petrol, whatever. No one does it anymore. We buy phones, and then we don't want them anymore, and we get like 2 bags for them. Oh, that was worth it. Fuck yeah. You know what I mean? It's like $1,000, $2,000. You end up just putting it for like half a Oz. Yeah, that was worth it. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna do that again. And you do it again. I mean, you sell your iPad to cashies for fucking like a quarter of what you paid for it 2 years ago. Yeah, fuck yeah. I got caught. Oh yeah, yeah. Do you have cash converters? 4 bags. Yeah, I'm still running the Medivape. Bruh. Medivape? Okay. What does that do? Is it a dry herb vape, or is it a different type of vape? I've got chat everywhere. I'm doing a fucking crazy thing. Maybe I should pay for subs. Maybe I've got some AIs dropping in here and there, possibly. Who knows? Yeah, dry herb. Okay, cool. Was that through some mob, I guess? Maybe. Through your medical mob. Probably. Or it's an old school. There's some ground up stuff in here. Whoa, don't do that, Jezza. That's where you need the magnetic fucking net, man. I've actually dented mine up a little bit. Yep, it's got some battle scars. Here. What's this? On that part, because I always do some denting like that. On the middle part. Don't do that if you want it to look good. Banned of medical bro. No shit. Did I hear that before? I might have known that already. Didn't want to flip the phones except desperate times call for desperate measures, no cash. Yeah, I got close to getting rid of something. Yeah, like, still, I like having 2 iPads though, but I probably could get rid of one and just use a screen, another screen. I've got too many screens. But it does allow you to do things a bit easier, and I don't have to log in and out, kind of thing, between my 2 accounts. I can just have a dedicated one for that, and a dedicated one for this. Whatever, you know what I mean? But yeah. Pretty easy, like with a PC. You know, people that use a PC and then nothing else. It's like you just have their different windows open or whatever. But I really can't be fucked. This is like watery, man. Oh well, we're getting like 600 milligrams and then 800 by the time I'm done. I've got more muffins. I got a chocolate one, another blueberry one, I think. Indeed. We hit up them. I got like enough for 2 people. 4 fucking these things. That was pretty good. Would have been like $20 each if I'd had to phone a friend. Doesn't matter. It's all good. We're online. We're online with our, you know, hundreds of dollars worth of shit and pay that every month and fucking... You! Welcome to the new world, Jezza. Where you sit at home, play PUBG Mobile, fucking waiting for the new game to come out on the fucking PS5 or whatever, so I can actually play it. Whatever it is. I can't be fucked learning controller though. I want them to bring out some sort of futuristic virtual reality kind of device. Or like at least a fucking buttons thing that's programmable. I'd be kids if they had some like trackpad thing. So a touch trackpad. and then like some sort of trigger thing, like a joystick thing, and then you had a trackpad. That would be the way to go for gaming. And fuck off the keyboard, fuck off the controller, fuck it all off. You know? And the trackpad has like quick buttons too. Maybe 8 of them. So you can go fucking reload or do that, do that, do that. And this is your walking, basically. And then you've got like looking, and then you've got pew pew, and then you've got maybe a couple other buttons over here, like obviously maybe reload, change weapon, or whatever the fuck. And then other things here. Open door, fucking crouch, maybe. You know, lean left, lean right, scope, all that shit. You can maybe even use your thumb for actually walking, and then these fingers for like 4 commands, and then 4 commands below them. So you've got like 1 there, 1 and 2, 1 and 2. It's like 4 fingers. Moving with your thumb on a trackpad. Really good like sensitivity, sick as tits. And then you got that. With your like looking dead. And then everyone has to learn that from the start. Like it's not ever been used before. And so I'm learning it, as you're learning it, as everyone's all learning it. There's no experts of it. It just comes out, and then whoever becomes an expert of it has like used it fucking pretty hardcore for like 2 or 3 weeks, and they're ahead of everyone. And you have to just get it quickly and all fall behind. Yeah? Yeah. I'm waiting for that shit. Sorry. Band of spectacular bong moment piece out. PUBG Legends. Oh yeah. Time. I read that wrong. Time for a spectacular bong moment. Peace out PUBG Legends. P.S. If you enjoy PUBG console, you'll spin out on Battlefield 6, lad. Yeah, I saw something about that. I was kind of fucked with the controller, man. Kind of fucked. My brain's like fucked. You know? And then people go, oh, we'll just play PC. That's a whole other thing to learn too. Like, I'm too far behind. Like, the skill level. Like, I don't even have a chance. You know? Unless it's some, like, weird noob lobby. Or it is because you're such a low rank. But because it's a game, you're going to be matched to whoever's playing the game. But you're going to be high skill level players. Not good. Dead. You just get frustrated. Like, fuck it. You know, unless you've been playing games for like last 10 years. Fuck it. Wait for a new thing. Virtual reality or some shit. It's off eye movements. That's what they'll probably jump for. I reckon they need to do what I said though. And it just connects via Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, whatever, right? It's PS5 fucking thing. You know, like how the headphones work with, like, it's got a thing you plug in, pretty sure, for that. In the back, the USB little thingamajig. I'm gonna try and clear this. You cruising, Oz? Maybe that was a cruising thing. If you're cruising. Cheers. Maybe I will film myself like playing it, but it might not come out too well. And it'd be like pretty shit, actually. It's gonna take me at least a week playing it every day to get into a decent game. Where I could actually talk as I'm doing it and shit like that. Add my own little commentary to the game, you know. Yep, there's a dude over there. I know there's a dude over there, so we have to stay here. I've got my car and fucking, you know, alright, now's the time I'm going, and I'm gonna fucking rotate, so they're there. Hopefully, before anyone fucking sees me, you know. Shit, at the end there, gets real sketch. You gotta pick your moments. Sometimes it's a fluke, sometimes it's not. sometimes it's not. It all depends if someone like is scoped in on you. They know where the fuck you are, and they're not prepared to leave yet. And it goes down, right? People will eat the blue. They love eating the blue. I don't know why. Because sometimes they come out of the blue and you just fucking mow them down because they're low health. Sometimes it's a tactic though that you have to use yourself. Usually, yeah, you want to be pretty good at that, but it ends up bad sometimes. You need to know when to rotate, man. If you're on your own there at the end, pick your time. It's all about picking your time, and sometimes picking your time is like right when other people are fighting. So you're trying to like get to your spot through crossfire, basically. Anyway, that's good fun. Cheers. Sometimes you make it. The coolest thing in PUBG Mobile is when you're halfway through a battle. Say you've just somehow managed to get 2 dudes on your own. They're a pair at the end, and then a full team crashes you, and you get all 4. That's fucking just the coolest shit ever. I mean, you're at like 6 kills. There you're at 0. You might have like 1 or 2 bots at the start. And you like at fucking 8 kills. And you're on your own. That's happened a couple of times. Man, you need to get your aim right on that first guy, all of them in the perfect order. When they crash, as they jump out. Maybe you can knock 2 of them out of the car. And you're only left with 2. But if you get that timing wrong, there's all sorts of secrets, man. Drop shot the last dude when you're low on health. All these things happen in fractions of a second, you know. Hear the car coming, pull a nade. Get the timing just right. Fuck, I've seen some crazy shit on video, like from streamers, from PUBG Mobile. Like, what the fuck, man? Long shots as well. Really long snipes. How the fuck? That happens in normal PUBG though too. Some weird fluky shit. But PUBG Mobile is even more flukier, I guess. Because of just how it is, it's more sketchy. Like there's glitches, more glitchy. And it's crazy. Some of the flukes that happen are like, what the fuck, you know. I've been involved in many of them where you're like, holy fuck, how the fuck did that happen? I'm still alive somehow. And then other times, oh, it's Father's Day. Well, we don't need to bother with that much, but happy Father's Day. Apparently I got a no-do for Father's Day from the calendar. Shout out all the fathers. Shout out all the people that have fathers. Shout out Oz Legends. Shout out Callis Americano. Cully, a Screamer, Arnis, all hashtags. FMA. What's FMA? Filipino martial arts. Knockout. Or actual. More than just a knockout. If you get my drift. Gone. Oh man, if I tried PUBG, I tried it, man. I tried it. I was shocking at it. Trying to remember the freaking controls. It doesn't feel right at all. But on touchscreen, yeah, it does. I can. I've got the muscle memory and remember, because it took me ages of sitting there. And that's what I'd have to do. I'm gonna get rid of this. Oh, how many more there gonna be? Aussie Gunja Project. He's got a live. There you go. An interview. Aussie Gunja Project got an interview coming up. I'm just kind of watching this from the thumbnail. Yeah. Anything live? We just did this. Should hang around those legends. You probably got shit to do. Places to be. Maybe people to talk to. Friends. Friends, man. Real life friends. We're back to all of it. There's nothing. We've got to resort to the home button. It keeps wanting me to play Downside. Holy fuck. Like every day, a song off that album. All City. No more Downside. It thinks I just like want to play Downside. Anybody else bed? Hang out for fucking 9 a.m.? 9 a.m. Chain smoking fucking trooper. Coffee sculling, chain smoking Joker. Trooper Joker. Joker Trooper. That's a good channel name. The Joker Trooper. I wonder if anyone's stolen that, taken that. Surely they have. Channels. Interesting, eh? Joker Police. Satire Joker. Joker Police again. Real life Joker. The Grim Joker. Joker Police. What the fuck? 3 of them. Joker. 2K face plug. Another Joker Police. YouTube. What the fuck? Heaps of them. I didn't put that in. Just thinks it's like the truth. I think that, yes, like, America. You know how some of them are called the state trooper or some fucking shit. Anyway, we tried. Hang on, if I maybe put like no space, that might do it. Channel? I'm surprised no one like took that. No, Joker Trooper. There you go. There's a fucking. Someone take it. Chisel's Legends, you legend. Far out, the nails are getting long now. Look at that. Turning into fucking wizard claws. We will cut them eventually. And maybe like keep them as a memento to do some magical spells with. Release the fucking last 2 or 3 months or whatever it is, time, burn it somewhere, bottle them in a little glass jar with a cork, and then fucking label it, walking in the bush. And then when I want to fucking re-energize from that, I get one of the fingernails and I burn it with some incense on a charcoal brick warmth. Magical Spells 101 with Jezza episode 101. Happy Sunday sessions. Yeah, that one's better, actually. It is. The latte. I mean the mocha latte. Mocha latte. It is. I would have thought the other one would have been, because I just like normal coffee. I don't normally like mocha, but that's like I kind of like tastes a little bit sweeter. Some people love the mocha normal in the day. I think it's like a little bit weak with caffeine content. But for the same price, you can kind of buy a triple. But don't listen to me. Uncovering the subculture of the Matrix. Fuck, that goes for ages. An hour and 41 minutes. So many things I could watch. Killing Heidi, I Am. That's an old band. What? That was 3 days ago. There you go. I'm a fan of them back in the day. And I like just some rock band. I think it's just like a rock band. Pretty sure. I remember that name. I remember them. They were on like whatever it was, Video Hits or fucking V or some shit. I think V, that was on Foxtel, wasn't it? Jesus, how dangerous are sword cuts? These tests will give you
How do you
an
figure
idea.
out how well a sword cuts? Aside from doing a quick yes or no check and dismissing it if it doesn't happen to be your favorite. No, I mean being more serious about this, nowadays mostly unserious topic. You can analyze the blade. What's the overall shape and cross-section? How wide is it
That's an
relative to
interesting
its thickness?
thought.
What kind of grind does it have? What's the edge angle? Is it a coarse, toothy edge or a highly polished, fine edge? What does the sword weigh and how's the mass distributed? Or, if the theoretical stuff bores you, there's always the hands-on approach. Cat cutting. You can just find out which one cuts better, right? If you know how to use the thing. Poor edge alignment and other mistakes can make you draw very flawed conclusions. And what are you cutting anyway? Pool noodles? That only tells you something about your technique and the sharpness of the blade. Mostly sharpness, really. Water bottles? Too easy, but oddly enough, also tricky in some ways. A hefty sword with a dull edge bat a bottle across the yard without cutting it, but you wouldn't want to take that swing to your leg, let alone your head. Unsurprising, of course. Unlike the movies, human bodies don't go flying through the air like rag dolls at the slightest touch. Pumpkins, watermelons, and other fruits or vegetables, fun to chop up, but way too easy. Just eat them instead. Soak newspaper rolls into tatami mats? Now we're talking. Those require clean technique and a good blade profile, especially the shape of the cross-section and edge bevel. But they can make blades look bad. Hits that would do horrendous things to flesh and bone may look and feel underwhelming on tatami, to say the least. This is why I like ballistic gel dummies with structure. In this case, a 3D printed ribcage. Sure, the gel's not 100% exactly like flesh, but it's a reasonably close and, more importantly, reusable analog. The filament used to print the
Shout out
ribcage is
Skologrim.
not directly comparable to bone either, but it's a whole lot better than a gelatinous blob without anything solid inside. And I'd argue significantly better than
Like
PVC
Mythbusters,
pipes and
mate.
wooden dowels too. In my opinion, this setup gives you a much more complete impression of what a particular blade
Ballistics
can
gel.
do and how different ones compare. See for yourself. So this blade is fairly thick compared to how narrow it is.
Right.
Right, so you're tapering the blade from the thickest part to the edge, only from here, from the center of the blade to the edge. That's not much at all. So you're always left with quite a steep angle. It's like a thick wedge. You can still hone the apex of the edge and make it sharp, but because it's such a thick wedge, it's going to drag a lot as it goes through material. This blade, on the other hand, is quite a bit wider, so you can thin it out a lot better. And this is maximized by giving it a hollow grind, so it kind of dips in and flattens out more toward the edge. All right, so this will cut substantially better as a result. Not to mention there's also more mass, so it's going to hit harder than the narrower, lighter blade. It's still possible to cut with this if I press the edge down on this ballistic gel and then either draw or push for a slice. Even then, it doesn't do much. This is quite shallow. In the middle of it, it's a little bit deeper, but it's still pretty shallow. So that's not a particularly dangerous cut. If, on the other hand, I do the same thing with this rapier, because the ballistic gel is dry, unlike living tissue, the blade skips quite a bit. It's much more visible in the slow motion footage. That's quite a bit worse. I hope you can see it on camera, but that is like twice as deep, probably more.
Still
And here's
kind of
another problem.
watery.
It takes very little to stop a slice from this blade. Watch this. Drawing slices like that are generally surprisingly bad, even against nothing but clothing. Unless it's a particular kind of edge,
It's
and
a
a curved
rapier.
blade helps too. We'll see that more later. Absolutely nothing. A slicing cut without any momentum is generally not great, so I'm not even sure if this will do it, but let's see. No, it doesn't. This also has to do with leverage. Imagine carving or peeling an apple with a knife. You do that low on the blade rather than close to the tip. You can do it with a coarser, toothy edge.
He's got one of those things.
But even then, it's not an impressive result. How about something more appropriate for this task? For a drawing slice like that, you really need a curved blade. The more strongly curved, the better, and it needs to be sharp enough. That's quite good. Ouch. So in order to have any chance of cutting with this, you have to add a slice into the percussive cut by squeezing the fingers and pulling it in as you strike. And even then, it may not get through clothing. With this blade, on the other hand, it's not that difficult to get through.
No, for fuck's sake.
It's hard to even do that on squishy
Flooded it,
areas
man.
because it
Flooded it.
bounces off before you can even draw through. So the result is rather unimpressive. With both of these surprisingly
Does anyone
difficult
else
to get
watch
through
Skull
even
Grin?
clothing on the squishier parts of the dummy.
Legend.
It looks like it's doing something. But no, not in that area at least. I still wouldn't want to take this hit to the forearm or the neck. If I throw a tip shot with this rapier, the tricky part is that while cutting with a tip is more effective at getting through clothing and light to even medium armor, it also means that the resulting wound would be much shallower. So not exactly a fight ender, either in a historical duel or on the battlefield. Without clothing, the difference should be a little more obvious. It's not an amazingly deep cut by any means, but decent. I'm glad that I did the gel test because a
one
measly
paper now.
water bottle made a cut from this narrow blade seem downright laughable. Let's see what the heftier rapier can do here. I messed up the edge alignment on that one a little bit, but even so, that's pretty substantial. Also, good point to note, while edge alignment is important, things like tatami mats and other targets can exaggerate how much being a little off ruins the entire cut. Hopefully you can see that it's quite a bit deeper. And that, folks, is why armor is good. Any kind of armor is better than nothing. Yeah, I don't need really to say much about that, do I? Yikes. Now that would be rather difficult to do with the narrower rapier. But for the sake of comparison, I'm going to try it anyway. That was terrible edge alignment. I'm going to try it again. That's about the best I can do there, I think. Yeah, that's not as impressive, no matter how you slice it, shall we say. Decently deep cut, but nothing compared to this canyon here. For comparison, let's see what I can do with this. This is better for thrusting than for cutting, but should still be decent. That clearly hit the rib cage, as you can tell by the sound, which is always going to be better than the squishy parts. Oh, yikes. Yeah, that is rather devastating. The left pec is still intact-ish. Let's change that.
Wow.
Well, that definitely requires stitching. It's even deeper. All right. So basically about this far.
That's what he liked.
I've turned it around because the other pec is still mostly undamaged, aside from this right here. Now, unfortunately, nothing sticks to the gel particularly well. This will probably fall off, but I'll try at least to mark that. Okay, I'll try to do as much damage as I can in the sweet spot of the blade, which is really low. Okay, I'll try to do as much damage as I can in the sweet spot. Okay, pretty decent. That's better than I would have expected. Now the larger rapier, the sweet spot is higher up the blade for this one.
You hear that? Boy, it's like a swing.
Yeah, not much I need to comment here. It cut into the rib, not through, but definitely not a good day. Not so much to make a point and more for the heck of it.
Damn.
Yeah, the Kriegsmesser isn't around. In case you have any doubts about that. Oh, something was severed. That is terrifying. Just severed it completely. This ballistic gel torso is definitely at the end of its lifespan, but I do want to see how this strongly curved katana will perform. That's really annoying. Keeps refusing to record. At first it didn't look like much, but that's pretty bad. Let's see about this. There, I really laid into it. For those few people who still believe I'm biased against katanas after all these years, how do you feel about that? At first it looked like the blade cut all the way through the shoulder blade, but this is the actual damage. Right here. It looks the same way on the other side.
There you go, vape. There you go, there's a fucking katana, mate.
You can see that's just a shape of the 3D model that was used to print it.
That's pretty happy, kid.
That's rough, too. We'll try to tweak the infill to make it more bone-like, but the stuff is definitely not easy to cut. Either way, they're both devastating. There's no doubt about that. Yikes. Well, I've run out of undamaged areas on this ballistic gel dummy, except the back, which is not ideal because it's flat, so not very anatomical, but still, there's something more I would really like to try. I'm curious what this dowel will do. It is made to Tommy cutting quite easy. Question is how to even strike, because if I do it this way, it's way too easy, because this is kind of an unnaturally hard angle there. And anytime you have that, it's much easier to cut into it. I'm just gonna, I guess, try to dig in like this. Oh, that's a much longer cut than I would have guessed, all the way to the spine. It's hard to show, but quite deep. And it said long. Clearly the clothing doesn't add any protection there, so I might as well keep it off. Okay, so acknowledging that it's going to be easier to cut from this side because of the flat surface there and because there's a steeper angle here, I'm gonna do it anyway.
That's it.
Oh boy. That is absurd. So yeah, it is easier that way, but even so, I still find that pretty impressive. That's what stopped it. Look, I know this is a little excessive, but
He's got
why
an
not?
Oh shit.
Oh, that went deep into the ribcage right there.
Crazy video. Getting towards the end.
Maybe that gives you a bit of an idea of how easy or hard this is to cut.
I don't want to get allergies on my
Definitely have to go through it a few times.
Sometimes just the sweat
there it is.
or whatever. And this hand, I'm doing my put my smokes out. Don't want to touch my face with that. That's bad. Oh, he's got a nice thing here. What the fuck?
Okay, even by the standards of weapons, that disc mace is mean. Okay, I'm just gonna tear a chunk out so we can see better. Yeah, that caused a lot of damage. I think the cut with the dowel was even worse than I thought. Anyway, so I hope this goes to illustrate how we can underestimate the cutting power of swords based on whatever test medium we choose, and how we've got it set up. And also, slicing draw cuts
Go
can
sub
be
up
really
to Skellagrim,
bad,
you
except with a
legend.
very sharp, toothy edge or a strongly curved blade. I've done it with a straight blade with a smooth edge grind and a less curved katana, which were underwhelming, while a straight blade with a different grind did pretty well. Sometimes. As usual, it depends. Anyway, hope you found this interesting. Thanks for watching, and stay safe, folks.
Dude. Fatally stabbed. 2 boys stabbed to death in Melbourne's west. Fuck. Like straight after that, it puts a news report. Fuck. You know? Should be YouTube. Fucking knife crime. Fucking gangs and shit. Dodgy shit. Why a fed up empath is more dangerous than the narcissist? 3 days ago. Psych Solace has got a jester holding the fucking skull. What the fuck? It's an interesting thumbnail. This isn't recommend. We're in the home, so we get all sorts of cool shit. I'll have a quick look, see if there's anything worth watching live. Might be some interesting shit. Yeah, it's that Andreas Zertis. He's got his second Tatarian branding. Branding? Occult Rejects, I've got another one. Natalie Smearman. Paranormal Investigations. Bigfoot Hatman? Oh, Hatman. Is that like the X-Files dude? The smoking man. Didn't he have a hat? man. There's some weird paranormal dude that comes out of nowhere wearing a hat and his jacket and shit. Don't know Cam for a bit. Jezza Radio. We got iced coffee in the beard, I'm pretty sure. We should look at the beard more often in the thing to get the stuff out. Should get it trimmed and shaped. Can't be fucked. That could be interesting. That's at 9:30. That's like in 3 minutes. Legends. Who wants to watch that? With me. See what we can talk about. Or not. Is that not a one that you can really talk about through while you're watching it? Could be a cool thing now. Like this is kind of like we do sort of on YouTube. Do lives, watching other lives. It's a thing. It's a thing. It is a thing. It's the future. And then you can discuss with your friends that thing that you're watching, which they might not know much about, or they know something about that. Yeah, and then they drop a comment because of what they've said, and then you can sort of talk along with that person that's commented about the thing, if you get what I'm saying. Women are delusional to what men really value. This is gonna hurt. Terry Joel Jr. 5 minutes ago. Rippabilly? Fucking why not? Chain smoking stoners? What up? Hope you're having a good day. Had caffeine, we've got 2 muffins left. Should eat them with the last of my coffee. So it absorbs into the muffins in my stomach and lasts longer. Or just absorbs better. This is cooked. Could do like tiny little mini ones, I guess. Maybe like this, like put my bumper in first. And then a bit of tobacco on top. Same amount, roughly. Do that crazy thing. Yep. Yep. Oh, what have we done? We've turned it into a fucking mountain. Wonder if that's gonna work. Probably not. Cheers. Look at what we've done here. Fucking hell. Goodbye. When I go to that reminders app, I'm gonna have so many things to click off. Dangerous. Worked. Yeah. CBD, mate. That was a fucking goober. Peace out, legend. Wherever the fuck that went. I don't know. Where the fucking goober went. It landed on my foot. That's actually a decent one. Alright, Jezza Radio is starting now. Well, welcome to Jezza Radio. I'm your host, Jezza Chronic. Has it started yet? No. Oh, that's not for 2 days. Fucking... I fucked up. I never look at the date. I just look at the time. I saw 9:30 and got excited. Had a fucking orgasm. Blew my load. Too early. Maybe no fap is not good. You lose all the sensitivity, mate. Then you're screwed. When you go for a screw, when you finally do get a screw, because you've been no fap, and then you get the attraction or some shit, and then you're fucked. You're like Eminem from 8 Mile. Like 5 thrusts and you... fuck. Just go no fap all the way through to when you finally get that date where you think you're actually going to get a root, and then have a quick fap. One fap before it. Oh, fucking... Can't find... We have to go back to the home tab legends and just chase titles. Chase clickbaity titles for random weird Jezza radio station updates of weird shit. Play along at home, put it in your notebook, and watch it later. And you can be the change for the world. I'm just the office clerk that passes on the thing. And you can go do it. You finish it. I'm the starter, and I need a middle and an end to finish the thing. You know? I'm the cardinal whatever it is. Astrology for Cancer. The leader thing. Cardinal, fixed, mutable. And it goes off to the fixed, and then the fixed passes on to the mutable. And the mutable finishes it. So I'm just an ideas man. Cardinal. Send the thing out. Army's new rifle is dumb. Who's that for? American M7 rifle is dumb. Right, yeah. Tactical forge, mate. The Aussie bush cop. Danger is everywhere, man. Just without the man. Danger is everywhere. 2 days ago. There you go, put that in your notebook for later. Like a prepper channel maybe? By the guess of it all. Mic check 1 2. 0 and a 1. 1 and a 0 0 0 0 0. 1 1 1 1 0 0 0 1 1 1 1 1 0 0 0 1 0 1 1 1 0 0 1 1 1 0 0 1 1 1 1 0 0 0 1 0 1 0 1. Check. Mic check 1 2 2 2 2 2. Ooh 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 ah ah. Ish 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 ish. Two, 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 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. Mic check. Ha, 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 ho, ho, he, 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 he. Boo, 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 boo. There you go, there's your mic check, bro. Got enough good frequencies? EQ that shit, bro. EQ that shit, bro. You want to be a sound engineer? You have to listen to frequencies for like 3 years. The frequency CD. Yep, that's 16K. Whatever. Yep, that's 10K. Gotta notch that. Front of house. Or the side dude. Stage engineer. Good luck. Training to the gauntlet. Can you do it? Go to WOMAD. Can you do it? Car cables. Mic up. Cable. Table. 2 microphone. Well done, champ. Yeah. Pour coffee. Yeah. Welcome to the sound engineer job. Bored. I just want to make beats, bruh. Fucking Pro Tools. Fuck Pro Tools. I want to use Logic, bro. Where's the MPC? No MPC. Fuck. Whoops. Fast? No, I don't know. Scrolling and a doom scrolling and a doom scrolling we go. Mine's not really a doom scroll, it's an algorithm. Russian roulette. Jezza's YouTube Russian roulette algorithm. Spin away. Will we get to the bottom of the list, then we have to spin again before we find something? Yep, there's definitely ranting about some sort of terror shooting somewhere. Hidden bathroom, as shots fired. Fuck, Jesus. Flaming mongrels? Give us our guns back. And everything. Our swords. Our machetes. Flaming mongrels. You are flaming mongrels. Our vapes? Where's our fucking legal weed? Like, what the fuck? Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. At least you can get like a half for like $100 on medical. Cheers. Rightio. How much is a brand new iPad? Rightio. How much is a new phone? Oh, rightio. How much is an internet connection? Rightio. Cool. Weed, internet, weed, cigarettes, internet, coffee, internet, food, cigarettes, internet, weed, coffee, internet, weed, cigarettes, internet, coffee, weed, cigarettes, internet, coffee, weed, sleep, repeat. Book. You. Cut. Boop. Wake up. You. Repeat. Coffee, weed, cigarettes, internet, coffee, cigarettes, weed, internet, coffee, weed, cigarette, internet, coffee, weed, cigarette, internet, coffee, internet, coffee, weed, home, fuck around, sleep. Internet, coffee, weed, cigarette. Meditation, walk, meditation, forgiveness, wisdom, cigarette, weed, internet, weed, cigarette, sleep. You. Internet, coffee, weed, walk, cigarette, wisdom. ABV joint, cigarette, weed, internet. Knackers. Internet. Fucking hell, shut up. Scrolling. Grinding teeth, sore foot, internet. Cigarette, weed, cigarette, owl, sore foot, cigarette, ABV joint, weed, cigarette, walkie, wisdom, fertility, prosperity, patience. Pray, meditation, mountain covered with water, cold. Cigarette, bed. Run, YouTube, rah. Narcissism, research. How to hit someone with a stick. Training. Walkie. You. Yelling, testosterone. Strength, courage. Eagle, crow. Owl, sore foot. Ow. Hoot. Ow. Can't walk anymore. Psycho. YouTube psychosis. More YouTube, more psychosis. More psychosis. More bongs. Bit of CBD. Bit of cut back on the psychosis. Coffee. Internet. That's my last few months. How about yours? Hello? We're off our fucking tips on these coffees now. 800 milligrams. You. Need one more. Fuck. Go to 1,000. Need 1,000, right? Wonder what caffeine to crack is equivalent. Like, you know how there's those weird ratios and shit that you can look up. Like, what is the equivalent of fucking this with this? Because they're both stimulants or something. What is the equivalent of like Valium to weed or some shit? Like, there's weird people who do weird shit. They kind of try and figure out ratios of things. What is 1,000 milligrams of caffeine to crack? Like, is it a point? Whatever the fuck. 2 points. Fucking gear is like the same stimulant value as however many fucking no-dos, right? Like that kind of thing. No-dos compared to like there's some dude that can't get his fucking gears who's like, fuck, how much is it like worth of fucking shit? Caffeine's all I can get. Okay, fucking I'll look it up on Google. You know what I mean? How much caffeine do I need to get rid of my fucking gear craving? Oh shit, it's like 2,000 milligrams of fucking caffeine. Cool, now I'm like shaking enough to forget about it. Off we go to work, you know? I bet you that's been done like 1,000,000 times over. Some truckie or tradie, fuck, okay, well, what is it then? What's the ratio? What's the rough ratio? Let's go down the chemist and buy like 4 boxes of no-dos. That'll do. And then they're like totally screwed by the end of the day. That was actually a bad idea, whoever said that ratio. Took 4 boxes of it, now I feel like absolute shit. not doing that again. Fucked, cooked, bro. And then the dealer rings in like 2 hours into taking the caffeine. Fuck's sake. Imagine that. I'd hate to be on that shit. Better just have dabbled, and the dabbling was enough. Fucking dabbling, that was enough. The thing I've done the most probably was the shrooms. Like, I was dedicated to shrooms. I got dedicated to that. And they're not even meant to be addictive. Well, I tested that out. They're rather good. Don't give two shits about anything. You think you're some like walking guru, fucking psychic genius, which I probably actually am, but it's not trying to blow the horn too much. And fucking, when I did the shrooms, started reading cards, and it was accurate every time, according to the fucking little things I was using to analyze it. I did it that way, more scientific approach. I didn't just like read the cards, like some people say, just read the cards, what do you think they mean? I couldn't do that really, but I knew I was pulling out fucking the thing, and then I'd look at the meanings, and then that's what it was. I had like 2 or 3 different stories to it, which were all accurate. Didn't matter which one I picked. It was like, it's got to be this. I did it for people. A few people, just to experiment, and it was right. The variations were even right. So I was like, this is it, or it's this, or it's this, and they were actually all right. It just depended on which path they were going to take. Well, if you go this path, this is what will happen. If you go this path, this is what will happen. If you go this path, this is what will happen. That happened a few times, right at the beginning. Sometimes it was 2, sometimes it was just obvious, like bang, bang, there you go. There you go. It has to be that. It has to be that. The more you think about it, the more different variations you can get. Especially with confirmation cards. Then it narrows it down. Sometimes it actually widens it to another possibility that you didn't think about. Which then generally narrows it down to like 2 from 3 sometimes. Start my own thing like that probably now. I always found that interesting how like certain psychics or readers or whatever had their own deck. I could do that now. It'd probably be a little bit animalistic. Some of the cards would probably be crow, owl, rabbit, snail, frog, kookaburra, spider, ant, which we haven't fully done yet, etc. And only I know the full thing of it. Which actually, some of those are actually in the, what is it called, Lotera, or whatever it is, deck, Loteria, whatever it's called. Just have pictures on there. Some people use that deck to do different things. Yeah. Cigarette. Internet. Coffees are gone. Coffees are gone. Legends. How long did that last? 300 minutes. coffee around here, do you? I'll make the espresso machine break. We'll break the cunt in like a week. It'll be like non-functionable. Just turned like a 3 years usage into like 2 weeks, and it just breaks because it's time for it to break. Just joking. They probably make decent ones now. A lot of them are decent, you know. I always thought that old one was kind of pretty decent, the drip method. So you have your bit of coffee in the fucking, just the paper filter thing, in a little section, and it just drips into it. It's a slow drip thing into like a big fucking thing. That's how they do it like in America. Pretty sure. Like a big fucking, you know, for like an office. Proper coffee though. But like it's in that big glass round fucking vessel. With like maybe black plastic with rim or whatever with pourer part. And it just slides into the thing. And it's just attached to the fucking like mains water. You put that in, you press it, fucking put the coffee in the fucking filter. It's like a cup or half a cup of fucking the coffee or whatever. Or it grounds it up somehow, like got the beans attached to the fucking thing in a container. You screw that on, and you can see the beans, like how much is left, and it grinds a spit like perfect amount for that. And then it's a drip method. It's a hot boiling water, but it slowly drips it onto it, fills that thing up slowly over time, and then you just got a whole nother one, and you put the empty one there, and you've got a whole one there, like for communal, or you leave it there. It's like you have two of them or some shit, because it has a heater. It keeps that actual warm, like, you know. Yeah, that's a good way. Bulk coffee. You can do that by hand with a kettle, but it's a bit annoying. You have to have a steady hand for a long time. You can kind of pour it just sort of through, or you can just use a fucking strainer. So I was doing it before. You will get chunks in the bottom, but you can let them sink. Sort of more there at the bottom, at the end, and you just don't drink that. Or you go for a second filtration with a finer sieve thing, strainer, tea strainer, basically. Get these like cone-shaped ones, strainer like pretty fine, it just fits on the cup. That's what I was doing. Slowly pour the hot water onto the coffee itself. It just goes through, like, yeah. Stop talking about coffee because I've got none left and I finished it. Keep picking these up to check it. Did I finish it? I finished it. There's 4 there. Speedily human. Muffin with a cigarette. Cigarette, food, face. I forgot to add that to it. Internet, food, face, cigarette, coffee, internet, food, to the face. Choc chip, yeah, fuck yeah. Woo. You. Arizona Walter on shape-shifting reptilians 12 years ago. 25 minutes. Put it in your notebook, mate. If you're into reptilians. I might have even watched that back then. Who fucking knows, it might be recommending me shit that I've actually already seen back then. That does really sometimes happen. It used to happen before they fucked with it. Yeah, I did notice that. But now you don't really get that. And it's just like in the last, since they fucked with it. Last maybe 10 years. Actually, no, it's been a fair while. That was slightly before. That was slightly before, yeah. Yeah, if it's 12 years, that's before. It's a 100 on that. Go to the YouTube algorithm. There you go, there's a little nugget of gold. Actually, because you don't normally get that message. Arizona Wilder on Shapeshifting Reptilians. Richard Bruce. There you go. 750,000 views per month. Shout out to the servo. Shout out to the servo. I could have actually got shit now. It's nearly 10 o'clock. With the day stream taking over YouTube. The attack of the day stream, mate. Cookery. Shout out to Oslo's in the house before. Well, there's one for you. Vape HQ AU, bow staff for self-defense with Icy Mike and Sensei Dave. Sensei Seth channel 4 years ago. The other one. Where is it? Where's it gone? There it is. Yeah. Oh yeah, these are better. The blueberry ones are way better. Estwing Rockhammer durability test. I've got their pry bar. That's a beast of a thing. Viking Preparedness channel. TI Spike clandestine weapon. The recommendations of so many of those sorts of things again. X-Files theme song in brackets Illuminati song. Not X-Files theme full. Illuminati song. Why the gallery? Illuminati confirmed. I've seen that thing before. Some new phone thing or cat thing. It's like a phone thing. When they block the internet, you need this. 10 days ago? I don't know if anyone's got that in there. So you can have that recommended feed or whatever it's called. All home and all there, pretty much. Don't know what it's called on PC for the real YouTube, but it's probably just that. All. I don't have a news tab right now, which is interesting, on the iPad here. Knife Talk at no BS. Knife Talk 1. Is the knife industry doomed? Are YouTube is the problem or the solution? Huh. Well, fair rant, 24 minutes. Interesting.
Hello, rubber friends. Welcome to another.
I'll watch that later. It seems interesting. There's a lot of old knife designs that are actually fairly popular. That I think people review a lot. To get people to watch that buy those knives rather than the new knives, which make the knife industry more progressive and competitive. Hence, it might be kind of like dying out. New designs and shit like that. New blade shapes, grinds and edge bevels and things like that. And materials, actually. I think materials is probably the most interesting thing about that. Not only knives, but tools as well. Even everyday tools, like a hammer, or even a fucking wrench, or if I can change a tire, you know? Harder metal, better metal, more durable metal, alloys. It's always a thing that's always progressing, that market. And so if the knife market doesn't keep up with the competitive metal market, it could die out for various reasons. Another reason being that the new metals are actually so expensive that the new knives are getting to a price range which people sort of start to go, well, what the fuck's the difference? You know, especially when it comes to sharpening different types of metals and their durability for the task. Tools that are just kind of shit. Like, it'd be better if there was some standard of harder metal instead of this Chinesium shit that we always get, rusts. Metals are very interesting. You know, the mixtures that you can do. Well, they do, you know? They're always coming up with some fucking different metal. Steel, whatever, right? Steel, different steels. I should just say steel, because it is steel. But yeah, holy fucking shit. And then you can go and change the whole, you know, physics of how something works. We're changing the metal. All sorts of different things. Tools, firearms, fucking whatever. Saw, just a basic like thing, like, you know. We just got like stainless steel. And you've got other harder steels, or more rust resistant steels for gardening shit, or just shears. They always seem to rust. Like good quality stuff has this like a carbon steel, right? You know, and you have to look after that. Then what if you could have that, but without that? You know, do you want that? It's easier to sharpen. The edge gets more blunt though, quicker. But it's easier to sharpen. Harder steels last longer. Depends what you want. Like, what do you want for an axe? What do you want for a knife? What do you want for? Do you want the same steel, like everything, or the fuck, man? D2 steel. SM3B. Interesting. Different alloys. $1065 or $1060, whatever it is. $1060. Or different types of stainless steels. What else have we got? I'm trying to find something else. I'm just gas bagging about steels. Is anyone interested in talking about steels? Nobody there? Probably nobody there. Shh. Calm. Meditation time. Shout out to Oz Legends. He's got some shorts. He's posting some shorts. Shout out to the shorts. What's the latest one? Oz Legends. Respect to Skeeter and Jindy. Go check that out. I'm getting a bunch of notifications. Yeah, weird noises. Is that the cat? Inanna? Inanna? Don't know. Don't know. What is the truth about it? Yeah, it's recommending old videos about our moon. That's a Crow 777 from like 10 years ago. That's some music. Time for some music. Good if Rick or Wongy dropped in the house. Let's invoke the Rick or invoke the Wong. Wongy? 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 Wong think. How's it going, then? What else have we got? Buzzing on the caffeine. Don't know, just sitting here now. Patting the cat. Paintball would be fun as well one day. Paintball or airsoft, that would be cool as. Indeed it would be. Indeed it would be. is weird. That is weird. No, I don't want to do that. No, I don't want to do that. Okay. What's going on, legends? You having a good day? I hope you have an awesome day. Do whatever you gotta do to get through the day. Shout out Spud Lee with that, because that does help. You just say that, and you just do it, and you just do whatever, and then you're happy, and fuck it. Fuck it all. Here's another one too. If it doesn't work, fuck it off. But fuck drinking. Fuck drinking. I had my 2 Val, that's right, so I'm sort of buzzing on that a little bit. It's in the background, I guess. I can't actually probably feel it, but I guess it's there without me knowing in the background, which is kind of interesting to be on 2 milligrams of Valium a day. And it's still shit because it just wears off, you know? And then I've got to experience like 12 hours of nightmare with nothing. What the flaming hell? It's a G-Man show. Australian woman injects salmon sperm into her face. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. That's salmon sperm face. They've stolen my thing to the face. That's 12 minutes ago. Salmon jizz to the face. Are you shitting me? Holy fuck. That's hilarious. That's what he's named his video. But it's on Current Affair. Isn't that like a weird variation of vampirism? Because I thought it was stem cells to the face. Wasn't it little boys' foreskins to the face? It was though. It was. It was Fordham Skinham to the face. And now it's salmon sperm to the face. Right. Fucking what next? How is that for some GMO shizzle nizzle? Welcome to Jezza Radio. We're going to do a weather report now. It's 10:15. And the weather is 16 degrees. No, 19 actually. Whoops, sorry about that. It was just changing over. We had rain earlier today. What a fucking amazing sight that was. I didn't actually see it. I heard it though from the roof. And there was some thunder and probably some lightning that came along with that because we heard from Drew, or sort of Drew video. He had some flashing McFlashies and right near his house, apparently. Drew Adventures popped up in my stream. 21-degree fucking thunderstorm. At freaking whatever it was. Cooked time. Complete cooked. And we're sitting at 19. Now. I've turned my panel heater off. There's no need for that anymore. So we're saving some electricity. Yeah. You carbon chewing mongrel. Salmon jizz facials, mate. Salmon jizz to the face. What the fuck? There's your news report and your weather report. But I didn't give you a forecast. Metalcore, that's a good PUBG mobile channel if you're into that. Metalcore. I haven't seen that Aussie chick for a while. What the fuck was her name? She's just gone into the ethers. War of the Worlds movie, maybe? Decode by Mind Unveiled, 2025. AI surveillance and WorldGov disclosure / HG World's history. That's that channel that started out with the Irish Tartarian thing, prisoners, black people were like from Ireland that they took, and it's not so much from Africa to America. They were black. So, I don't know, there's some weird shit that he talked about right at the start there. He's done the Cabbage Patch thing, he's done homunculus stuff, he's done lots of stuff. What's him and his girlfriend? I think they're like a, partnership or something. But it sort of had that kind of vibe, like, what was that, spirit science guy? But I never really liked him. But lots of people liked that channel. Ages ago, there was some interesting. He did like these weird cartoons, spirit science. But Mind Unveiled is a little bit similar, I guess, the way it comes out. Different kind of voice or whatever. Educational nuggets of gold. Modern wakizashi, cold Athena. There's one for your vape HQAU, bro. Sick as tits. Like a little copper thing there on the guard. Fucking hell, look at that. Got a lion on the fucking handle. It is. Fucking something. Another type of lion on the other side. Wow. Wow. Just wow, that's like 2 hours ago. There you go. Cat has taken the lab. We're gonna show you. There you go. Let's invoke the Rick. Meow. Meow. Rick loves the cat. Meow. Yeah, see? What's going on? No. What's going on? No. What's going on? No. She's tripping out. You. There you go, Rick. Invoke the Rick. Time to rewind. Meow. Meow meow. See if you can guess what comes after meow meow. Sounds a lot like meow meow. Goes meow meow, and then what? Only the true fans will know. Okay, going back to home tab. Fuck this. Back here now. I don't know about that. Mic check 1 2. K-bar D2 Extreme Life Review. How the Freemason square and compass can give you power. The power of Tower. The Tower of Power. Only the true fans will know what that was. The Tower of Power with the eagle with the sign of strength and courage. And the cat loves the hand. Cats and hands, they're just lovely. We want the sweat. India to build 1 million homes. Oh, that's neat. There's some trippy shit. Might fix some shit. Don't know. Could be just some bullshit scam. Fucking falls through, or it's not even enough still. There's that little girl boxer again. That was one of the coolest things ever to see. Smashing the tree up. That was good. Sort of drifting off now. Caffeine is like a weird thing when you're into caffeine and coffee. We can actually have this caffeine sleep, weird drowsy, weird dreamy caffeine sleep thing. Really quite strange, because it's a stimulant, and it does do that to me. So I don't think I'm actually ADHD or whatever, but it might be a little bit some weird kind of thing. Where stimulants can have both effects on me. Caffeine can have a stimulant, but then it also drowsy. It could be just wearing off. And even though they had that last one, the first one's wearing off, and it's just a gradual, like, continual wear off of it all until I have more, or just keep maintaining this fucking, like, one every 2 hours or some shit. Like an office person would do. And then they just get home and they're just fucked. I've had so many cups of coffee and they're just drained from it all. It all wears off at once. Trying to stay fucking excited, but I'm fucking drowsy a bit. What is this 31 Atlas thing? 31 Atlas? What do you think it is? Is it a spaceship? Is there one that's at 50% chance of it being fucking alien? 30 people have had a say or a rant video content, right? Hey, Nana, you good? Did you eat some of the meat? You got meat, you gotta eat it. Mate, seriously. It's good shit. You've eaten it for like the last couple of days. It's been a good substitute to clear your body out. It's actual real food that your body's supposed to be for, anyway. We should get you a rabbit. I think cats would like rabbit. Rabbit is a cat meat, isn't it? Fresh, good quality rabbit. That's the humans, but feed it to your cats. Yeah. You'd like rabbit, wouldn't you? Look at this. You want rabbit, don't you? No. No. Just sit there and look at me. Oh, she was looking. No, she's looking down there. Oi! Oi! No. Oi! Oi! We tried. I'll keep it on for me. River Billy. Smash a jig. Pull a cone. Pull a couple of cones, mate. Pulling bugs. Nah, they don't. Pulling bugs. Pulled a couple of bugs. And then fucked off. Down the street, mate. Then ran into the Sheila. Pulled a couple of cones. Ran into the Sheila. And she's like, what up, Jezza? Are you that Jezza dude? I'm like, yeah, hell yeah. Do you want some? She's like, fuck yeah. I'm like, where's your fucking car then, love? Pulled a couple of views. Went for a walk, went into the Sheila. Rick. We invoked the Rick. Cheers, Rick. There you go, there she is. Hey, Rick. Hey, Nana. It's Rick. Oh, yeah? Yeah, Rick. Oh, yeah? Yeah, Rick. Yeah, she knows Rick. Yeah, Rick. Yeah. Oh, look. See? Is that Rick over there? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Boop. Boop. Smash a bug for the Sheilas out there, too. You might be a Sheila in code. No, you wouldn't be. You're Rick. But what about that Sheila thing? The 32-year-old Sheila. Who's that? Hey man. Hope you're well. How are you going? How's that foot doing? It's getting any better. I swelled up. I actually had a decent look last night, and it's cooked me. But we've stopped using the Tiger Balm, and we're just gonna let it do its thing. You. Yeah. Cheers, man. Pack 'em up. I'm just holding this for a little bit, so we never know when we're gonna light it. Yeah, it's pretty cooked, but there's a bit of skin shit going on. See if I can. There you go. It's a bit cooked, mate. Like it's actually swollen underneath. But that's a bit of red shit on top too, so it probably more looks like all the red shit from the Tiger Balm. Did create a bit of a rash, and further down, because I put too much on and I scratched it, it caused fucking dodgy. But down there, I think I'm rocking some like kind of broken foot thing, and it's been for years. Cheers. Cheers to the years of the broken foot that's finally now expressed itself in its full form. Yeah, so we're gonna have to still fix that. This is better up like that. But we need the flag again. The new one I got, but it's like fucking massive. I didn't realise how big it was. The legal eyes, it's like fucking huge. This weed leaf with the legal eyes. I think we had it for like one stream. Alright. You got one pack there, Rick? Yeah, swollen a bit. Oh, it's cooked, mate. I really shouldn't have fucking gone. Like, as soon as I noticed it, I should have just stopped then. So, but we've rattled around a bit of bone there for like about 10 Ks probably. Oh well, we know how to do that in the future if it ever happens again. This muscle's bigger for some weird reason. It's just fucking cooked. Looks like I've been using roids or something. Just but for my legs. Like just injecting shit. But like nothing else is big. Alright, let's do it. Shut up. Jesus. Oh. You have to be dedicated, because you back out of that, you're fucked. No airflow. You have to go all the way to get the airflow, man. Wow. Because we have failed. I don't think this actually fits in here. You know, it doesn't. That's the stoke hole that I normally like on my cone pieces. But this is one of them fucking ones. So I'll scrape some of it off in the whole part with that. Just for a limited time only. Indeed. I might as well just get some tub and pour like fucking I'm just gonna have to do them one by one as you do normally with the sealing. It doesn't take that long. Maybe a day for each one at the worst. Like a soak, you know. Bit of a rattling around, bit of salt, bit of soak, bit of rattling, bit of fucking brush action. Might get a mini brush. Can't do. Actually, no, I've still got one. Still got two. I think one that's been used more and one that hasn't even been used at all. I could fuck both of them up probably and get everything clean, and I'd be pretty much fucked. The brushes. Probably, unless I try and ISO them afterwards. You know, and then that's another job. Get the resin off the actual brushes. It can be quite a fucking job. Or you just have to be careful with how you do it. Yeah, yep, 100 laughing fucking foot sore. It's only gonna like swell down and solidify to a certain degree again, so I'm still gonna have to get it fixed or whatever. Sucks. There's like two times that I've definitely wanted to be out there recently. Like right then when that thunderstorm happened, and the other day when it was covered in clouds. And I missed out on both of them. But that's what you get. It might not even, and I was just talking about that, hey, too, like, you know, how, like I might, it's like the time of when you get the last sort of crazy weather. And I've got a feeling this will be better. There won't be that again. You know. Anyway, cheers, Rick and fucking everyone else, Oz Legends, everyone else dropping in the house, dropping in and out of the house. Yeah, we're just scrolling through, doing our thing, ripping billies, chilling out. Cheers for dropping in, man. Fuck yeah. Don't feel so alone. I'm feeling pretty alone lately. Pretty alone, pretty lonely, sad, all these sorts of things. But we're not too bad right now because I've had a few snacks and iced coffees. Might just do another fucking order similar to that, but with Coles, whatever, get a few things, maybe, or whatever, I don't know. It's Sunday, so it might be like cost more. It would be better to actually go myself somewhere, but that requires the foot. Anyway, we've got plenty of ciggies, so we're fine with that. I've been smoking a lot. This is the last one of this pack. But we've got another pack. So there's that. And there's the cat. Cheers. Hope your day's going well, Rick, man. If you're still around. Yeah. Cheers, bro. Cheers. Peace out. Bong on. Rick Billy. Smash a beer. Stay toasted. Back to Jezza Radio. Because we did do that. We invoked the Rick The cat. Rick loves the cat. Meow. You should have written a meow. I thought there was going to be a meow. Meow. Meow? What comes after meow meow? Jezza's caffeine rants are maybe going to run out soon. That was maybe a last wind. Rick brought the last wind through. Now I'm on my come down with the caffeine. We're going to need another coffee order at some point. We can ride this out for a while. Yep, doing okay. Nice, Rick. Nice. Nice, man. Positive people keep positive people positive and spread the positive love and wealth of the positive mind and heart and soul, energy, chi. You. Lazy, quiet Sunday for me. Yeah, lazy days. I have to be lazy now. I've got no choice. So that's what we're doing. Lazy, chill days, bongs, bit of CBD in the weed mix, a bit more happy chill. I'm definitely more happy chill with the CBD mixed into the weed. It's definitely needs to be thought about. It's the old school happy high. Like, you know, someone's outdoor from like the fucking 90s, whatever. Hasn't been fully bred out, like whatever. It's like one of the first variations. Fucked if I know. We did used to get this happy weed sometimes. Happy hippie weed, whatever it was. Do you know what I'm talking about, Rick? If you're still around, the happy hippie high from like fucking way back. Depends how old you are. But if you're roughly my age, like 40s, mid-40s, you'd know probably what I'm talking about. But it was mixed in with like heavy hydro as well at the time. It's obviously way more potent shit, like basically like double potent. And no happy high. It's more like a introspective, individual high. It was better like done at home by yourself before bed, actually. So if you had that really good shit, I always remember like when we were young hours and like you'd have this weed, right? And you'd be like, nah, that's the shit I'm saving for like, you know, or there'd be some other dude doing the same kind of thing, right? And you'd have this other shit, but obviously it was like a sativa, but we didn't even know. It was like this happy high sativa-y, but with CBD kind of like, you didn't really get that stoned. It was just like a giggly fucking thing. Works well together. Yeah. The CBD, yeah. Yeah, I know. Yep, I know. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. Definitely was a thing. Had like 2 or 3 different weeds sometimes. It was the coolest shit ever. Had no idea what the fuck they were, but you might have like 2 hydros, 1 fucking outdoor. Outdoor you had sessions with like with people. During the day. No idea that it was actually just like sativa and indica. But there were sort of, I guess, what would be like hybrids, kind of half sativa, half indica, that were still like a happy high, not really intrusive. Lay on the couch, fucking stare at bloody whatever, turn the TV on, drooling, kind of stoned. Yeah, more of a stone, I guess, than a high. Happy high, you could go kick footy, you know. Some weeds was just like fucking, go try to do stupid shit like that, like go walking or kick footy. It was just fucking too intense. You know, fucking feel a bit sick. Especially if you'd had a bunch of sugary shit as well. Got the munchies or planned the munchies prior, which you didn't actually even need because you're going to be too fucking stoned to even give a fuck. But you've had the sesh after the munchies and now you're like, oh yeah, let's go kick the footy. That's a real bright idea, isn't it? A fucking stomach full of red frogs and whatever the fuck it is, man. Fuck, 10 minutes later you're like, yeah, nah, this is fucked, isn't it? I'm fucking knackered, sweating, like, what the fuck are we doing, dude? Yeah, you wanna go back to the car? Yeah. Where's your fucking drink? I've drank all mine. Fucking hell, we stupidly bought Cokes or something. Like, fucking, that was great. Sculled the whole thing, still fucking thirsty. Back to the servo. Yeah, that was clever. Sit in the car, no aircon, fucking windows down, fucking sweating your balls off. More mellow, definitely. I'm liking the 50-50 with this whole rough. I'm gonna have to kind of ration my last buds anyway. Ventis are good, 50-50. We'll do that next, I reckon. Gonna have to get another script. Or 2. Or 3. We're not doing any crazy purchases. We need our fucking things, you know. Honestly, I'll be screwed. I'll screw myself. I'm very good at screwing myself. So I need to just only screw myself as much as I'm capable of. You know? It's like, you know, a couple of Uber orders and just, you gotta think, you know, what I actually do and what I do is what I do. Yeah, and try not to think too far outside of that, I guess, because then it ends up bad. If I don't have a replacement thing or support for that, even my own support for that, I've got to be careful with change. There's a lot of lessons that I've had with change, transformation, death, rebirth, and the wisdom that goes along with that. So I guess that's what the lesson has mainly been again, that I'm now kind of fucking realizing some transformations require enough, need to require enough wisdom to not be changed, okay? So like the wisdom with change is that sometimes things can't change, unable or very iffy. You can't just change. It's not like, oh cool, I learned about transformation and rebirth and death and change and that. No, that's actually like a little bit too much if you try and think that now that you can change stuff too much. There's more of a lesson in what can't change as well. What can actually be transformed and what can't, and the wisdom to know the difference of that. That's what it is. That's what it is. Whoops. Enough of the deeper meaningful. And that's that cigarette done. Wonderful. And the owl, man. The owl thing? Yeah. Bunch of this. Actually, I've got like way more of the CBD. We could just have a bit of the CBD, honestly. I've got 2 massive nugs still of it. Yeah, I've got these 2 still in here. That one. That one. And that one. I'm gonna chop up. Oops. But I kind of want like THC in it, man. You can't not do that. But we're getting low here. I guess I'd put that with it. That. Yeah. And then venties, I think. Ting. There's still remnants. Didn't need to. There was like a cone. But yeah, got a ration. Use the venti. Look at this stain from smoking. Like, that's pretty bad. Can't really force change. Just happens slowly. Yeah, that's the other thing I was trying to add into that. And the wisdom to know how and when and what to do, and slowly. Sort of related in with, I guess, prayer. But you got to be careful, because some things are just not reality, I guess, or they are, and you still have to leave the door open for that, which is kind of really hard to do, because it requires maturity, I guess, where the wisdom of the owl comes in. Like, people that deal with the owls at younger ages, like, obviously have gathered a lot of knowledge early on. But still, it's an age thing. That middle age thing. Yep. You want to say hi to Ananda again? She's just here. He's pretty sleepy. Koi. Just go that for a bit. Yep, might as well use the same one. I used to have this thing where I used to like get my medical and like make up a whole bunch of crucibles. I wanted to see what it was. It was about like 5 or 6 grams, like pretty much half of it, or over half of it, like 6 grams would do 40 of these. And then have 40 of them of that strain. I have like 4 strains sometimes. There's a whole bunch of these in a jar, and then the other few grams in another jar. And so that was the way I did it. I'd like to do that again. I'd like to be able to have that ability again, of how I was fully doing it. It was awesome. I have like 6 strains going, and change between like a bit of the fresh blood to use in like a Dynavap or the screwball or the turb hammer. Just chop up a little bit, and then I had a whole bunch of these. You know, I've actually got an attachment, like even this little bit of an attachment helps with the venti mouthpiece on like a bubbler. I could use that, do that. Yeah. Anyway, this has got a vibrate weird thing. Fuck. That's irritating. It's the screen. There's something that's got caught in there. I'll give a hook my thumb there. Mate, so irritating. Like Vape H2AU, this would piss you the fuck off because you've got a venti. Dear Lord. I'm gonna have to deal with that now. Fuck. We got rid of it, but it came back. PK Truth 1. Put a video out. There's something stuck in here. There goes the cat. She left. She couldn't handle the movement. Let's see if I can blow it out. No, that's probably not a good idea. It shits itself. Maybe here. Help. Does this happen to anyone? Where do you squeeze to fix it? Press it too many times. Oh no. I put it to Fahrenheit. How did I do that? Oh, that. Okay. This is fucking with my like whole brain, my OCD, my autism, my everything. Fuck. It's the actual vibrating thing, maybe. I thought it was something in the screen. Whatever. It's just a loud venting now. It's the loud one. We'll call it the loud one. Because here's the other. Oh fuck, I just turned that. I bumped that sometimes. Volcano down there. So, that's normal. No, this does crazy shit. Oh shit. Cheers. Yeah, dunno, Rick. Bit weird. This one's still on. That's normal. Something's loose in there. The vibe thing. I actually semi-temporarily fixed it when it first started. Like I bashed it. Cheers. Cool, now I've got a loud one. And this was the one that had the better... It was better, I thought. It was newer and better. Yeah, it is. Because this one's like darker in there. Interesting stuff. Back to YouTube. Wow. Not happy, Jan? It's really loud and fucking obtrusive. That doesn't want to do it at all. What? What? Whew. No, it doesn't want to vibrate at all. It's still fucking turpy ass, even though, wow, look, it's 50-50. they go together pretty good. Like it still has a full blown effect, and it's just mellow though. Battle for Tarakan, the fierce fight for Borneo's black gold. Japan versus the Dutch. Was it at the start? It was 1942. Yeah. Guess so. $1 rocket. How to make the best sugar rockets. Huh? Yep. Doesn't want to even vibrate now. At all. I've fucking done something to it. There you go. We Wish Woo Ultra Christmas. That was a year ago. Anyway, channel is live on Dragon Sky. Actually, let's go check to see if there's anything interesting. Stuffed Beagle. I think that's a Tartarian channel. Premiere. Stuffed Beagle channel. He does Tataria, I think. Yeah. Starting to go. Now the home. We're in home. Exactly. Well, we checked. It's nothing really that good. Could have used more venties though. They are worth it. They are worth doing. To savour the trichomes. Do you have a vape, Rick? If you're still around? Do you have a vape? Crafty or a Mighty or fucking something. Oz Legends has a med vape or something like that. I don't know what it was. Rit. What was it? Maybe I've got not I don't know. I can't find it. I can't find it. Maybe we should look on this. It might be all the way back. I think it was on here, wasn't it? Don't know. I literally can't find it. Some vape that I hadn't heard of. Thing. I don't know. I can't find it. Screw it. Too hard. Yeah, you got that thing. Just a med vape. But what is it? Yeah, this is gone, pretty much. For fuck's sake. Whatever. Whatever, just whatever. Irritating. Very irritating. What is the med vape? What is the med vape? Nothing too spectacular. Can I find a video on it? Don't touch your face with that. Don't think so. Didn't. Oh, God. That was shockingly spelled. I reckon it's all one word. Why won't it do that? Like, wasn't even typing V. I can't. You'd think it'd be like right there. There's a channel called Medvote. 6 people. 6 subs. It's for dry herb, but like, what is it? Where is it? What does it look like? Don't know. Nothing too spectacular. At least it's not so sore. I can kind of feel my foot up a bit more. It does have puffiness, which is good. Puffiness is good, actually. Because then now I've got like a protective barrier thing forming around, doing whatever it has to do. I don't know. I mean, imagine if it is just some kind of injury, like if I just pulled it. It does feel like it's something more serious. Like it's just there, actually, that's where it is. In there. I don't know how you can injure that part of your foot without it being impact. Like maybe I did kick something or flicked a rock, like but on there. Sorry. Or when I've tripped with my foot, maybe. I just can't remember what I've done. How that what? So I thought it was landing and running, like from the running. It could have been a trip and a recovery from a trip. I'm just not sure. I've had a few different variations of them. So it could have happened. It could have happened ages ago, and it's just gotten worse and worse. When it was actually probably minor, and I've actually fucked it, like by not resting. So I don't know. But I definitely want to get X-rays. That's gone flat. Peace out. Have you got a link? You got a link? Yeah, I've got a fucking link. Well, give us the link. Give us the fucking link. Oh, you can't put a link. Well, where did you get it from? Medvape.com.au. There's lots of Medvape things around. I've got to keep messing around with it a little bit, so I don't want it to seize up. I'm still trying to trick it a little bit into being okay. Even though it's probably not. But like, my uncle had broken stuff. I found it strange. I was like, I actually seen him do something once. Fucked up, really. A couple of times, actually. Seen him drop a fucking silo on his head. Fucking... one of them portable silos. Like an actual legit full-size silo, like, that you put grain in, with wheels on it. And he was fucking around with that. I was with him or some shit, but he had it like up. And then he was fucking around with it, and it like fell actually, like, and cracked him on the head. We're in the ute on the way back, and he's like got this trickle of blood kind of going down his neck. I'm like, yeah, you kind of did get yourself pretty good. And he's like, yep, I did. I'm like, okay, cool. And then I seen him drop a fucking thing on his feet. And I was like, holy shit, like, you might want to get that checked. He had a limp and shit. It's like, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I've broken it. I'm like, well, don't you want to fucking go get that done? And he's like, no, because that'll mean, like, a cast, and I won't be able to work properly on the farm. And then he said, oh, I've probably got, like, a couple of broken toes as it is already. I'm like, fucking hell. Because he just dropped shit on his feet, you know. Fixing tyres. I think that's what it was. He was fixing a tyre. Yeah, something happened. The dangerous things, farms. Things you have to do. Near misses you have all the time. They're fucking fixing it. He was fixing a tyre, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what happened. Something fell on his foot. I don't know. What was that? Anyway, should be looking sharp. Sorry. I'll catch you later, man. Rick, cheers, man, for dropping by. Gonna get some lunch, maybe. Why is that bucket? Do a bit of mowing. Have a good one. Cheers, Rick. Legend. Mow the lawn. Cheers, bro. Cheers for coming in. Rick and Oz Legends, thanks, man. Seriously, thanks. Having a bit of a rough time. I'm not too bad at the moment. But it will be rough again. Still thinking about going to Mum's. Wongy dropped in yesterday. That's flashing triple too. You. Peace. Probably not going to Mum's. Don't want to wreck my head. It'll wreck my head. Unless she's nice and lets me in. But no. Let's not wreck our head. Let's just wait. Or go and risk it. Peace out, Rick. Have a good day. I'll catch you later on, hopefully. Look at all these weird things called medvape, strong throughs, whatever. Maybe I'll ask the doctor about it and find out what it actually is, if it's worth having a look at. My toes are like pretty screwed up as well. It's good that this is swollen, I suppose, because it wasn't really swollen before. So this is a healing thing now. Been really sore. It's still sore, but I don't know, it's got no choice but to heal. I wish there was something else I could do. Like essential oils that are non-invasive, like on the skin. So it's soak in all the way. Just using something. Anyway, Jezza radio station. Survivor. 5 ways to hurt a narcissist forever. I don't know about that. He's done a couple like that, which are like get revenge and do this and do this and like it'll hurt them or do whatever. But then you're just creating more of a problem. Two-handed Kopesh by Skulligan a month ago. That's a deadly sword. Fucking sweeping blade. There's that straight bit. They are fucking crazy. You know, other thing I can never remember the name that the Scythians had. There's a Cold Steel SRK that I've got 3 years ago then. Some people review them, like even like recently, you find videos on. Cold Steel. People haven't. I have to get uploaded. How do you do that? It used to be just, now you have to pick like this week or whatever out of them. There you go. There's always some SRK C-clip. That's what I've got on mine. Exactly like that actually. I prefer to have the one on there than the two. It does fit on your belt or you just your pants even. Where is it? Oh, damn. That's exactly that short 5 days ago. You! 5 days ago, the C-clip.
Quick C-clip reviews of Cold Steel C-clips from the SRK and SRKC.
The C, yeah, that's the compact.
Taking this off to put 2 C-clips on. I've seen people put
This is the camping
on
knife.
like that. Doesn't make sense to me. So what I did, I'm left-handed.
You can do the wood
have
with this.
the way that this is all set up reversed.
It's my first beefy actual
This
knife
way, I can carry
that I've ever owned.
on my belt on the outside of my pants, or if I don't have a belt, I can use this to slip it
Very
inside
good.
my pants, and this is the part
Very
that's
good.
exposed. Find it
You can batten wood with
track
this.
pants, and the
Very good.
retention is amazing.
I like this clip, this sheath as well. I like it.
The sheath on your hip, and the knife comes
Even though
over.
it can blunt the edge.
Put some washers that come with it.
So I put the other clip on the Cobra,
Just on the one side.
and they're both good. They're both good. This one's a little bit bent out of shape though. There's constant videos on the Cobra as well. That'd be better for doing the actual prep, food prep, than the actual like fire prep. So I've got 2 kind of camping blades, and a couple other blades, but for camping. The Kyoto 2 is good, and the other Secret Edge thing is good, but the Kyoto 2 is good as well. That's maybe even more for finer. But I put this clip the other way, small, so you can scout carry, or front scout carry, sideways. That's okay. And the SRK is a beast for making a fire. and any bigger jobs. Clearing something, or making a shelter. This would be better. And the Kyoto 2 would be better for like rope and knots and stuff like that. But this could do everything. And even the Coburn could probably do everything to a sort of degree. But maybe better for like the actual chopping up your celery or whatever, tomatoes, whatever shit you've taken, bits of meat to throw in the stew. Would it even be good for like a little bit of like actual, if you're hunting game, to get you cut it up afterwards, like you hunted dead whatever, rabbit. Yeah, that's what I think out of all these blades. If you were to carry all three, the Kyoto 2 as well. SRK more for wood, bigger bits of wood, some carving for chop bits up for fire, or clearing the feather sticks a little bit. It's not that great for that, but it will do it. It's a good overall thing. And these do retain. The Coburn has more of a click in it. So, perfect 3-blade kind of set. Or even the 4-blade with the secret edge. Because that can actually go on a spear. So you can actually use the holes. I think it's around here. Maybe down somewhere. You use the holes of that secret edge one to put on a staff to create a spear to hunt fish in a stream, like trout, if you had trout somewhere. And then you could prepare those fish with the Kyoto 2. Because this would work good for filleting a little bit compared to the other knives. The Kyoto 2 would be brilliant for fish. So there you go, four knife camping set, all with plastic sheaths, really safe. If you had them even all together in some lockable box, if you had to do that. Got them out one at a time for their specific uses, probably. If you were like camping and you had a ute, whatever. Fishing blade, wood preparing blade, and other big jobs. Get the fucking kitchen, cutting, go past a general store, get some celery. I don't know, you're healthy eating legends. And then you got your secret edge if you want to do some fucking hunting, hand by hand. Or you have your bit of fishing line, you make up some jerry-rigged weird ass setup with just a hook and a piece of meat and a fucking bit of string line on the end of the staff. Where's my secret edge, man? I love that thing. Wonderful. Yeah, so it's got these 3 holes. They're supposed to be for like weight could tie that on the end of a stick, and even if you had a different stick that you just found out there, you could make a couple of notches in that stick at the tip, end of the stick, 3. So when you put this rope through the paracord, you could even make it so it goes onto those notches on the other side of the staff to even make it more secure, a little bit more secure. Because it's going to slide probably a bit. Let's get that real tight and secure. On there, I had a stick, maybe split it down the middle of the stick at the end. Somehow did some crazy way of tying that on. I don't know. But yeah. Secure as, mate. Secure egg sheaths. They got some really cool other things I've seen. I'm a full cold steel fanboy. What else have they done? They did something. There's something really popular that they've done. For fucking videos. Let's have a Jezza. Counterpoint series. Oh, that's new. That's a folding thing. I like this thing though. This is like that. I don't know how you pronounce it. It's not Dirk, but it's the small one that goes into their sock. Or the underarm. It's like a secret thing. Yeah, there's a whole wiki. They're Scottish. And like I'm a fair bit Scottish. Fair bit. Lots of the Scot attitude when he comes out. Definitely comes out. I don't know what that thing was that they use now. That thing was cool. Hold out throwers. They're throwing. You can use this as a thrower, I guess. Maybe. Maybe it was done a few years ago. Probably was. What the fuck? Cold Steel's double-edged katana? Ultimate Hunter. Look at a bob. It's a bob. It's a proper bob.
Alright, this is not your everyday YouTube Cold Steel video.
They were bobbing, I think, isn't it? Oh. Well, okay. Good sketch.
So you start with that. We're signing out. When you start with that.
How to damage your bob. Pretty much. Recon Hawk. Tomahawk. I don't have an axe. Well, I do have an axe, but not a Cold Steel axe. There's some kind of military like vest thing. I forget what they call them. There's a special name. It's like you hold them in that palm kind of thing. It's like a middle handle thing. More of an actual, self-defense one. But yeah, not really functional, I guess, for anything. I wonder what the laws are actually on kind of like spearfishing. There's probably special things. You have to use a special actual thing. Like you can't use a made up thing. Ocean spearfishing has to be a proper thing. Just have a spike on the end of a stick, mate. Get it in there. Some people get like lobsters and shit or whatever. Just fucking spike it, bring it up. Let me put this on charge because I don't have a phone. River Billy? About time. About that time. I might leave that for a split second. That's just enough there. Get a bit out of the grinder. Just get a bit more out of the grinder. Put it on the tray. Happy Sunday sessions, everybody. Doesn't matter about anything. Forgiveness, gratitude, all them ones. It's hard to pack. When you pack a bit and just miss a bit. It's kind of like a chick spawn. But really, I'm not used to this sort of shit. It's like the same kind of thing as some weird, like elephant bone. I think it's like an elephant bone you can get. I knew a chick that had that, I think, or something like that. I don't know what it was. It was some animal. And it was elephant, I'm pretty sure. Elephant bone. You can get other ones, like this, different things, kind of the same chamber size. Take a poker. So thirsty. Should have got a Powerade with all of that. Take a poker has vanished. There it is. Found it. Wow. Cheers. Actually not. trippy as fuck. Need to take a piss. Need to take a piss. Fuck. I think I can find some kind of light random song. See what we're doing to me. That's decent. What do we got? Far out, that's pretty shit. Day off? The day off. That's for the work. Yeah, okay. Muffin plutonium.
I know it's your day off. Little James has called in sick.
There you
I
go.
really need you to come
Like I
in,
said.
man. I know it's your day off, bro, but you're really doing me a big favour, yeah? Give me a call as soon as you get this message, man. I know you're there.
This time was supposed to be mine, now I gotta give it back to them. This time was supposed to be mine, now I gotta give it back to them. What? This time was supposed to be mine, now I gotta give it back to them. This time was supposed to be mine, now I gotta give it back to them. The day off away for a breather. Fly over the grind in the seas up. Who cares, alarm clock and freezer. At its best, no stress, put your feet up. And you can get with me, track a city, pull a shift in, hit the high road. Dismiss the dizzy, overexerted, busy in a city, gritty grind in between the five toes. So I don't live daytime TV zone when I don't do shit, but still offload any constant passion making me think. We want double-sided tape, so either way today we'll stick the playlist, make this 24-hour shape shift. Mold into the clip, which sits with the heartbeats kick. Only live once, so I'm not going to be tight with my slight income. The day off, when we finally win some. So raise those hands if you can do it, it's your day off. For the days that we actually do what we wanted, it's your day off. Believe me, there's going to be more, I promise, your day off. For the days that we actually do what we wanted, it's your day off. It's not the day off, but the night before. I get blind, mind, refine, report. Doesn't matter, no wake up call. Finest moments of freedom are yours. And I'ma keep drinking till it's not fun. I'm not making hit me with the shot to get the job done. So the issues will cling to all the other lost ones. Head out of the car, quick to call shotgun. Drop on a bottle full, throwing through the air. Fully loaded Ford, escorting us to the bear barrel land. In a snare where we celebrate at the celebrations. And spit on the spaces taken. Help out late, we've been paying a time for this. No longer waiting, stumble till our sides will split. Fill the short-term toast to its top. And make the most of our time like we ain't got jobs. So raise those hands if you can be bothered, it's your day off. For the days that we actually do what we wanted, it's your day off. Believe me, there's gonna be more, I promise, your day off. For the days that we actually do what we wanted, it's your day off. So raise those hands if you can be bothered. For the days that we actually do what we wanted.
You. My singing's back here anyway. Say that muffin plutonic. See how we go through plastic. It's an interesting edge. A secret edge. You did alright making that stick. would be good if it was a little bit better though. So I had to change it a bit. It wasn't like good enough. What else have we got? Legends. What's happening in the world at the moment? No news tab. Do not use these on the fucking thing. You just got sticky tape. I don't think it could take another battering of that anyway. The foam is pretty smashed, as you might have seen, if you've seen it when I showed it. It's hacked. And I've prepared it for the blicky stick. But yeah, we would rather have a Bob. That's going to require some sort of like fucking $1,000 donation, I'm guessing. For the full proper legit, I might as well get the full proper legit with the actual bag, and that was 1,000. So yeah, from Dubai. Whatever. I guess that's it. You just hit up them. They've got all your fucking beeps just for the one thing, and then yeah, done. Donnie McDonaldson. New tracksuit. Couple new tracksuits I want to get. New shoes. Especially for training, I don't want to like wear my shitty shoes. You know? Camping would be good as well. Awesome. It's getting hot though now, so it's going to be summer camping kind of thing. What's going on? So fucking bored, man. Honestly. This is the life. Crystal dinosaur skull. Oz geology. I found a very strange rock formation in the Victorian goldfield. Come on. Come on. Up here. Up. You can't go through there. Are you serious? Come on. Up. Fine then. Are you coming up or what are you doing? My phone's like this, really flat. Don't even want to turn on. I just hate that. It goes really flat, it doesn't even have the backup. Like 5% or 10%, whatever. Oh, there we go. We got our Apple logo. About time. You get this voicemail kind of thing, part of Apple now. It doesn't work unless your phone's actually on. And on do not disturb mode, I guess. Here come the notifications. I'm gonna probably go for 2 or 3 hours snooze at some point. Sunday nap. And come back for another coffee, Uber, order, fucking, I don't know, what the fuck. You're better off getting over 2 colds before it shuts. I just can't be fucked, man. My foot. I need to rest my foot. It wasn't that bad that day. Even just that day. Even just yesterday. All the days walking on it. Not good. So it actually does get better. It's good. When it does get better, I'll be back into it. Back into it. Just wish the edge was better on this. Such a cool design. Oh, we've got the coaster. Break it up and something. You can actually look at it on this one. I've kind of not looked at my strategy that much. Just let it do its thing. break it up and reconfigure. Stop trying to solve everything at once. Take the mess apart piece by piece. Look at each part separately and then rebuild it differently. Movement beats perfection. Do archive, burner, phone, erasers. Don't. Power tools, bus tickets, monologuing. Oh, there you go. There you go. Holy shit. The pattern. And what have we got on that? We got didn't get it. There we go, Sunday. Today set an intention to express what you truly believe to others. This can be a great first step if you struggle with being personal or showing empathy. As you're able to speak your truth, others can reciprocate and foster a connection with you. Yep, thanks. Venus conjunct Venus. FEMA GT for like 4 days, 4 to 5 days. Yep, definitely having a caffeine crash. Definitely. I'm gonna throw this stuff. I reckon it'd be cool. Need like a little board. Cork board, maybe. Make my own. I think I still got corks. Like cut them into little sections and glue them onto like an actual board or something. Ugh. Cat's got the laugh. She's happy. Anybody out there want to have a yarn? Who are those 5? I wonder who the 5 are. Can we make it 6 or 7? Everybody get their ults out? Fuck yeah. I need the views. Not really. But didn't you used to need views for like to do a live? Wasn't that a thing? Was that a thing? I think it was, wasn't it? Or you only had 15 minutes or something. Like that's it. $15. You had to build a rapport with your channel or some shit. I do remember it, actually. Oh yeah. At least I got the camera off this time, so like if I do a gear change, it doesn't really matter. Shout out to Gear Changer, the sleeping giant. He's a giant. Whoa, almost just bit off. Caffeine crashing, caffeine crashing. Indeed. Like I need something that's background noise. Like I just said it. I just was talking about it. And then I went and did it. I actually mind controlled myself. Accidentally. I said, what, in case I do a gear change or something? It's fucking funny. I somehow like MK altered myself just then. I don't know how long I was for, a few seconds, hopefully. Don't know. This sucks, man. Like being a caffeine addict. You have no idea. It's just crap. Because you have these crashes, man. It's midday and I could go to sleep. Shit, man. I think that's what it is kind of like being autistic. I mean ADHD. But when you're younger and you have to go through using amphetamines, and I'm just doing it older but with caffeine by myself. Fucked my whole diet. Fucked it. Back to sharpening. While I'm half asleep. Don't play with knives when you're sleeping. I'm slowly getting a safe bit of it. I just go from coarse to fine and then back to coarse and then back to fine. Repeat it a few times. I'm actually improving on the edge. So it's that whack. And this thing's actually pretty good. It's easy, sharp. Easy, sharp and easy. Yeah. So there's a little V. It's a V thing. And it does work okay. better than I thought. It does actually keep the geometry. And it sucks how they didn't fully do this all the way down to the bevel there. No, I just didn't do it. So I've had to like do it a little bit with those other ones, the hand ones. Aren't that great? It actually does need like a Dremel, actual file, and then you go back down those grips. We'll just use this thing. I don't know how long it's going to take with just this thing. Get it all the way gone. Probably a very long time. Oh, medication time. That's medication time, legends. It's midday. Why didn't they sharpen this all the way down? Baffling. And it's on reviews too. I figured a bit, but like it's got an edge, but it hasn't been taken all the way. It's just so strange. So strange. Anyway. Boom, chocolate for a Billy. Or a venti. Nah, tiny mini Billy. Oh, that's a bit harder. Okay. Where it's gunked. You've used all these. Guess so. Whatever, man. This fresh deck, right? This smell is the shit. I wish that lasted. I wish that lasted. Smoking ASMR with Jezza Chronic. Yeah, what is this called again? It's a sign on there. I don't know how to spell it. I forgot. Some Scottish. Yeah, that SGIAN-DUBH. How have you pronounced that? Skidoo? Is it Skidoo or something? I don't know. Skiandoo? I wish I knew how to fucking pronounce that. Let's watch a video. Well, the cat was like startled by that. Sorry, Nana. My Scottish historical knife collection. That's what I say. Oh, there's Skull Grippers, which is
This time I want to show you two things that a subscriber from Finland sent to me via Amazon. His name is Teemu. I think I pronounced the name more or less right. Correct me if I'm wrong. But in any case, the first of them is this. Amazon offers this as a Scottish dirk. But even though I know pretty much nothing about Scottish knives and daggers, I'm pretty sure this would actually be a ski and do and not a dirk.
Ski and do.
I actually had to look up the pronunciation of that because it's Gaelic, so the pronunciation is a lot different. It's actually spelled dub, D-U-B-H, but it's pronounced do. Anyway, so this kind of dagger would be worn on the leg, in the sock. There may be a particular term for that kind of sock, but I don't know it. In any case, so as you can see, the one side is flat and the other is round, so the flat side rests against the leg. I'm in the awkward position that I can't say too much about it. Well, I can.
These are mad.
But if I say anything even slightly remotely negative, then people are gonna be all like, ungrateful asshole. Yeah, it's happened before. So let me say very clearly, thank you, Teemu. I appreciate that very much. But if I say anything, I'm gonna be called out for it and criticized and whatever. So I'm just gonna show it. Here. That's the thing. I'm not gonna talk about the fact that it says China and stainless on the blade. I'm already saying too much. You can't win with this kind of thing. Unboxing videos or anything, showing off gifts, you can't win. I'm just gonna stop. I do appreciate it, honestly. I'm not bullshitting you here. It's definitely nice to see because I haven't had a knife or dagger like this before, so it's quite interesting how it's shaped. I have no idea how historically accurate it is at all. I've seen similar ones, but always reproductions, and no idea. So it's just interesting to handle it. I don't know if I want to test it being stainless in a lower price class, so it's probably $420. So it may very well bend or break when testing, but I might do it. I don't know yet.
Mungy.
But in any case, it's a pretty
Legend.
cool little thing, you know, even just for having in the collection or on the wall. Well,
nice
I
Rick
don't think
I
you would put
mode
something
yesterday.
like that on the wall, but together with the other knives in the collection.
Because today it's
But
pissing
on display,
down.
it's nice.
Yeah,
The
it's a
other
bit
thing
hectic
is this
all over the place.
carabiner
Really.
knife here. You can see it's a pretty
We had
large
some crazy weather as
carabiner.
well.
It's got a partially serrated
We
blade
had
on
some
there.
crazy weather.
And this actually locks in
Thunderstorm,
place. I mean, you probably heard the
lightning,
click.
thunder.
So this is a liner lock, and it's got these extra tools here.
That's handy.
Phillips head screwdriver and flathead screwdriver.
Fucking
The carabiner can be locked
Carabiner, like little knife thing.
like this.
Got a serrated bottom.
So that's pretty neat.
On the edge.
For a keychain, this would be humongous, but for
It's actually really
climbing,
good to
I
carry. For
don't
bushwalking
know
as well. Even.
if this, you know, what kind of weight this is rated
That's actually really good.
for. It looks pretty sturdy.
There's a carabiner, so
Assuming
you can
the
like tie it, like you could use that for rope things.
material is
That's your perfect
aluminum.
rope cut.
At least that's what it kind of handles and feels like. It's pretty neat.
Yeah,
way
bro,
it's
it's
shaped,
getting crazy
actually
outside. Blowing a gale.
reasonably
Yeah.
comfortable in the hand.
Probably heading to
So
you
as a
now.
knife, that's quite nice.
Probably past us.
Sharpness, well,
If it's going that
typical
way,
thing with a
which I
lot
think
of
it is at the
knives
moment.
on the market, or at least budget knives. It's not
Do you own a
greatest
Dirk
edge,
or a ski
but
and
I mean,
do,
you can easily fix that.
bro?
But yeah,
I reckon
it's a
ski
pretty
and
neat
do's
little
are
thing.
mad. I've got
Carabiner
like
knives
Scott blood
in
in me.
general. I was
Whatever
actually
it is,
thinking
quarter
a
Scott or
little
some
bit
shit.
about including that in the weirdest knife series, because I haven't made one of those in
That's
a
why I
while.
relate to this
and,
guy.
I simply
I
ran
relate
out
to
of weird
Skull and Grim a
knives
little
that
bit
I
with some sort of blood tie thing.
this isn't quite that weird. I mean, it's
Plus, the funny thing about my dad
what I
is his
normally
last
do
name is actually a Scottish name.
so I decided against
So
it.
even though he's French,
But
somewhere along the way,
so
there was a Scot guy, a Scot probably man, probably might be his dad. Who knows? But like it might have been a French Scot. So you never know. It might actually be more Scot than anything. But their name, I mean, yeah, like yeah. So, but they're French. So
medium or large have
Canadian French, whatever the fuck. So, my real actual birth genetic father. Trippy, eh?
So yes, thank you again.
Yeah, I checked the rain. I checked the radar. I saw it coming from your way. Yeah. We had like 21 degrees, bro, and a fucking storm. Like, go figure. Go figure. I don't see that very often. I've seen a 23-degree storm once in the wrong time of year. One of them, like, happened 2 or 3 times that I've paid attention to. Probably way more time. Bit out of the ordinary, right? Geode, geode to the bone. Get it wrong. It's like that. Bad. But geode to the bone. Go walk in it, mate. Get proper geode to the bone. Breathe deeply, cunts. And in with the nanotech, and out with the normal. In with the AI, and out. In with the transhumanism. Oh, God. Shut up. That's enough. Hope you're having a good day. We're listening to Scullagram, but we're not really listening to it. I thought, and we looked at the ski and do, and that was good enough. Shout out to a ski and do. I want a fucking Damascus ski and do now. I'm entitled to have it. Mother truckers. It's not even that long anyway, so it's like, whatever. Fucking kitchen knife's worse. Cooking the books. Look at that. Fucking Damascus though, bro. I've got some Damascus stuff. I like Damascus. Well, I had a Damascus thing that got confiscated by a cop. Now imagine if that happened now. I don't know. It's probably the same bullshit. You know, it's just all bullshit. Really. It's really for like idiots living in gangs that carry shit. They're gonna get the book thrown at them. That's all it really is. It's just a warning about throwing the book more at fucking idiots that deserve it. Which is fair enough. Flaming hell. That's all I reckon it means. Modern scheme do, man. If you're a Scot and you dress up, like, it's full legal for that. That's one of the exemptions. But astronomical society? Figure that one out. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Shut up about the scheme dudes. What's going on, Wongy? What are you up to? What are you doing today? Just chillaxing. I had to get up to go get something. I can't remember what the hell it was. Fuck. I do need water though. I'm gonna fill this bottle up. Oh, there's a sip. I don't need to get up for water. We'll soon. Fucking crazy cat. Something I was gonna do. Get too carried away in different thoughts. I just dropped something that I probably didn't want to actually drop. Yeah, that. Legend Wongy. Legend Wongy. Backyard would be sick as tits. I have my own backyard. I probably wouldn't have one though. be good if there was a small port or something involved. Something hidden. Or some kind of miracle situation of some kind. Peace agreement. Or a fucking link up with some kind of thing. Freedom! Wilson! I'm just looking to buying my house somehow. In the middle of fucking nowhere. Like some weird ass country town, bumfuck nowhere. But I'm owning it, I'm like paying rent towards it, off it, and it's not even worth that much. Like it's only like 200 or 300 grand or something, like shitbox. Just some bumfuck country town, man, like in the middle of nowhere. Special link up, get linked up somehow, some fucking thing. I don't know, we're trying all kind of manifestations now. Probably some bullshit community housing, what the fuck's that? Okay, cool, so I just put all my stuff in the corner. And then it's the next place, I guess. Whatever. I might open some opportunity for some kind of thing, some activity. For me? Yeah, Jezza, probably just chilling at home. Can't be fucked going out today. Bloody oath. I'm just blowing a gale. What, temperature, what do you call it? Kilometers an hour. Do we have that? I can't see that in mine. Probably have to go to a different app. Probably. And it's too late for it anyway because it's left. But I could look at it now. Maybe in the other one, Weather Zone Plus. I had I had that from Android, and I could buy it again. Fucking. It has wind speed, doesn't it? Yeah, there you go. Northeast, 19 k's an hour. Northwest, 29 k's an hour. Bit quick, I guess. Chance 40% rain, which we've already had, I'm pretty sure. Don't think there's going to be any more rain rest of the day. I doubt it. But I think according to Apple, maybe they will fucking have a crack at it. What have we got here? No, nothing. Not till whenever that is. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Wednesday's 80% right now. So there's another lot coming. I used to not pay much attention to this way of doing the weather. I used to just look at the radar, do it myself. Not that one, the big one. National radar and satellite together. So Weather Zone Plus. That's not too bad. When it loads, the flaming mongrel. There you go. You can see little lightning strikes. You know, shit. It's like Geelong. Like, yeah. Like there's a whole line. Fucking. You're copping it now. We've only got a few strikes out there. End of Yorks and a bit of KI. You may see a little, that probably gonna pass though without fuck all. Yeah, it was real quick and gone, man. Like half an hour job. That's what a lot of this weather is now. It's just like it's a front and no real substantial thing behind. Like when I was a kid. It's totally different weather. Totally different weather. 30, 40 years ago. In between there, when I started obviously becoming aware of it, you know, and the summers were long and hot. You had to use like wet sheets, man. Like, the fuck? I guess I got aircon now, so it doesn't matter, but, yeah. Spray bottles of water. Fucking crazy. And it would just go on and persistent. I suppose it is like that if you have the house. It's like Glenelg, I suffered. I got used to it. A couple of years into that. And you don't really give a shit. Hardens you for the heat. Any footy on today? You've watched the footy, don't you, Warren? Probably a decent match. People were talking about the footy the other day when I was somewhere. I think it was Crows and Port. It was a showdown or something. They call that the showdown. The showdown. It's kind of on its way though, the heavy shit. Or maybe you're getting battered right now and then it's on its way to... I don't know. Actually, like, Melbourne's there, so there's more. You're just starting, I guess. It's on its way. The big heavy shit. Flaming bored, man. Flaming bored. Can't go out the house. Sucks. Ting. This would be good for spearfishing. Someone will put this on the end of the stick and spearfish, fucking trout. But we don't have that here. What are you going to go for? Brim? You have to like first eyesight and then judge the fucking whole shit. You scare them off. Scare them all off. Let one go. They won't come back. Maybe where they're actually going through like a trout thing, where they're jumping a bit. How bare, you know, they find the spot where they're having to go upstream or even down, like, easy to fucking see. That'd be cool. What are the laws on spearfishing? You need proper spearfishing stuff, obviously. There probably is a license for that in certain states, I'd imagine. Don't fully know. I've already known a few people that were into it like a while ago. But I met maybe on the jetty that did it. Diving, spearfishing kind of people. The amount of free tackle you can get diving, holy shit. There's this one dude that used to do that quite a bit. It was good if he was around and you got a jag, the dude would help. He helped me a couple of times. That was pretty cool. Got my squid jag back. I think I was there once when he brought some stuff up and he said, "Do you want any of this?" I'm like, "Not really." I got my bright yellow squid jag, you know, the right colour. With the red head on it. Or white one, or that one works good too. With the red head on it. Or the Tommy Rough setup with the fucking float. And you have that as well as an active squid jag. You got two setups. Because you're only allowed 2 lines officially. If you get done by fisheries, you're supposed to only have 2 lines in the water. That never happened. I might have seen fisheries once. I don't think it was on Glenelg, it was somewhere else. Like Grange or Henley. Can't remember. Might have been Glenelg. Might have been. They're more after like bag size and size limits, I think. But still, if you've got too many lines and you're the only person there, kind of a bit screwed. Has anyone dealt with fisheries before? Like fuck. They're fuck limits. They have. But anyway, that's what they do. They do it for a reason. You know, protect the fish. Emails, whatever. And when you can go from, especially like snapper, they have a ban, snapper ban here. Snapper ban. This would be a good fishing knife. Small, compact. And if you like to fish light, like have everything actually on you, fuck yeah. That's how I like to do things. You don't have to really sit down. That's good. Good idea. The good thing is to have the little clip-on thing for the jetty, maybe, for the for the railing of the jetty, and you can clip on a little sort of mini setup table thing. That would work. Let's have a look. We did our weather report. Did you hear someone was killed by a shark in Sydney yesterday? Indeed, I did. I saw that. There's a whole bunch of things that happened in Sydney yesterday, like stabbing or fucking whatever, and some other thing. There's like 3 reports for that stuff. I did hear about that too. Pretty sure. It was the other day. Wasn't it the day before yesterday? Oh no, it might have been yesterday. Losing track of the days, but yeah. Cookery. There was a couple of freak things that have happened lately. The 2 people that got hit trying to save the kangaroo. That was pretty fucking nuts to just read the headline. Spewing. Fucking spewing, like. Fucking spewing. Just goes to show you don't stop on the freeway. But yeah, sharks. There's heaps of sharks. They should bring back hunting them. Possibly. Just for a little while. Whatever. Leo is change the numbers. Just make it like all out war for like a year. Just smash them. Then you get heaps of food, free food, man. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry will be bringing sharks in, mate. Feeding everybody. Facebook posts, oh, I've caught a shark, come down and take a chunk off. Sweet. You have to bleed them. Pretty sure. Better off keeping the whole thing whole for a while. Pretty sure that's what you're gonna do. Don't you bleed them? You cut the fins off. Yeah. Fins off, head off, back in the water. And you got your whole thing. Whoop. Bleed it, but some fish need that, apparently. You know? Some people do it with all the fish. A quicker kill, I think, is better for fish. Some people do the spike through the top of the head. Or frozen on ice. Some people think that's a better humane way, is on ice, so they just die frozen, basically. Too cold. Ice water. Lots of people do that. That's just like, that's the one they say to do, whatever. The most humane method. If you take a bucket with you and two ice, well, you can use ice cream containers. People use the bottle, like a 2 litre bottle. That's the best way. A big white bucket, the tall ones, 20 litre, and you put 2 of them in there, and then get your water. If you have 2 buckets, you can use a rope to get water, and then you put that in the other bucket with your 2 frozen things. Catch fish, boom, straight in there, dead. Like, it just freezes it to dead. And it's in seawater as well, so it's like, you know, preserved within its own water. Its last few breaths taken are seawater still, you know, as it dies. A lot of people can't fish just because of what I just said, you know. But that's how it goes. Don't eat the fish if you can't fish them. That should apply for everything. Anywho. Imagine doing that at school. They just put force compulsory, like, learning slaughtering and butchering of animals. Like the main ones. All the main ones that you actually eat. Well, for the non-vegans, I guess. It's like in high school, I guess. It's like a class you could maybe choose. Like a trade, but it's not really. It's just home ec kind of thing. There's somewhere in between trade and home ec. Fucking. Anyway, Wongy, yeah, the shark. No. Did they find any of the person? Because there's been shark attacks here in Adelaide where they find, like, maybe parts wash up. Like West Beach happened. I think it's happened a couple times at West Beach. Definitely happened to one dude that was going behind a fucking speedboat with a fucking one of them donut things. I think that's what happened. Sometimes they find like a foot or a leg, maybe. If they get taken, like by a great fucking white, handsome great white. Or there's others as around too, maybe. But mop up. Mopping up. But it's mopping up. A shark. Fucking no. See, that's why I don't like the water. Fuck the water. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm a land-based fisherman. Fuck that. I need a big boat. Big fucking boat. Now that's a boat. Living next door to Alan. That's what I need. Alan fucking Bond. Or whatever. Boat. James Bond. Catamaran style fucking. Still, there's always a chance of falling off the boat. Doesn't matter what boat it is. Just fuck boats. Fuck boats, fuck aeroplanes. Maybe trains? Oh no, that's right, they derail, fuck them. It's lucky I even still catch the bus. I feel safe catching the bus. You know, buses roll, and then shit happens. Wongy, yeah, there's some sweet as boats out there, but they cost a shit ton. Fucking A. Like $1 million or something. Might as well buy it. It's like a house. That's your boat. That's your boat, bro. Yep, that's my boat. I bought a boat. Don't have a house I rent, but I bought a boat. Yep, that's your boat. It's your boat, bro. You got a boat? I got a fucking boat. Yep. Nothing else but a boat. Got a sick ass boat. You go for the boat. Go for the boat, bro. Fuck yeah. Would be sick though if the shit hits the fan. Boat. Boat to the face. Times 80k. Yeah, $1 million. I say $1 million. 800k. That's what I want. Catamaran. Just get my $1 million from the Vatican and buy a boat. Put all my shit on it. So I basically got a moving granny flat boat. Like a speedboat. So not a fucking, you know, like a river boat. Cruising down the Murray, like, no, that's a bit boring. Boat. High seas. Pirate Jezza. Can I buy that? Can I put a couple of shots in that? Bored. Just bored that boat. Can I put a couple of shots in that? I want to buy all your shit before you get to the land. Before you get... Just get a crane, just lift off fucking containers. Cheers, mate. Nice. Is that the one with all the cocaine in it? Cool. See ya. Peace out. Cartoon Jezza. Jezza the Pirate cartoon. R18 plus. I like the Wongy, I like, don't even know how to say that. Stabby Crafts. Stabby Crafts. They are sweet. Oh, you're a boat guy. Oh shit. Wongy. Did you get the boat magazine? There's heaps of, there's a boat magazine. I think there's a few. At the newsagent. Boats, boats, boats and more fucking boats. Go down to your local boat shop. 80k. That's actually not too bad. Like, you can trade in cars for a boat. If you had 3 or 4 decent cars, that was still good. Boat? Fuck it. Boat. It's worth it now. It's like, you can catch fish from a boat, you can sleep on the boat, you can do everything on the boat. Keep it to the boat only. This is a boat discussion, bro. Airplane mode and boat. It's one of those boats. fuck, it would be fun if you were into the boat. I'm not into the boat. I have to be close to the fucking sea. I mean, the land. If I'm on the sea. Close to the coast. Whatever I'm trying to fucking. I could do a canoe or a jet ski. Jet ski, bro. Maybe. Or a fucking, yeah, some sort of thing. I don't know, they still kind of freak me out. Like, I'm just like not a water person, really. Even though I am, but I'm more of not that type of water switch. More like rain, you know, that. $80K. Nah, bro, I just like cool stuff. I would have to win Taps Lotto to spend that much on a boat. Yeah, I suppose, exactly. So you're not really a boat person, you just know about some boats. But like, yeah, it's not really that much. Well, it is, I suppose. It's like a brand new car, like a really good car. Brand new. You know, it's the same as that. Same as that. And some people work hard to have that, so they get that. That's what they want in life. Or they manage money somehow, you know, market, buy stuff, sell it, all that. Or they have a house. And they just get enough, whatever it is, equity, like the house goes up, and then eventually you've made $80K, thinking, fuck, might as well just get a boat. You know, if they're really dedicated to the boat life. Yeah. Probably get a decent speedboat type situation. Pretty decent. It's not that bad. It doesn't really have an extra section or anything like a cabin or a sleeping area. Seen heaps of them down the bay when they put that new fucking marina. Holy shit. Some of the boats. That was the thing. We did that for a while and then it got boring. Go down and look at all the boats. Some fucking nice boats. And you see some dude like fucking around with his boat maybe. Come down and they're all locked up and shit. Gates and stuff. Or one comes in, people go on fishing or whatever. I was actually quite tripped out when they put that down there. It irritated me a lot of that development. It was because I was a local and I used to like seeing the ocean when you come down Anzac Highway. And they got rid of that. If I got a boat, I would want it to have an enclosed cabin so you could go out in cold weather. Exactly. That's exactly right. You need somewhere dry. Dry area underneath. Those ones that go down or whatever. Yeah. I could maybe do it. I don't know. If it was decent enough, you know. Just purely for fishing, though, I guess. More sharpening. Back to YouTube, see if there's anything interesting. Modern, I'm still in that. These knives. Can't even remember how you say it again. Skidoo. Traditional looking one would be kind of cool. Wongy. Yeah, bro, a nice, indestructible boat. None of these fiberglass ones. Yeah, right, okay. I thought fiberglass. So what are they then? They gotta be like aluminum or just steel. Hit something in your shark bait. Yeah. On a proper metal one. I heard that they put like a chunk of zinc on the side of the boat to stop it from rusting. As long as you've got that chunk of zinc on the boat, it rusts that first, because it's basically like working like, what is it, galvanized metal. But instead of all the little bits of zinc being throughout the metal, you just have this chunk. Yeah, Jezza, something like that would be the dream. I think that was to the cabin thing or something, I'm not sure. Metal one. Steel. Stainless steel, not stainless, but a type of stainless, I guess. Maybe not stainless, I don't know. All sorts of metals that we were discussing before. For boats, alloys, yes. But the number one thing then is rust. If you have a hull, then it's going to be rust. Corrosive. So that chunk of zinc on it, on touching the actual metal of the boat. Pretty sure that's a thing. I don't know where I heard that, but I did hear it somewhere. Like some kind of zinc brick thing. They're just like attached to the boat. Where it's a bare piece of the metal of the boat. Pretty sure. Could be wrong, but makes sense really when you think about it. I need a smoke. What else is there to fucking watch? Definitely need some more beverages and some stuff. It was too early. Do you have a news tab? I don't have a fucking news tab, man. Fuck's sake, bro. Give me my news tab back. I just want to look at the top things, even though I know what it is. Flaming mongrels cooking my YouTube. No? Ah, way over there. Sweet. Got it back. All for nothing, though, probably. Killed by kindness? 2 young women killed while... Oh, that's the kangaroo thing. Yeah, spewing. Wongy? Yeah, bro, only bad thing is steel weights. Weighs a lot more than alloy. Yeah. Yeah. But it's softer too, you know? Depends what, you know, that's what I was saying before with these different metals. You can get some hard ones. But yeah, the alloy's lighter. But then you're gonna ding the boat, ding it up. That's why you need a dinghy. Isn't it like a dinghy actually called that? Because it's like hard. Maybe. The metal's harder. It's like heavy. A heavy, hard metal. That is maybe corrosive. But you need that zinc chunk for. Or you need to paint it really well. With probably like a zinc kind of a paint. Pretty much. As long as that paint, there's some of that paint on there. It kind of acts as a fucking galvanized thing. Them poly boats are pretty cool as well. Yeah, well, I'd say that, like, if it's the same material as that cold steel fucking poly, whatever they call that, poly, whatever it is, it's fucking indestructible, basically. So, there you go. And it's sort of bendable, but then it goes that bend, it's like heat damaged bend, I don't know. You know, you're stuck with that, like that. Plastics fuck like that, all types of plastics like that. Like that, you know. Yeah. I don't know, I wouldn't probably do that. Unless it's like kind of thick. Like for canoes, you know, maybe. Poly, what do they call that? Poly fucking some shit. I can never remember. I know there's a company in New Zealand that makes good ones. Yeah, sweet. Polycarbonate, is that what it is? Poly something. Fuck. I don't know what it's called. Polypropylene. Is that it? It's saying the cold steel staff is that, and the walkabout, and the bullocky stick. They're all just solid that. Synthetic, doesn't even say. High strength polymer. No, don't know. Maybe it's the bullocky stick. That feels like a polymer. What is this made from? Don't know. Specifications. Polypropylene. That's the one. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah. Polypropylene. That's pretty hard if you make it thick enough. Way to go. Definitely cheap and fucking hard. Oh, polyethylene they use for boats. Yeah. What's harder? That's like the thing. And what's wrong with fiberglass compared to those? Fiberglass shatters and it's hella sketchy. But you can make your own, like, weird shape, I guess, if you wanted to. This is getting much better. I still wish it went all the way down to the bevel, which I've got to do it another time. Don't want to fuck it up, I've got to do it a little bit by a little bit. Really carefully. Wish I had a Dremel, to be honest with you. They're so good for so many different things. You can get like little router type end parts and fucking take corners off of things, do all sorts of cool shit. Woodworking, metal, just grinding, little tiny areas. Rather awesome tool, the Dremel. And they've probably got some really good ones out now. Like decent RPM. It's just the latest model. You know. They've upgraded it. Like the NutriBullet, how they had that, and now they're up to like whatever fucking RPM with that thing. Yeah, fatally stabbed, that's Melbourne. What was the other Sydney news? Watch, I'll refresh it and then I won't have it anymore. Yeah, gone. Oh, there it is. I had to scroll through. 300 people arrested during London protests for banned Palestine action. What does that really even mean? Yeah, I guess. Well, yeah. Yep. Actually, I did hear something about that or something. Didn't they say that? Yeah, they said something about that. They got some weird thing for like weird Twitter posts as well. Some crazy shit. Yeah, that's messed up. 12-year-old and 15-year-old getting stabbed in Melbourne. Yep. Just, yep. Are these like migrants and stuff? Like migrant gangs and stuff? What's this dealio? I don't want to click on it. It's disturbing. Because they're not responsible knife owners, right? Here I have some little fucking secret edge. Yeah. Crazy. It's like, I mean, it must be some kind of, you know, gang thing. I don't know, fucking. It's pretty fucked though, like, you know, like, why the fuck do people have to go that far? I mean, honestly, I don't really want to have to talk about it, but I'll say something real quickly. Knife fighting is over pretty quickly with like a cut, and then it's like, shit. People are doing this, like, what the fuck? What's wrong? Like sword fighting back in the day when it was still legal. That's how most sword fights would end, because they had to fight like unarmed, you know, unarmed, no gloves. So it's just your bare hands, and often that's how it would end, a cut to the hand or the forearm. You know. That's just how it was. That's just literally how it was. And fucking actually killing someone is just like fucking dog act. There's no honor in that whatsoever at all. You know. It's not a duel, it's not honor, it's nothing. It's cooked. I think it is cooked. Anyway, fucking disgusting. Yeah, I'd say so. Melton Way has a lot of RH. Them. There's a lot of them. Is that Melton? Is that where the place is? I don't know, I guess so. Is Melton the place? I don't have it in my news anymore. I've refreshed. It's gone. Now I've lost my tab. Yep, no joke. No joke. Have to go this other account. Fuck it. We'll play that game. get the same ones over here. There you go. Fuck. Should I click it? Should we be like? Should we click it? I might have to click off though after a while. Oh, that's got an ad. That account back. This is Sunrise. No, ABC.
The boys aged just 12 and 15
The
were found
fuck?
critically injured at Cobblebank in the city's west last night at 2 different locations in the same suburb. Let's bring in reporter Tanushi Dias in Melbourne for the latest. Tanushi, good morning. What have police said?
Morning, Tom. It's a horrific start to this Sunday. Homicide detectives believe that these 2 attacks on these children were targeted. They've spent the night with other police gathering evidence. The SES was also seen helping them preserve crime scenes in Cobblebank. Now, what police are saying at this stage is that emergency services were called to this suburb, Cobblebank, which is about 30 kilometres west of Melbourne. It's in the Melton area. Emergency services got there to Marble Drive and found a young boy, 12-year-old child, with stab wounds, fighting for his life. They tried to revive him, perform CPR, but sadly that boy lost his life. Then a short while later, police heard of another male injured in a street nearby. Now that was on Cobble Street. That child was found to be 15 years old with stab wounds. They were unable to help him either, and he tragically died. Now this investigation in its early stages, so we are still trying to figure out behind this how many people may be involved. None of those, we don't have any answers to those questions at that point, but we are going to try and bring you more details throughout the day.
Yeah, okay, we're done with that. Fucking sorry about that. I've seen that. Yeah. I've seen that a couple times. Count of Monte Cristo, made in 2002, has heaps of sword fighting in it. Yeah, it's epic. Has a little bit. There's other ones that have sword fighting. I think at the end there's some sword fighting in that, pretty sure. Yeah, so yeah, but like, that's epic, that story, how he's like this dude. It's based off a real thing. There was some guy that did that for real, supposedly. People didn't know where this like dude came from, like, it's actually based off a real thing. It's fucking epic movie. Yeah, it's a great movie. You got that right. He fights the guy that stole his girlfriend. Yeah, pretty sure it's at the end. Don't ruin it for people who haven't seen it, because it's a classic. It's kind of like maybe one you'd actually even watch maybe at school. Like they might do that for students to do a fucking type up on. We had what was it? Some fucking movie with Robin Williams, Dead Poets Society. We had in English on here. Remember that? That's a cool movie though, like 'cause it's got different things in it. Found it on YouTube. Yeah, word. Sometimes you do find good stuff still on, like, it's uploaded on YouTube. Full-length feature films, freaking no ads, just some random channel. Yeah, it's a full movie. Yeah, or sometimes it's actually whatever. It's just like, I don't know, you pay for it. But there's lots that you can find on there. That Metropolis one. There's some full-blown Illuminati, like, weird movie on there. It's old. This dude's, like, in the Freemasons and shit. It's, like, black and white. It's, like, got Illuminati in the title or something. Crazy. What else we got? What do you say here? Yeah, the guy that uploaded is a legend. Yeah. There's a few of them you can find. Sometimes they're recommended. It's like, what the hell is this? Oh, sweet. A full movie. Just on YouTube. Like, for free. No rent, buy, nothing. It's just a random channel has done it. And not had it pinged. Like, how the hell? I don't know how the hell that's it, how that works. No copyright and all that. This is how to get your edge back. Just repeat. Course, fine. Course, fine. It's got a way wider bevel now on both sides, and it looks pretty even. Slowly getting there. It's a bit funny on the tip. On this other side. Yeah. Perfectionist, mate. Rumble has a lot of movies, yeah. You know shit. I've never fucked with Rumble. Never fucked with it. There was one that I kind of fucked with for a bit. I think Vance was on, actually. But then they banned that site. It was one of these sites that they went and banned. So you had to use, like, a VPN or private browsing or whatever to look at it. And it still didn't even really work properly. What was that called? What was it called? It was like a video one that, like, no one even talks about anymore. And people got ripped off YouTube, went to there. I think it was like kind of just before Rumble came out. What was that? Fuck. Can't remember what it is. It was sort of popular. It's really popular there for a bit. But Rumble took over, I guess, for the alternate version to YouTube. Skeleton's got some crazy zombie tools blade. Some of them are so cool and collectible, and he's into that sort of side of things. Sometimes they make proper battle ready, like props, movie props. And they do cut tests and shit with them. And actually, like, some of them aren't really that good. That's what he's done. He's done these weird battle ready things. There's been crazy, like, blacksmiths that have done some weird ass thing from the game. I saw one of them. This dude made something that was just so big and it's too hard to really actually even use. Like it was a replica of something. From something I didn't know about. A game or a movie or whatever it was. Just off its tits though. This big, huge fucking sword thing. Anyway, what else have we got? What actually is pipeweed? That's the Hobbit thing, I think, isn't it? For Lord of the Rings, they kind of put weed in it, I'm pretty sure. But it's called pipeweed. There's two types of pipeweed, I think, or whatever. Is that what that is? It's a deep geek.
What actually is pipeweed? It's central to Hobbit culture, but is it just tobacco or something else? Hi everyone, this is Robert. Welcome to Indie Geek. On this channel we cover the best in fantasy and science
I
fiction.
think I've watched this before, a video like
The
this.
Song of Ice and Fire, The Witcher, and so on. If you're new here, welcome.
Welcome.
Pipeweed is important in The Lord of the Rings. In fact, Tolkien even devotes an entire chapter of his prologue to the subject.
Pretty sure I've watched this.
Generally, one about the finding of the ring, one about the Shire, and one about pipeweed. He clearly wanted readers to understand what it was before the story that chapter, he sets out the history of the leaf, as he calls it, or rather Merry does in his herb lore of the Shire. For ages, folk in the Shire smoked various herbs, some fouler, some sweeter, but all accounts agree that Tobold Hornblower of Longbottom in the South Farthing first grew the true pipe weed in his gardens in the days of Isengrim II, about the year 1070 Shire reckoning. That's 350 years or so before the events. The best homegrown still comes from that district, especially the varieties now known as Longbottom Leaf, Old Toby, and Southern Snow. How Old Toby came by
I swear, that's like weed in the Tolkien thing. With hobbits, they put weed. Is it a she? Or who? J.R. Tolkien? That's a she, isn't it? Pipe weed. LOL. You ever seen a movie called Mad Dog Morgan? From 1976? It's a crazy movie. It does not ring a bell. No, I don't believe so. No. Unless it was randomly on the TV when I was a kid and I just got no idea. But yeah, probably not. Seems like something that you had to hire. Being gang stalked? Please watch. The thing is about this sharpener does clog up with metal in the shaving thing. Sleepy. About the gold rush days in Victoria. Oh no shit, that would be pretty cool. That would be cool. Does it have like Swan Hill, maybe, mentioned? That's a like town that's still there. It's like old. That's where it was for Victoria, I think. There's a lot of it. And the other one, Broken Hill. So Broken Hill has like a full old school touristy attraction town thing. Can't remember. Nah, where is that? Can't remember where it is. There's definitely one at Swan Hill. I think it's like on the Murray. I think that's in Victoria. We went there. We went through there. Actually, that's where my harmonica's from. I got this harmonica from, I don't know, I think it's like the general store, kind of weird touristy shop or whatever in that place. When I was there as a kid, I reckon, for a holiday. And we drove through there. But there's another place that's like more of that, like a proper gold rush, more tourist attraction thing. I know how to get gold. The other way. Sifting it sifting the stuff and then putting it through a sluice, which is a quicker way. A quicker way to get more gold. And you can have like a 2 or 3 man set squad sort of doing it. You might have to sift it like twice and then put that through the sluice. Those old traditional ones have like a carpet thing in there, a bit of carpet and there's railings. But the one I've got is called a drop riffle sluice. It has these little negative areas by what is its company? Angus and McKirk make it. Yeah, I don't know what they would be worth now. It was a couple $100 when I bought it, 300, 250 or something. Would have been very hard work. Yeah, it's a little bit hard. After a few bucketfuls, you're kind of tired. It's the digging and sifting, man. Sinking mine shafts was dangerous work. Yeah, that's a bit full on. I'm talking more on the riverbank, where most people were. It's still out there. There's just no gold rush. It's not like there was like a gold rush, you know. To get money, I reckon. There was probably maybe a gold rush. Don't know, like really, to be honest with you. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Unless it was some sort of destruction. There's things that have been theorized about this. Things were destroyed. There's just chunks of that lying around. Or fucking, I don't know, man. We found it. Me and my mate used to go out and do it. You just gotta dig it out, like, and then put it through the bucket. You can find the best spot though. Like, it's all about where you do it, actually. You try and pick where, like, the negative zone is of the river, where it would build up. Or in the middle, sometimes after rain, there's like a whole bunch of rocks pushed up. So underneath all that is where you want to go. You ever find anything? Yeah, alluvial gold. Not a whole lot though. My mate got it. Like, I don't have any of it anymore, I don't think. I think I might have put what little bit I had into like a that I made. So, I could literally go to a spot right now and spend a few hours there, like buckets full, and have a little tiny amount. Not very much at all, but yeah, it is hard work for what if you don't get much. You have to move to a different spot maybe. You might do better some days than others. But in Adelaide Hills, it's mostly alluvial gold, so it's like flat. It's hard to work with because it can float. And it's also mixed in with mica. Mica looks pretty much exactly like gold. You know. But that definitely does float. Sometimes you're getting a bit confused when you're cleaning up at the end of the tailing. That's like the black sand. So you get down to get the stuff out of the sluice. You still have to pan that anyway. So you have to learn how to properly pan properly without losing the shit that's actually in the bottom. So you have to like shake it so it's down the bottom. And then you end up with just all black sand, which is like iron. And sometimes galena, which is lead, will be mixed in through that last part of it. The lead is a slightly bit lighter than gold. Gold's heavy. And yeah, we did. We had it in a little container, a little vial with water, because you need this little bottle, right, to suck it up. I forget what you call that, catching bottle, whatever it's called. And that's got water in it, and you just push out that and suck it up through a little straw end of the bottle, and then all your bits of gold are in that bottle. Well, you can buy all sorts of crazy cleanup setups. I tried to get a cleanup setup happening that made things a lot easier. Basically a smaller sluice thing. You attach water to it like a hose. And it like can let the actual black sand run off and only catch the heavies, the gold, and maybe lead. And you have to use it like a paintbrush when you're like cleaning that up to shift the sand off of it. Because the water's just, you got to get the right pressure of water and everything. We can buy that thing that spins around. It's like a blue spinner. If you've got a whole bunch of black sand, you can cheat with that. But it's only really worth doing if you've got lots. I watched heaps of videos. Don't need to watch anymore, kind of thing. Just in my head. The best way actually is like fucking like sniping, but they do like underwater. Sometimes they get like a full vacuum cleaner set up, go into crevices and shit and fall out. You know, we actually go along where there's a river, and it's way after winter, and then you go into the crevices, like shift rocks out the way, big huge rocks out the way, and get all that stuff, that like silt in between the rocks and that, and then pan that, and you can find nuggets, big chunks of gold that have got shifted from the water, and they get caught up in there. There's a guy in Tassie that goes diving in the rivers up there. I like his channel. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, if there's clear enough water and you can see what you're doing, you can. You have like this vacuum cleaner set up. We could probably use like if you were really sniping, you can use like a bottle, I guess, with that little thing, and you can push and then somehow suck all that like silt that's caught down in there. And it'll crack somewhere. That's actually the best way, because you don't have to do much then. You get a whole bunch of just this silt and black sand and stuff in a little bottle probably. And then you come up and you pan that out, and you're definitely going to probably find stuff. Depends where you are. If it's a place where there's just no gold, there's just no gold, you know. But like most rivers probably do have gold, like they're rocky and stuff like that. Or if there's a vein crossing the river, that's what you want. That's actually what you want. If you can know that, then you're even more set. Yeah, he gets heaps of pickers on the riverbeds. Yep, there you go. You can even see them. You know, I've seen people do that. They dive under there and they fucking just You can just see it just sitting there. It's like, what? Yep. In the cracks. But it's supposed to be just for collecting. Weird the gold thing. We actually had a chat with another prospector we bumped into, and fucking yeah, it was a bit like weird, you know. He told us the whole thing. He knew it all, and he just told us, and it was just like, yeah, well, how the fuck does anything make sense? And it's like, well, it doesn't. I think he even explained to us that he'd found some massive nugget or some rock thing that's got this nugget just stuck in it, and he can't do anything with it. Pretty much. But it's just like, yeah, go hand it in. It's like the government's, pretty much. Weird with that, unless you can melt it down. Turn it into some kind of just lump and then go that to somewhere. So that's bullion, scrap bullion, gold price. Fucking whatever, they just test it and go, oh yeah. I'll take that. Yoink, here's the cash. Yoink. It has to be below 20 grand, pretty sure. For gold and silver. Be good to find a fucking spot though, and you just go there and fucking boom. It is hard work doing the bucket situation. There are spots that I've seen in Victoria, I think, even where people mainly use detectors. And they're not that far off the surface too, some places. Like it's really easy to find bigger nuggets in some certain places. With a detector. And you think, fucking this is a bit weird, like country to have just find nuggets of gold, like really red dirt sand, kind of outback desert sort of whatever. Like nowhere near a river. How does that make sense? Is that the gold that's fallen from the sky? From the Big Bang? I don't know. You ever been into metal detecting? No, not myself. I think my mate had one, a cheaper one. I think it was only really good for coins. You need an expensive one for gold. And the pinpointer. The pinpointer detector. That's actually worth quite a bit on its own. Like maybe half the value of the detector. Or half the value of a decent, a cheap detector. But that pinpointer thing is what you need. You need to have your shovel and then you just have that to find it in the scoops of that. You've probably seen that thing. It's a pinpointer thing. Yeah, it's not a cheap hobby, that's for sure. Yeah, they're good ones are like hundreds of dollars. And that pinpointer, when I looked at it, was like a few hundred, I think, just for that. Whenever it was. It's like 200 and bloody I don't know. It was a while ago when I was into it. I've still got all the stuff and the setup. I just need to put pop rivets on the homemade sieve because I made the sieve from the part of the bucket, one of those buckets. So it just sits in the top and you just twist it around. I went with that method. I found it off YouTube. There was this real good setup this dude had, and I thought that's a way to go. And I think a lot of people do use that setup. You can make a sieve out of the bucket. You cut it. Yeah, you can squeeze that other next bit in as a seal for the 1/4 inch screen. And you have a small shovel. It's like a short handle small shovel. And you use that to fill that little section up in the top of the bucket that has the screen. And you just sift that through. And grab the big rocks out, rinse them. Sometimes gold sticks to that little bit of mud kind of in between rocks. I guess, maybe. Cool about the spot though. You gotta have the, like, I don't know how the river curves or where it's built up over winter and pushed it all up there. But it'd be down the bottom of that, pretty much. Gorge Road. Few spots along there, but it's not really legal. That's the thing. It's like it's whatever. I don't know how you gotta go to special spots for it to be a proper hobby or fucking whatever. It's an interesting kind of hobby because if you do actually find anything big, you're not supposed to actually keep it. Fucking retarded. But anyway, have you ever heard of archery supplies? Yeah, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's in South Australia somewhere. Yeah, my mate was into archery. So there is an archery shop. Don't know if it's still there or not. We have a archery like thing. Like it's just out in the open. You know, I've been past it. Yeah, we had a couple of them back in the day. So it's just like, you know, these archery target things. There's a few places I thought that was just there. Definitely 2, I reckon. Need a billy and a smoke. Fucking around for this too long. Keeps my hand busy though. Keeps my hands busy and occupied. Blacksmith would be a cool job, you know, I reckon. Where I've got that. Is there a Lonsdale? Yeah, Lonsdale. Yeah. It's like a factory kind of area down south. Yeah. On the train line. Catch the train and people get off of there that used to like work or whatever near there back in the day. I think it's like a TAFE too. Or I don't know what that. I think I went past there and it was like we'll do a run down and shit. Kind of like a rundown sort of weird neighborhood, mainly like factory kind of stuff on the train line. Lonsdale. Yeah, I'm sub to his channel. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, it's down like Noarlunga, Hallett Cove, Weird. I don't think there's many houses in there. I thought it was mainly like just factory and paddocks, sort of. I don't know. I went there once. I think there was a TAFE man course I was going to look at, but I didn't do it. It was like a day for that, like an open day or whatever the fuck it was. For like some trade thing. I can't even remember what it was. But yeah. It's definitely like a trade neighborhood, I guess you'd say, for stuff like that. Factory stuff. And looks like a massive shed. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, lots of sheds and that. Factories or whatever. I think there's like a Stratco down there. Can't remember what else is down there. Why is that? Is that where there's an archery thing? Archery supplies. Aren't crossbows banned though? You can just get like a longbow. Compound bow, that's what they're called. My mate just had a normal bow. And he used to go to some archery place. I need water. Shit. I'm looking at a Hoyt. Fuck, where's that? Over here. Satori recurve bow. Yeah. That's. Don't care about tap water right now. Just don't care. It's like I'm drinking shit like that. Pretty sure you get a crossbow if you're in a club. Just need a permit. Huh, you can get a permit for them. Maybe. They'll just totally like, yeah, no. Bad. Not that I'd want one, I'd probably rather do the boat than you. There's a cool chick on YouTube that's fucking European or whatever she is. I don't know, I stumbled across this channel with bows. She's an archery chick. She usually like fake animals to shoot. Or it's like an actual archery thing. I don't know what it is. If it's her own setup or what that is. Like frisbee, you know how like frisbee's like kind of the thing? It's like golf. But they have this, you know, fucking little net thing or whatever you gotta throw the frisbee into. Chain net thing. There's full-blown frisbee courses. Anyway. Yeah, the targets are awesome nowadays. Yeah. Yeah, no shit. Yeah. Would be mad actually. Possibly. Just pick all the dodgy hobbies that they may just ban that, you know, like fucking, I don't want to say it. They're being pricks about a lot of shit, man. Fucking ban fucking everything, man. Ban V8s, ban fucking everything. Any like kind of cool hobby, you know. Oh yeah, no, you can have that now, but it just has to stay like somewhere, whatever, do like whatever. tomahawk throwing contest. Where do you go to do that? You know. Oh yeah, mate. I've got a tomahawk throwing club. Yeah. As long as you got your permit for your tomahawk, you can throw at my club because it's special and shit, bro. Yeah. I want arming sword fight club. You know, that's what I'm into. Not fucking long sword. Like one-handed, mate. With a buckler. Might not be able to find that because the ones here that do long sword, I do all of them. That's the thing I've got with trainer that's based off of arming sword. That's what I want to learn. Or even just the short sword. I think that's the closest thing they've got is short sword or whatever. 17th century short sword, I'd say that. Close enough. Yeah, banning shit is pointless. If somebody wants something, they will get one way or another. Same with ninja stars. Yeah. I met a dude that was a ninja kind of guy when I was younger. And it was a shop. You could get that. It was just part of the thing. You have to be black belt, whatever. You know. It's just what it is. You get trained up. And once you're fully trained up, got the discipline and the respect of the fucking place. And your master, whatever. You would keep him in a lockable box. I don't see what's wrong with that, man. Like, what the fuck? Why are they going to just fuck things? It makes no bloody sense. You can't just go and ban one thing and then have another thing that fucking you have a license for that's actually fucking worse. You know? How does that make any fucking sense? Hurts the brain. Where's the buyback? They just fucked it royally. I know you guys are watching at least now. What the flaming hell's going on here? Yeah. So what's law on throwing knives? You know, like it's like a legal knife, like pretty much, because it's throwing. Like if that's, we could say it's not really one, really, couldn't you? I don't know. It's just stupid. Like it's just stupid. Most of the responsible people that have hobbies like that are responsible, you know? Fucking. Leave the shit at home, you don't brand the shit like. You know? I've had some crazy brands in the past. Crazy brands. I guess, you know. The kid gangs thing gone and screwed up everything. Which makes sense to do that. But yeah. There was an interesting blog actually that I read about the thing. It was here. For here. It'd probably be fairly easy to find for South Australia. Yeah, it only takes one dickhead to ruin it for everyone. Yeah, but it shouldn't be. It should be just left at that dickhead. And what are they going to do? Go ban cars? Because, oh yeah, you can drive down a mall and run over a bunch of people. You know, like, it's just fucking stupid. And the hammers. All the other tools. Fucking, what I've got there. Est-wing Gad pry bar. You know, all the different types of pry bar, crowbar, fucking. You can make a mace, like, with just basic plumbing attachments. It's actually more deadlier. Just like a handle from Bunnings, a big ass like plumbing washer thing screwed onto the end of that. Yeah, like what was it, Shadowversity? Shadowversity did a video about like what you could actually make that is way dangerous, way more dangerous than a lot of things. And the average kitchen knife actually is more dangerous than pretty much anything. A lot of things actually. For some reason, just your average butcher's kitchen blade, you know, is a fucking hefty fucking thing. Like, you know, most knife hacks happen with normal kitchen blades. Steak knives, kitchen blades, fucking. Like that medium-sized one out of the block. Every man has his favourite knife out of that block, and it's just perfect for everything, you know. Cutting this roast, or whatever it is, you know. Like, they've cooked it. I'm telling you, it's just cooked. Buy some chainmail, feck it. Oh no, that's right. You can't have that. That's armour. That's illegal. Oh no. Oh no. Inconspicuous fucking armour system. Armour jacket thing. With those rivet things. That was actually not bad. I saw it wasn't really that great, but it was like something. It was like a stab-proof jacket thing. If you lived in some like neighbourhood, you know, like this, where these fucking hooligans are bloody. They're mainly just doing it to themselves. Like, what the fuck happened with those kids, man? Like, who actually did that? If that's actually like an adult, that's cookery, right? Like, fuck. What the hell's the deal? Was it some other kid? It's like done it, and then some other kids like tried to get help or revenge or whatever. I just don't get it. At that age, like, what the fuck? Yeah, all that ninja stuff is pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, only takes one. Yeah, I read that, sorry. Yep. Yep. Flaming mongrels. Alright, let's get off of that. Flaming mongrels. Buy a slingshot. Ka-punk. You seen that dude, that channel is like Russian, or I don't know where he is. He makes all sorts of weird slingshot things. I think that's how it started. It started with like slingshots and different projectile contraptions. That's what he called them, contraptions, or whatever. Don't know, can't remember what he called them, but yeah. Awesome channel on YouTube. He got pretty big, like, started from nothing, sort of. Had sponsors, people sponsored him, I think, and he would make things that he theorized about and actually make it. Let's see if we find it. Maybe. No. Can't find it. I just put in slingshot, that wasn't enough, obviously. 411 has a fucking slingshot video anyway. What's the most powerful slingshot? What is it? I'll go to the end and just show it.
To me, to be able to hold it with some stability, and that gets very.
Oh, he's just talking about him. Oh no, he's got one there. Just an average, whatever. There's a bunch of those.
This has just got a multi-purpose use. You can even set this up as sling bow. I use it for shooting darts with a hammer. Slingshot from center shot allows you to shoot a lot of power with great stability. So coming in behind the hammer XT from center shot would be the torque.
He's actually right into them. Here we go.
Number one is substance. Number two, you can put up to 1 inch flat bands on this fork tip because that's a 1 inch fork tip.
If you make these
And it allows you to shoot these powerful good tools. I think it's very important to say this. I don't necessarily believe the torque is good for games. I just don't. Center shot says the same thing. The fork on this is not very wide. And fork hits are no joke, especially if you hit your hand.
You got a slingshot, Wongy?
Come back to the eye.
Still around?
Eye protection is so important. I'll tell you the truth. One of the things I do when I'm shooting this slingshot is I usually shoot lead or something very powerful using these tubes.
With a little leather piece?
I'm wearing an armored glove for protection because I knew a guy one time that broke his finger just shooting 3-inch steel. He hit his finger with a 3-inch steel ball and broke his finger. So I will typically use an armored glove when I'm shooting this slingshot frame with great power, especially with this narrow fork. So in conclusion, frames don't make the power.
My neighbor had one.
Frames can support the power. The two frames that I believe do that better than all is the Hammer XT and the Torque from Center Shot. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a great Thanksgiving. Take care.
It would be good if we were more like America, you know? Slingshots, knives, you know, hunting, more hunting, whatever. We're not really allowed to hunt stuff. It's all like protected and native and stuff. Because we've just fucked up the land, I guess. Fucked it all up. Now everything's endangered. It's just in national parks. Because there's no like real massive amounts of land, really, I guess. In national parks. That's just your land, and then you get the hunting permit or some shit. Could almost go on a nap, day nap. You got a slingshot one? If you're still there, one. I don't know, you might have pieced out. Am I still on here, even? I might have pieced out. Oh, I think it's still going. It's all good. I thought it might have had it reconnected. I thought it had it reconnecting. I didn't have a cone. I went back to fucking chopping. Let's have a cone. Maybe. What is the most powerful slingshot? Oh, I want a slingshot now. Fuck. Ball bearings. I wonder if Amazon sells fucking slingshots and you can just get them. Probably. Fucking-ly. Aren't there dodgy laws on slingshots or some dodgy bullshit? Some sort of regulation, or just totally prohibited? Totally prohibited. Like, you can have it, but like only in your house, I guess. Maybe. Or just not. But then what if you make one? What if you make your own? Bet you if you looked it up, it'd be some dodgy thing. Like, just no. But it's strange how Queensland is allowed to have like air rifle. I mean, whatever it is, paintball and air guns, air pellet gun. Cheers. Gel blasters, fucking no shit. Like, why are they banned here? What the fuck? It hurts my brain. What, because they look too realistic? Well, why? Somewhere else, not here. Like, cheers. Shout out to Just Us. I've seen him have them on him. Him and his missus shoot each other with it. We fucking cool ass. Well, at least we've got our one plant in the backyard that's like an exemption, and that's it. Whatever. Yay. Cheers. Cheers to Australia. Fucking Rip Billy. Tobacco with the layering on top. Is that blurry? Might look blurry. It's a blurry on that. I'm testing that out for change. Don't normally use it. Probably just wasting electricity. We have another one. It's actually a good method. The tobacco burns afterwards. It's just working for this setup, kind of thing. It's more airy, a bed of tobacco. What am I doing with the packing? Mount whatever. Mount Vesuvius, whatever it's called. It's all about money they can get out of us. Yeah. Fucking weird fucking permit, license, fucking inspected, fucking what the fuck, dude? Inspected fucking lockable box, fuck off. I mean, it makes sense, like, if you've got kids around, like, you know. Or it's a farm, and, you know, it's like, you know. That just turned off. I thought I prevented that. I didn't prevent it. Boop. 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 That looks a lot different now. I don't know. They changed it. They upgraded stuff. They make it more vivid. Cheers. Ding! What was that? 2 p.m. Yep. do this, it's a bit crazy. That is fairly turvy, you know. Those two together. Sometimes I just want to be happy, you know, I don't want to be too stoned, just good. You want people, yeah, you want people to be able to fight back. Well, they have that part of America, that's the Second Amendment, for fuck's sake, you know? Wow, I got a bit of a sweat from that. Cool. Gotta have the double up, man. 2 in a row is the way to go. Oh, look at this fucking thing. It's like a slingshot, but it's a fucking, like, you know, pistol grip kind of thing. 3D printed slingshot, but it's real. I'm gonna look at Amazon. I just want to fucking see, just for shits and giggles. That'd be the place if there's any money. Probably like some bulk fucking company one, you know? It'd be amazing. $39. They're everywhere. $30. 100 ball bearings. What's this one? $60. What do you reckon of this? Give me the full screen, you bastard. Ergonomic, mate. Comes with some kind of like little bag thing. What the fuck is it? Slingshot, mate. Oh no. Here we go. Here we go. We've done it. We've What other ones are there? Not that I'm gonna get one or anything. Rubber band launcher. Yeah. I'll get a potato gun. Yeah. They're actually kind of cool for fucking around, like for accuracy. You just like stand little, fucking like little army men up, shoot them over. Bits of potato everywhere. What I should be looking for is an ankle fucking brace though. It'd be way cheaper off Amazon, but then you don't find out if it fits properly until you've bought it. Pistol slingshots look awesome, but we can't have them. We can't have them. But what about the normal ones, Wongy? What about the normal ones? Obviously, it's on the fucking Amazon, man. I mean, there's lots of things on there too that probably will get nabbed by customs. Possibly, I don't know. I want a slingshot now. A black one, or that fucking one I just showed you. Probably shit though. It's just a shitty Amazon slingshot. They pay to do a bit of research and then put the name. Do so. He knows his shit. Fucking back we go, back it up. Into the end. What did he say? He reckoned that was best, but like, it's got the tiny gap through. Like, you gotta be good. What was it called? Talk? I think it was talk, because he only really did two, didn't he? No, we'll go from here. No, I don't even watch his whole rant though. Ammo factor. Hammer? And then, does he have a bit of, talk? T-O-R-Q-U-E. So go and look at that. T-O-Q-U, was it R-E or some shit? I can't remember. Oh, fuck. Brain correct. Q-U-R-E. Talk. Slingshot. It'd be like $300 or some crazy thing for a fucking slingshot. There you go. Talk Slingshots Australia, mate. Boom. Shakalaka. There you go. That's the actual one, but it's orange. $40, mate. $40, mate. I've got to be on eBay as well. These obviously aren't illegal or whatever. It's just a slingshot. Should I read my state laws first? Talking shot. Not there. Would have thought so. Well, there's an Australia website. Probably just says on there, like, regulations. Some Australian states classify slingshots as a legal weapon. Buyers must check. Yeah, okay, so is it there? They have it on part of their site. There you go. Without permits, Queensland, ACT, slingshot restricts the sale and shipment of slingshots to Queensland. That's fucking weird, eh? They're restricted. Hang on. I fucking don't get this. A sale and shipment of slingshot wireframes to Queensland. So we don't have it. And ACT and Tasmania only. Unrestricted items such as bands, targets, clay ammo, and other accessories can be shipped nationwide, including two, but the SA's there. I don't fucking get it, to be honest. Yeah, no slingshot, no ships to New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia. That's in red there, obviously. But then you can get unrestricted items, such as bands. So how does that make sense? Can be shipped. So it's just a Y frame. That sucks. So it will be blocked. If you try and buy it off there, if you're South Australia, you can't even buy it. Cool. But you can buy the bands, targets, clay ammo, and all other accessories. There you go. So can't even do it. Like if I go to try and purchase that, it'll block it from their site. Help, Wongy. Help. Have you got one? What is this? No, you can't even say. Probably. Queensland, ACT, and Tasmania only. What the hell makes the difference? I'm just trying to figure that out. Can't figure it out. Look, it's looking like Queensland is actually the best state. Yeah. Just for a few things, but like, it's kind of worse for other things. Well, there goes the slingshot idea, or it's restricted. Maybe it's like kind of like archery. I don't fucking know. It's probably just a big no, or a fuck knows, some part of archery maybe. I don't know. I don't get it how they can have it in another state. Or ACT. So ACT. What about paintball and that other thing? Can never remember, gel blasters or air fighting, whatever it's called. It's called something. Air something. Air. It's like a sport. It's a proper sport. The hair's doing weird things. I saw it on there, but it's blurry. It's blurry. Might have to reset. Okay, let's go. A bow. What sort of bow are you getting? Look at compound bows. Can you get that? Am I allowed that? ApexHunting.com.au. There you go. There you go. Where's the thing? I need to like. I don't have a thing. I thought they'd have like a. No, legality, section. Let's try this one. Archery. This is like a. What's the one you had a mate or whatever? I should just ask when we were at the. Well, obviously it would be. You'd think it'd be legal for archery like everywhere because it's an actual sport, you know. It's an actual sport that you can go be good and be in the Olympics and that. I reckon they need to do that for sword fighting, to be honest, and the different categories and staff and other weapons. Stick, one stick, two-handed stick with shield. Fuck man, it'd be sick. Like fully protected and everything though, you know. But man, if they added like different martial arts, weapon martial arts to the Olympics. That would be fucking cool as. More fencing, it's like an offshoot from fencing. At least one or two. Like at least like, I don't know what they'd do. Should do the whole lot. Some of these sports are getting too big, like to be big enough to be in the Olympics. Like maybe like a MMA type thing as well, to keep all them people happy as well. Every now and then they add a new sport to the Olympics. Like didn't they add skateboarding or some shit in there or whatever? And yeah, I don't know. Or is that just that extreme thing? They did Winter Olympics, and that you've got snowboarding. So it's kind of like, and there was like freestyle snowboarding, I think, wasn't there in the Olympics? Or is there? Well, I don't know. Whatever. They should add more sports in. Maybe I need to do a reset. We'll just go back to this for a bit. Jezza Radio. Jezza Radio. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Yeah, that's cool. It is blurry. Irritated. Pixelated, mate. Alright, we won't talk about archery. I don't think Wong's here at the moment. Or slingshots. Can't do it. I wonder if you got that one off Amazon, you'd still get it probably. No. Sling stick. That all started from this thing that I found. Here in the thumbnail. The best DOS games you need to play. DOS games. I remember that. I had this CD of games on that computer that Mum had. Some of them were like DOS or MS-DOS or whatever. Not that I knew what the fuck I was doing, but yeah. Shit, I got up to get something again and I've forgotten what the fuck it was. Alright, maybe I'll do that.